Injured people relying on us at the worst time of their lives with no clue where to start. They need answers after a car, truck, or motorcycle accident. They need protection from pushy insurance companies and their lawyers. They need hope for the future and for their families. For nearly 70 years, that's all we've done here at Sieben Carey. If you or someone close to you has been seriously injured, trust your family with ours. Sieben Carey, the original Know Your Rights attorneys.
Track local news anytime at KSTP.com.
What you need to know right now. The World Health Organization warns the pandemic is accelerating. Now at least 21 states across the U.S. in virtual lockdown. CVS is expanding. Why they're hiring 50,000 new employees. A chief executive from the company joins us live on their big plans. Plus, rising out of the ashes of the worldwide pandemic, one nurse in China caring for parents on lockdown herself, and what life is like now that they are through the worst of it. Better together. Divorced moms and dads trying to master parenting in the pandemic. Our tips to make it easier. And the stay-at-home sing-along, making the time pass with a little music from singer-songwriter Rob Thomas.
Now from ABC Studios in Times Square, Amy Robach with what you need to know.
And good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Amy Robach at our ABC Times Square studios in New York City. Our new show, What You Need to Know, explores a wide array of the key topics you and your family want to stay on top of as we all navigate this unprecedented coronavirus pandemic. And we're so glad you're with us. Here are the big developments we are tracking today. An estimated 1 billion people forced off the streets worldwide due to the coronavirus crisis. The number of diagnosed cases in the U.S. jumps to more than 46,000. Many schools closed, affecting at least 54 million students and their families. And our chief medical correspondent, Dr. Jen Ashton, joins us today on the new details all coming in. And Dr. Jen, we should mention you are on official self-quarantine now. So tell us how that is going for you.
You know, at the end of last week, I had a mild headache, and that's very unusual for me, so I decided to stay home over the weekend out of an abundance of caution. And then yesterday, while working from home, I was notified that someone with whom I had prolonged close contact was diagnosed with coronavirus. So now, following the recommendations, which is really hardcore, vigorous self-quarantine for a total period of 14 days since my last contact with that person. So what does that mean? I'm not leaving my apartment. No one's coming in. I have been in close contact with my kids for the past week, and all of us are fine. Thankfully, we don't have any symptoms, so I'm not really distancing myself in my home. But yeah, I'm on lockdown for another week.
Yes, as are so many people. So we certainly wish you the best and hope that you are going to be okay, as everyone else is. But there is a lot of news that we want to get to about some hospitals prohibiting visitors for moms who are about to give birth. It's scary enough going in when you're about to give birth to your first baby, and now you have to do it alone. Can you lend some advice to these women?
So first of all, we're following that really closely in New York City, Amy, but we wouldn't be surprised to see it echoed in various other cities throughout the country right now, because labor and delivery units are really acting very, very cautiously and aggressively because they don't want to bring any COVID-19 into their antepartum or postpartum units. Wherever you are in the country, if you are due within the next 4 to 8 weeks, speak to your midwife, speak to your obstetrician, find out what kind of contingency plans are available and what the policy is right now at your hospital.
Yeah, that's great advice. It's unfortunate, but oftentimes necessary. All right, Dr. Jen, we'll be checking in with you in just a bit. In the meantime, we turn now to ABC's Rachel Scott, who's in Washington, D.C. with all the latest headlines. Good afternoon, Rachel.
Good afternoon, Amy. These are some of the developments that we are watching right now. Officials in Wuhan, China, the epicenter of the global outbreak, announcing it will lift its lockdown on April 8th, allowing transportation to resume. Those easing restrictions are after new infections dropped to 0 last week. And back here at home, airlines continue to cut flights. There's LAX as empty as many of us have ever seen it. FlightAware now reporting volume is down 48% as of this past Sunday. But gun sales are spiking even higher. Colorado officials reporting 25,000 background check requests last week alone. That's a 227% hike. And now let's get to concerns rising over scams promising quick results on coronavirus tests. ABC's Pierre Thomas with more on the warnings from the FBI.
The coronavirus pandemic is bringing out the best in many Americans, but unfortunately it's revealing the worst in other people, specifically criminals who are trying to prey on U.S. consumers.
If you want to receive a free testing kit delivered overnight to your home, press 1.
These calls about the coronavirus are all the more sinister because they appear to be so helpful to consumers, advertising free test kits, but with a fee.
For only $79, our highly trained technicians will do a full air duct cleaning and sanitation to make sure the air you breathe is free of bacteria.
The problem, the federal government says they're all fake. Scams designed to steal your money and give you nothing. Authorities warning that potentially thousands could be targeted. The FBI and other federal agencies seeing a surge in these types of scams. And it's not just robocalls. The Justice Department has shut down a website offering a vaccine kit for a shipping charge of just $4.95. The problem is no such vaccine exists. Rachel, you can't make this stuff up.
All right, Pierre Thomas, thank you. And now to this update from overseas on the plans for the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. The International Olympic Committee and the Prime Minister of Japan just announcing the 2020 games are now officially postponed until 2021 due to the coronavirus pandemic. The committee says that decision was made with the health of the athletes and the international community in mind. That's the latest from here, Amy. Back to you.
First time ever, Rachel, thank you. And when we come back on What You Need to Know, Dr. Jen Ashton with answers to your questions. And then the major company adding workers while many others stall. What one CVS executive tells us right here about its plans to expand new hires. Plus, divorced parenting in a pandemic, some real steps you can take to bring the stress level down. We'll be back in just a moment.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies or call 1-800-494-8300. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
There has never been a better time to have a favorite food. With new Grubhub Plus, you get unlimited free delivery and cashback rewards for ordering noodles. And noodles. And noodles. And noodles. Grubhub Plus, free delivery, cashback, and noodles.
We're so embarrassed we overpaid for this used car. We don't even want to show our faces around here.
If you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on a used car again. Shop millions of great deals at the all-new Carfax.com.
Before I was diagnosed by my doctor, I didn't know why my body was moving on its own. My eyes blinked way too much. It turns out I have tardive dyskinesia, a condition that may be related to important medications I take for my bipolar disorder. My fingers moved like they were playing a piano that wasn't there. Tardive dyskinesia can affect different parts of the body. It may also affect people who take medication for depression and schizophrenia. It's a relief to know that today, TD is manageable. Learn more at talkabouttd.com.
It's Macy's VIP sale. Get an extra 30% off with your coupon or Macy's card. And 15% off beauty. Plus, everyone gets free shipping on purchases of $25 or more. Switch now at Macy's.com.
We do it every night.
Every night.
I live alone, but I still do it every night.
Right after dinner.
Definitely after meatloaf.
like clockwork.
Do it. Run your dishwasher every night with Cascade Platinum. A load with as few as 8 dishes is all it takes to save water. An Energy Star certified dishwasher uses less than 4 gallons per cycle, while hand washing uses that every 2 minutes. So do it. Run your dishwasher every night with Cascade Platinum, the surprising way to save water.
Hey, America, I've got something to say.
Completing your 2020 census could mean smoother roads.
Or more emergency rooms. Or more representation in our government.
The census counts us all.
And an accurate count helps inform where billions go every year.
So don't miss your chance to be counted.
We're kind of depending on you here.
Complete the census online, by phone, or by mail. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
2 families in crisis.
You're a dirty cop now. Cyrus has you right where he wants you.
Cyrus has TJ, doesn't he?
And
we gotta get Wally to the hospital.
What's the next step?
Call surgery.
General Hospital, this week on ABC.
Welcome back. As thousands of American workers face layoffs due to the coronavirus, CVS Health has announced it is looking to hire 50,000 new employees across the country. And here to tell us more about the expansion is Chief Policy and External Affairs Officer of CVS Health, Tom Moriarty. Welcome, Tom, and thank you for being with us. This is pretty good news for a lot of people. You're beginning to embark on the most ambitious hiring drive in your company's history, 50,000 new hires. So tell us what some of the positions are you are looking to fill and how people can apply for them.
Yeah, first off, Amy, thank you for having me. We're seeing a growing need for additional employees across our enterprise. And so the job announcements we made yesterday, the 50,000 positions we're looking to fill immediately, they will go across our entire enterprise, including both at our pharmacies and stores, our call centers, at our warehouses, solving for inventory, as well as other frontline individuals to help us address this both on a permanent and temporary basis.
All right, good. And that inventory is a big topic because we keep seeing panic about essential supplies and personal protective equipment. They're unavailable in a lot of places. So how is CVS getting that much needed supply to stores for employees and customers?
Yeah, so across the board, you're seeing real spikes in demand across a lot of different categories, the hand sanitizers, the hand wipes, disinfectants, and as you've indicated, clearly the personal protective equipment. And so we've been working since the start to address this situation. We're working with our suppliers across the country to try to address the needs that we have as well as the needs of our customer.
And this is pretty impressive. You opened up a testing site at your location in Massachusetts where employees are now doing the actual testing. So what else can you tell us about that site and if there are plans to open any more?
We've dedicated that site to first responders and healthcare workers to give them the knowledge, the comfort that they need to know whether or not they have tested positive and their ability to continue helping in this situation. So the site has been up and running since last Thursday. It's proven very successful, and we are working on additional options to bring up more scale than we do even at one location. And so we're working very closely, again, with FEMA and the Public Health Service, as well as the governors across the state, so we can really play the role that we need to, because we're in the communities, each and every area of the country, and we can make a difference, and we're willing to provide those resources to do that.
And you are. It is commendable and incredible that you guys have already done as much as you have. I do have a question, though, because a lot of people rely on those monthly prescriptions to be filled. Has there been a run on medications? Will customers be able to continue to get those prescriptions?
Well, Amy, when this first broke, we did a number of things to make sure we had access to medications. First off, we waived any delivery charges for home delivery. We've provided refills on 90-day prescriptions and waived any restrictions associated with that. We've also advanced and waived copays at Aetna for telemedicine services. And what we've seen is an almost 200% increase in telemedicine visits. We've seen over almost a 400% increase in home deliveries. And so from a supply situation, the viewers should know that roughly 90% of all dispensing in this country is generic medications. And we are the largest, because of a venture we did with Cardinal, the largest sourcing company of generics. And so with that size, with that scale, we've been able to really plan ahead here. We are seeing spikes in some of the medicines that have been talked about as potential having having potential efficacy against COVID-19. And what you're seeing is a number of states now putting in what are called quantity fill limits, or requiring a positive diagnosis for COVID before those prescriptions can be dispensed, because those medicines have real uses for other conditions, and we need to make sure that they remain available to treat those conditions as well. So across the board, we've been integrated with the public health officials in addressing these supply situations.
Well, thank you for what you've done and what you continue to do. Tom Moriarty, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Coming up next, when we come back, divorced moms and dads can use an extra hand managing right now. Our tips that can help. Plus, some tasty ways to stretch your food budget. We are back in just a moment.
If you or a loved one has mesothelioma or any other asbestos-related cancer, call now. Asbestos manufacturers sold deadly asbestos materials to thousands of companies, putting workers at risk. An estimated $30 billion in court-ordered trusts have been set aside to pay out claims to asbestos victims. You may be entitled to a portion of these funds and receive compensation without filing a lawsuit or ever going to court.
For your free legal consultation, call 800-414-4020 now. That's 800-414-4020.
Feel the clarity of new, non-drowsy Claritin Cool Mint Chewables. The only allergy product with relief of your worst symptoms, including itchy throat, plus an immediate blast of cooling sensation. Feel the clarity and live Claritin Clear.
Everyone wants to be the Cadbury bunny, because only he brings delicious Cadbury cream eggs, while others may keep trying. No bunny knows Easter better than Cadbury.
Hi, I'm Hanno. I created Gabi because most people overpay on car insurance. Gabi is a free tool that saves you money by finding the best deal. Gabi users save more than $800 per year on average. Go to Gabi.com and stop overpaying for car insurance.
You clean dishes as you cook to save time and stay ahead of the mess. But scrubbing still takes time. Now there's new Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. The faster, easier way to clean as you go. It cleans grease 5 times faster. On easy messes, just spray, wipe, and rinse. On tough messes, the spray-activated suds cut through grease on contact without water. Just wipe and rinse. Get dishes done faster. New Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. Spray, wipe, rinse.
The hottest new razor is taking the men's grooming world by storm. And if you don't have it, you need it. Micro Touch Solo, the hyper-advanced full-body razor that trims, shapes, edges, and even shaves with micro precision. And it's totally safe to the touch. Go solo for full body control with one tool. No nicks, bumps, or ingrown hairs. Edge beards and goatees with one touch. Clean your neck, barber shop perfect. And check this out. Snap on the guide to tame growth and perfectly shape your full beard. And keep new growth stubble trimmed exactly to your style. And look, the Solo Full Body Groomer trims precisely the length of hair you want. Snap off the guide and remove unwanted hair anywhere in seconds. What makes Solo different than your ordinary razor? Dual-sided German stainless steel blade. Shave up or down at 200 microstrokes per second. The Ultra Flex pivoting head contours perfectly to you for precise results. 3 custom grooming guides for control of exact length and shape. And a built-in LED light so you never miss a spot. Solo is so precise, you need no creams, no soaps, and no water. Ditch the old man clippers and toss the scissors. You've got to go solo. Call 1-800-687-3950 or go online at microtouchsolo.com and get yours now for only $19.99. Complete with German stainless steel blade, pivoting head, built-in spotlight, and 3 custom grooming guides. Everything you see here for just $19.99. The all-new MicroTouch Solo Full Body Groomer. The one tool that does it all.
Got a couple of prisoner transfers.
Good to meet you. Let me help you out, bro. What? I think I'm your protection.
That guy, you got nothing to lose.
Curtis 50 Cent Jackson guest stars on For Life. New tonight on ABC.
Welcome back to What You Need to Know. The coronavirus pandemic has many families restructuring their daily lives. And for those who co-parent, it can be especially complicated when everyone is asked to stay home. Psychiatrist Janet Taylor is here to give us some tips on how to navigate co-parenting during these very untraditional times. And Dr. Taylor, I know you're co-parenting right now, so tell us how you're coping.
Well, exactly. You know, co-parenting is a challenge in the best of times. But the key, and as you mentioned, I'm divorced myself, is to really think about communicating in the spirit of cooperation for the well-being of your child or children. So how do you do that? You focus on making them understand that no matter what the state is of your current relationship, you're keeping them first. You also are willing to exchange schedules and ask your partner what help they need, acknowledge them, and see how you can truly be better together even though you are apart.
Yeah, and with all this anxiety and fear circling the situation, and yes, divorce, even in the best of circumstances, is trying to juggle schedules. How can parents maintain that schedule for their kids? I'm curious during this crisis, because especially if we're worried about transferring germs or going from one home to the next, that's a potential nightmare.
Well, it is a nightmare. So then you think about care, right? And so be aware of where your children are going, and if your partner says, you know, what kind of exposures do they have, this is not the time to pick fights, but to be honest and thoughtful about minimizing that exposure. So if there's a situation where maybe if you've been exposed or they've been exposed and your schedules have to change, that you can work with that and not pick and point about that. So it really is about being thoughtful in your interactions and keeping the children first.
Yes, I'm divorced as well. My ex-husband lives out of state, and my daughters had a scheduled visit with them that we both decided was best that they stay home. Sometimes one parent has to make the sacrifice, knowing that it's in the best interest of the larger group. But it's not always easy for people to be that person who makes the sacrifice. What are your tips for those parents in those types of situations?
Well, avoid keeping it personal. And I understand the angst, anxiety, even anger, but you know, sometimes relief at being away from that relationship. But to really focus and think about, it's about making decisions together. If you have to alter a schedule, maybe you can make it up later. And you can stay connected using social media. This may be a time where if you're the custodial parent and in charge of homework, you're tired, maybe you can dial in that other person and let them monitor virtually. And to continue the check-ins, because check-ins are important for your child and also for you, because we all need support during this time. And now, what better time to try to change the dynamics of a relationship than now?
Actually, I've said this with all of my family members. It feels as though we're seeing each other more often than typical because we are checking in. So I would imagine a good tip would be for the other parent to have a scheduled FaceTime visit. If you hadn't before, do it now. If you're the every other weekend parent, maybe check in once a day now and spend 20, 30 minutes on FaceTime with your children.
Exactly. You can have a COVID-19 check-in where you can include the other parent, talk about what concerns your kids have, talk about any updates and fears they have. And it's important for our children to know that even though we may have had a disagreement, maybe divorced or separated, there are ways to work through the emotions, and it can be a healthier outcome for everyone.
I agree. Dr. Janet Taylor, as always, incredible advice. Thank you so much for your time. Coming up next here on What You Need to Know, Dr. Jen with some answers to your COVID-19 questions. And then we have more on life on lockdown. The nurse in China who was isolated with her family, and now she is coming out on the other side.
Introducing the future of fitness. It's every class you can imagine, live.
Welcome back to the Mirror.
You've got this, John. And on demand. It's boxing, cardio, yoga, and more. It's an interactive, goal-crushing, whole family, whole body fitness machine.
It's so cool.
The future of fitness is at home. The Mirror.
60% of women wear the wrong size pad and can experience leaks. You don't have to. With Always MyFit, try the next size up and get up to 20% better coverage day or night. Because better coverage means better protection. Always.
With this one little NexGuard chew comes power, confidence, reassurance. You're doing what's right to protect your dog from fleas and ticks for a full month. This one little NexGuard chew is the #1 vet-recommended protection, and it's the only chew FDA approved to prevent infections that cause Lyme disease. Plus, it's safe for puppies. There's a lot of power in this one little NexGuard chew. NexGuard, what one little chew can do.
Everyone wants to be the Cadbury bunny, because only he brings delicious Cadbury cream eggs, while others may keep trying. No bunny knows Easter better than Cadbury.
People used to care. Heck, they'd come all the way out here just for a blurry photo of me.
Oh, that's a good one.
Wait, what's that?
That's just a low battery warning.
Oh, right.
Now it's all, check out my RV and let's go four-wheeling. Maybe there's a little part of me that wanted to be seen.
Well, Progressive helps people save when they bundle their home with their outdoor vehicles. So they've got other things to do now, Bigfoot.
Wait, what did you just call me?
Bigfoot?
My name is Daryl.
When I have a breakout from eczema, the itching, the scratching, it puts my life on hold.
Gold Bond Eczema Relief relieves 5 frustrating symptoms of eczema with 2 times the soothing oatmeal.
So much better.
Gold Bond, Ultimate Lotion, Ultimate Skin.
As we turn more inside, connection is more important than ever. T-Mobile has increased network capacity and given customers more access to unlimited data. We've increased data allowances for schools and students and expanded roaming access for Sprint customers to help everyone work, learn, and connect. We've been asking, are you with us? We want you to know we're with you.
Welcome back. Dr. Jennifer Ashton is joining us again with some answers to some questions we've all been asking. And we do have some good news out there right now, Dr. Jen, about testing. More and more tests are becoming available. Tell us about it.
So I want you to think of testing, Amy, in kind of 2 prongs. One is that we need to test as many people as possible, as we heard kind of in the beginning of this outbreak. That's how South Korea was so effective in flattening their curve. The other side is that testing usually uses up valuable resources like personal protective equipment and exposes healthcare workers to risk. So they're kind of seemingly at odds to each other. But here's some really good news. Yesterday, the FDA approved one of the first self-swabs. That's going to be coming out literally any day now, which is going to enable people to swab themselves, protect the healthcare workers, conserve those PPEs, and then something called point-of-care testing. That's going to be almost like a pregnancy test. You'll be able to get a little finger prick of blood, get the results back in 15 minutes. We're going to start to see that rolled out soon. And then you may have heard serology testing. That's a blood test to look for antibodies to know if we've been exposed. So we need to really dive deep in this testing so we can get a good grip on this virus.
That's right, because so many people are asymptomatic and yet could spread the disease to people who are much more susceptible to serious conditions. And so by what you just said, it sounds like in a perfect world, everyone would have either one of these tests available to them.
Well, certainly if you live in a hot spot or if you have mild symptoms. And right now, the people with mild symptoms are being told just stay home, no test.
All right, Dr. Jen, we'll have much more in just a bit. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Wash your hands. Avoid sick people and touching your face. There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. Brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Right now, when it matters most.
If you're trying to figure out what you can do, here are things you can do.
The View is all new every day.
It's affecting everyone's lives.
We're all in this together. The View, all new on ABC.
Choosing a window replacement company is tough. We asked our customers why they love their new Champion windows.
Working with Champion was such a great experience that they've made our home much more comfortable now.
We have saved 25 to 30% on our energy bill since installing the windows, which blew my mind.
Right now, Champion Comfort 365 windows are buy 2, get 1 free. Plus, buy now and pay nothing for a year.
I love my new Champion windows.
Let Champion help you fall in love with your home. Book your free in-home consultation online or call 888-930-CHAMPION today.
At Hy-Vee, we know that now more than ever, we play a vital role in our community to provide food and products that are essential to everyday life. But we could use your help and your smile. If you're currently out of work, no longer in school, or in need of making extra money, Hy-Vee is hiring temporary part-time employees to help in our warehouses, in our stores to restock shelves, and to serve customers. Apply now at Hy-Vee.com. And thanks for helping us be helpful, smile, strong.
At Hero, we know the services we provide are critical to maintain the safety and reliability of your home's plumbing, heating, cooling, and drain system. To keep our community safe, we're implementing a new zero-contact process. This process will minimize all person-to-person contact during our in-home service call. And to help ease the financial burden of unexpected repairs, we've cut our standard trip charge in half. Please don't hesitate to call. We'd be proud to serve you.
Welcome back to What You Need to Know and a sign of the times. Emma in Ireland getting more than 700,000 likes for this Twitter post. Her brother Michael holding the family's newest addition as Grandpa watches through a window. 3 generations of social distancing in the coronavirus era. And your questions now around this baffling global pandemic continue to pour in. And so ABC Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Jen Ashton is standing by with more answers for all of you. So Dr. Jen, will begin with the first question. How effective and useful are homemade masks? I am seeing lots of offers for making face masks from designers to home sewers, but how effective are they really?
Short answer, Amy, their effectiveness is unknown. You know, from the beginning of this pandemic and outbreak, we've been saying it's just as important to say what you don't know as what you do know. And obviously, those made-at-home masks are untested. But when the CDC said that healthcare workers could use a bandana if necessary, I think at this point, it's probably better than nothing. So the Rosie the Riveters, yeah, I give them thumbs up for helping.
That's a fair answer. So this next question, because it has been confusing as well as to just how long this virus can last on surfaces. So the next question is, with all the concern about the virus surviving on surfaces, should we be concerned about our food being safe if we are ordering for delivery or takeout?
This is a tough one, Amy, because I've thought of that myself. I can tell you scientifically, if there is any, let's say the food worker coughed on your food and then you ate it, your stomach acid would likely kill that virus. However, if you eat with your hands, maybe not so much. But it's a balance because you want to support these restaurants when they are really struggling right now. So I've been trying to order in just once a day just to try to keep them going.
All right. Fair enough. The next question we have here, are there any over-the-counter medications we shouldn't be taking?
I love that question because it's about the caution with these things that are over the counter. There's so much interest right now in these alternative or complementary supplements. Could it protect us? Right now, there's no data on this. So you have to remember that if something can help, it can also hurt. Big organizations are saying, do not go to these supplements now. We don't know how they could interact with the virus. There has been some very early data, controversial, not peer-reviewed yet, that ibuprofen may cause an upregulation in one of the receptors that this virus binds to. So if you have a choice between acetaminophen and ibuprofen, probably go with the acetaminophen, but that is not peer-reviewed recommendation yet.
All right. Our next question, another question about the virus's life on surfaces. How long does the virus live on a bath towel? Should we be changing it daily?
That's such a good question. They don't know yet. They've studied this in the lab last week on surfaces like stainless steel, cardboard, plastic, and how long the particles linger in the air. The range was anywhere from 3 hours to 3 days. They don't know about money, clothes, bath towels. So if you are concerned, wash it more.
Yeah, when in doubt, just go ahead and throw it in the laundry. All right, our next question. Has anyone looked at the data from the people who regularly get the flu shot? Could this be why children seem to be less susceptible to the coronavirus?
I love this question, too, because it's really how scientists think. The answer is no. We haven't looked at that data yet. But basically the flu vaccine is not going to give any protection against this coronavirus. However, it may be seen that people who have been vaccinated against the flu have less chance of serious complications with COVID-19, but we don't know. That's why we need that data to come out on our U.S. cases.
Yeah, with so much unknown right now, Dr. Jen, is there anything we can be doing that's known to be effective to boost our immune systems?
You know, you and I talk about this all the time, Amy. The best things you can do all the time, and especially now, get 7 to 9 hours of sleep, wash your hands as much as possible, and exercise, if it is possible, depending on where you are, has been shown to boost the immune system and has been associated with lower chance of various upper respiratory infections. So I'm doing push-ups in my apartment because I can't leave for the next week, but exercise is really, really important.
All right, so I'm going to challenge you to that push-up challenge that we've all been challenging each other around social media. So look for it later today. All right, Dr. Jen.
Awesome. You're on.
Thank you. And if you have any questions for Dr. Ashton, send them to her Instagram at Dr. J. Ashton. Well, while the number of coronavirus cases continues to rise here in the U.S., the number of outbreaks in China, thankfully, has dropped dramatically as that country begins to loosen restrictions on public gatherings and seeks a return to normalcy. It does beg the question, what does life after COVID-19 look like? Well, joining us now to talk about her experience is registered nurse and Chinese resident Kate Shi. Kate, thanks so much for being with us this afternoon. And I want to start, before we talk about what life is like now, can you give us some background about what your life has looked like over these past several weeks?
Hi, Amy. Thank you for having me here. Of course, during the outbreak, I was at home with my parents in their apartment. I was visiting them for the Chinese holiday. Then I found out I couldn't leave to return to work. So I spent almost 3 weeks at home with them. I think the biggest challenge at that time was to make them comply.
How did you pass the time? What advice can you give us Americans on what to do with all of this time with one another in a small space?
Yeah, my parents' apartment was quite small, and I think first that what I had to do was to adjust my mindset. Having to stay at home does not mean that I've lost my freedom or have lost my control over my life. It actually means I consciously make a decision to protect myself and my family from this virus. I interact a lot with my parents. I took advantage of this time that I had with them. We had this casual hour after dinner every day where we played cards. There were a lot of laughters. It was actually quite nice.
Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate your time, Kate. Thank you.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you.
And there is much more ahead here on What You Need to Know. Stirring the pot, making that food budget stretch while battling cabin fever and getting your kids involved. And the stay-at-home sing-along with a major music maker. We'll be right back.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle, trapped in a cycle of opioid use, withdrawal, and cravings. For adults with moderate to severe opioid addiction whose withdrawal symptoms are controlled by oral buprenorphine for at least 7 days, Sublocade may help them keep moving towards recovery. In a study, people treated with once-monthly Sublocade plus counseling were 14 times more likely to have treatment success versus placebo. Sublocade continuously releases the medicine buprenorphine all month with no real daily ups and downs. Buprenorphine is known to reduce cravings and block the rewarding effects of opioids.
Sublocade can cause serious, life-threatening reactions and death if injected in a vein or if taken with certain other medicines or illicit drugs. Tell your doctor if you are taking anxiety medicines, sleeping pills, tranquilizers, muscle relaxants, sedatives, antidepressants, antihistamines, or drink alcohol. Call your doctor right away or get emergency help if you feel faint, confused, very sleepy or very hot, are agitated, acting clumsy, breathing more slowly than normal, or have stiff muscles. These can be signs of an overdose or other serious problems. In an emergency, have family members tell the emergency medical staff that you are physically dependent on opioids and are being treated with Sublocade. This is not a full list of risks and side effects. Talk to your doctor and read the patient labeling for more information.
Don't give up. Ask a doctor if Sublocade can help you keep moving towards recovery.
Sin number 17. Too many after parties. New Neutrogena Bright Boost with dullness-fighting neoglucosamine. Boost cell turnover by 10 times for instantly brighter skin. Bright Boost, Neutrogena.
My skin gets so tired. This new Olay serum feels so dewy and hydrated. Gives my skin an extra boost of life. It's full of energy. It finally matches me. I'm Denise Bedeau, and my skin is powerful. And I can face anything with my Olay.
Seresto, Seresto, Seresto. Whatever your dog brings home to you, it shouldn't be fleas and ticks. Seresto gives your dog 8 continuous months of flea and tick protection in an easy-to-use, non-greasy collar. 8 months. Seresto, Seresto, Seresto.
Did you know? You could have earned real cash back on your last grocery trip. Just add offers, scan your receipt after shopping, and earn real cash back. Download the free app today for a $20 welcome bonus.
What's up with Tammy?
She's in York mode, savoring dark chocolate and cool, refreshing peppermint.
Can someone hop on this call?
Me. And now introducing York Thins, the York you love, just thinner.
And Doug.
Give me your hand! I can save you! Lots of money with Liberty Mutual. We customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Morning, Sleepyhead. You want help?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought we ran out of Daisy last night.
We did. You know, it's not the same without it.
Now we can eat.
Hey, little brother.
He's like, good morning.
A dollop of Daisy.
The Bachelor.
I am on top of the world right now.
The Bachelorette.
I'm falling in love with you.
Bachelor in Paradise. Monday, April 13th comes the next chapter in the Bachelor journey.
Welcome to Listen to Your Heart.
Listen to your heart.
20 single musicians.
This is magical right here.
Step inside the Bachelor Mansion.
I'm here to have music bring me together with someone.
Looking for a love that's off the charts.
I almost felt emotional watching you sing.
We literally fell in love over a song. Oh, God, I just hope he doesn't hate me.
It's just like a real-life Star is Born.
You two have a clear connection.
It was sexy, it was passionate.
Who is here for the right reasons?
I am falling in love.
And who's here for the song reasons?
No fun singing a love song when you're not in love.
The Bachelor presents Listen to Your Heart, a 6-episode event, Monday, April 13th on ABC.
In this uncertain time, there is one thing we all know for sure. Cooking is a way to heal and bring people together. For many people feeling overwhelmed in the kitchen, have no fear, because joining us now via remote is chef and partner of the Lambs Club, Jeffrey Zakarian, along with his wife, Margaret, and his daughters, Madeline and Anna. So thanks for being with us. We really appreciate it. And Jeffrey, first off, how are you and your family doing? How have you been adjusting to this new normal?
Well, thank you for letting us beam in from our home. We're fine. I've enlisted 2 sous chefs here, Madeline and Anna. My wife is the producer. So we're all working very hard to bring some joy to families, and we're trying to work with what you have in the pantry and what might work for you.
I love that.
So what we have today is... Go ahead.
No, well, I wanted to get in before we get into the recipe, because this is really important stuff, and I know this is very meaningful to you. You are on the board of City Harvest, and you're chairman of the Food Council in New York. So how can people help with hunger relief right now, because not everybody has a stacked pantry?
Yeah, you know, what we do, City Harvest is the largest food rescue organization, and Governor Cuomo has designated as an essential service during this pandemic. That's really important, because we were doing 70 million pounds of food a year to 1.5 million New Yorkers who are food insecure. That's with a vibrant economy. Imagine what's happening now. So really, it's important. Really think about people who have even less now than they did before, and text, you know, lunch to 20222 and send a donation. Cityharvest.org. If you want to go and look at anything else you can do, you can donate. You can bring food to the truck drivers and all the people in the packing center. Really, really important. You know, we're lucky that we have food on the shelves. They are not so lucky.
Yes, so thank you for spreading word of how you can help. You do have that family-friendly recipe to get us all in the kitchen together.
Yes.
So looking forward to seeing what you're making today and how it uses ingredients we can all use to stretch out our meals.
Stretching is important. We're going to stretch the meal, stretch the dollar, and maybe stretch our tummies, too. We're using brown rice. So we've taken regular brown rice from my pantry. Believe me, I think we're all cleaning out our pantries, finding what we actually had in there. I know I am. We have so much stuff in there. Brown rice, we cooked it to directions in the package, cooled it down. We're going to make 2 dishes. The first dish is the meatball. The second dish is a rice cake. 2 dishes from 1 staple. Okay, my daughter Anna is going to put in breadcrumbs. We're going to put some onions, very simple stuff, 1 egg, some of the cooked rice with some red pepper flake, because I have that in the pantry, and a little grated cheese, salt, and pepper, and she's going to mix that up. And what we have is going to look like this after she mixes it up. Really nice, homogeneous, yummy meatball mixture. I have a very hot pan here with some oil, and I just want to wet my hands a bit, and I'm going to start making meatballs. And you just do when you make a meatball, you make a light patty, and just roll it and drop it into the pan. You don't want to you want to work it too hard because it'll get tough. So that's a tip. Just roll it gently. You want it to kind of almost fall apart. It should look completely irregular. This is one thing that you don't want perfect. Perfect is sort of like not good when you have a meatball. So we're going to put those on, and then we have some cooking over here I want to show you. Look how yummy these look.
Wow, those do look
so
good.
We're going to take another pantry staple, some canned tomato sauce. I know everybody has many jars of these. It's really, really good, and this is from a local baker, so support your local baker. And we're just going to pour right in here. Nothing fancy. And Madeline, when you just throw some fresh basil in it, you're going to go back on the oven on the stove for about 10 or 15 minutes, and you got beautiful rice beef meatballs, okay? All right. Now, if you come over here, we have rice cakes. So the rice cakes, let me just show the viewers here. The rice cakes is just the rice, the second half of the rice that was cooked. We added salt, pepper, and some egg whites, and that's it. We're making these delicious rice cakes in a hot cast iron pan or a nonstick pan. 1 or 2 minutes on each side, and you have a healthy, delicious rice pancake. And look at that with a little Swiss chard.
Beautiful.
How delicious is that?
Yeah,
so
beautiful.
2 dishes.
And quick,
2
both
dishes
of them so
from
quick.
1 pantry staple. Girls, you want a sample? Let me bring in the meatballs.
Yeah, we can get the taste testers there. And I want to thank your family. It's so nice to see you guys doing it all together. We want to thank Margaret for working the camera there. Madeline, Anna, Jeffrey, thank you all. We want to let everyone know who is watching. You can get Jeffrey's recipes. You can head to abcnews.com. Stay well. Thank you.
Stay safe. Thank you.
When we come back on What You Need to Know, music makes everything better. The mini concert from singer-songwriter Rob Thomas when we come back.
Freedom without, try to catch the deluge in a paper cup.
Here's another cleaning tip from Mr. Clean. Cleaning tough bathroom and kitchen messes with sprays and wipes can be a struggle. There's an easier way. Try Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. Just wet, squeeze, and erase tough messes like bathtub soap scum and caked on grease from oven doors. Now Mr. Clean Magic Eraser comes in disposable sheets. They're perfect for icky messes on stovetops, in microwaves, and all over the house. For an amazing clean, try Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Mr. Clean Magic Eraser Sheets.
Reese's eggs are back, and we hid them somewhere you'll never find. Psych! We put them everywhere. Grocery stores and supermarkets, gas stations, and chiropractors' offices, bowling alleys and grocery stores, which we already mentioned. Not sorry, Reese's.
Each year, Americans waste $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. That's why I went to thezebra.com. Because while every company claims to save you money on car insurance, the Zebra shows you who actually can.
Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com today.
Yes, the first word to any adventure. But when allergies and congestion strike, take Allegra D, a non-drowsy antihistamine plus a powerful decongestant. So you can always say yes to putting your true colors on display. Say yes to Allegra D.
How would I describe overpaying on a used car? It's humiliating. It's expensive.
Only Carfax.com can give you the most accurate price based on the Carfax report. Stop the shame of overpaying and start your used car search today at Carfax.com.
At Philadelphia, we know what makes the perfect schmear of cream cheese. The recipe we invented over 145 years ago, and me, the world's best, and possibly only, schmelier. Philadelphia, schmear perfection.
Liz, you nerd, cough if you're in here.
I took Mucinex TM for my phlegmy cough.
What about Rob's dry cough?
Works on that too, and lasts 12 hours.
12 hours? Who studies that long?
Mucinex DM relieves wet and dry coughs for 12 hours with 2 medicines in 1 pill.
Protect your pet with the #1 name in flea and tick protection, Frontline Plus, trusted by vets for nearly 20 years.
Wow, that's Ensure Max Protein with high protein and 1 gram sugar.
It's a sit-up banana, bend at the waist. I'm trying.
Keep it up. You'll get there.
Whoa!
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein.
My favorite thing about banking with Chime is getting my paycheck up to 2 days early, which is really cool because I walk into the office and I'm already boasting that I got paid. My name is Dulce and I love banking with Chime.
Get paid up to 2 days early. Chime.com.
We pull people off the street and ask them about their hearts.
How's your heart?
Well, you know.
My heart's pretty good. You sure?
Yes, I think so.
How do you know? If you're driving a car, you have the check engine light, but the heart doesn't have a hey, check heart sign. I want to show you something. Put both fingers right on those pads. There you go. In 30 seconds, we're going to have a medical-grade EKG reading. There it is. That is you. Look at that.
With CardioMobile, the FDA-cleared personal EKG device, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. CardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke.
How much do you think this device costs?
Probably $1,000.
$1,000? $99.
Wow, that's impressive.
How great is it to have that peace of mind that at anywhere, anytime you can check?
It would be nice to really see my own heart whenever I wanted to.
CardioMobile puts peace of mind in your pocket. Now available for just $89. To order, visit cardiomobile.com. Also available on Amazon.
Everyone wants to be the Cadbury Bunny, because only he brings delicious Cadbury cream eggs, while others may keep trying. No bunny knows Easter better than Cadbury.
I'm ABC News Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Jennifer Ashton with tips to help you stay safe during the COVID-19 pandemic. If you're having mild cold or flu symptoms that would not have driven you to seek medical care 6 months ago, stay at home and call your healthcare provider or local health department for next steps. Remember, hospital emergency rooms are already busy caring for patients. If you have mild symptoms and go to the ER, you could be putting more vulnerable people at risk. For more, go to cdc.gov.
My name is Daniel Garcia. I worked at my family's bakery with my mom, my dad, my crazy brother, my little sister. My life used to be pretty normal until I met Noah Hamilton. That's when everything changed.
My brother and the most famous woman in the world.
She's a celebrity. They don't live in the real world. Guys, I invited her over for dinner. Tonight.
What? Hello?
With so much uncertainty in our community, we want you to know you can count on us.
Every morning, we're here, just like always, helping you understand what's happening in your neighborhood.
Explaining how all this news affects your family right here at home.
Join us in the morning.
Hello, neighbors. During these uncertain times, Window World will donate 150 meals to your local food shelf for every order placed in April and May. More than a window company, the Window World family cares.
Most Minnesotans only have one agent representing one company for their home and auto insurance. No options. Has your agent ever called recommending you move to a different insurance company, providing you better coverage for a better price? I didn't think so. The Canopy Group will painlessly do this for you. They will give you the best options from their 16 companies. So many options. Visit thecanopygroup.com and get the best coverage for the best price. Insurance made simple and easy. The Canopy Group.
Track local news anytime at KSTP.com.
Don't dream it's over.
Welcome back. Since you can't go to your favorite concerts right now, we are bringing a concert favorite to you. We are calling it our stay-at-home sing-along, and joining us from his home, we have singer, songwriter, and musician Rob Thomas. Rob, we're so excited you're with us today. We hope you and your family are holding up well during this quarantine, and I know you were one of the very first artists to share a performance online while those of us are staying at home. So what are you hoping fans will take away from these mini performances?
I mean, I think it's more just about the idea that, you know, it's this technology that we've had back when we had the liberty of being able to physically be around each other all the time. It was almost like these technologies were a wedge in between that connection. And now that we can't physically get together, this technology is actually something that kind of socially brings us together in a way. And I think that music is always something, and I don't have a lot of other skills. I can't come over and I can't come over and take away a virus from you, but I can play a song for you.
Yeah, you can take us away from all of the virus talk for just a little bit, and sometimes just a little bit is a lot in these days. So I know everyone out there is anxious to hear you perform, so I'll let you take it away. Here with the song Can't Help Me Now, Rob Thomas.
Sunlight falls heavy, can't hide your wake already. Long night, you're unsteady, you don't even want to be here, do you? You cry out, not for the last time. It's funny how a word might save your life. And I'm saying a lot right now, but I don't want to fight, I don't want to cry, I don't want to leave, but I don't want to be here now. There's a bad taste in my mouth. I stumble in the dark, tripping on a heart. It's gonna leave a mark. Maybe we could stay and wait it out. You're the one that talks me down, but even you can't help me now. But even you can't help me now. Headlight, dark highway, drive home but it feels all sideways. No signs, I'm a head case, I'm alone but I feel you now. Head down, I can't remember if we left on a start or an ender, 'cause you and I were so worn down that I don't want to fight, I don't want to cry, I don't want to leave, I don't want to be here now. Like a bad taste in my mouth, I stumble in the dark, tripping on a heart. It's gonna leave a mark. Maybe we could stay and wait it out. You're the one that talks me down, and even you can't help me now. And we fall, and we break, and we turn our inside out, and we're lost in a daze for days and days and days. And now, well, I thought that I could turn it around, but I don't want to fight, I don't want to cry, I don't want to leave, and I don't want to be here now. There's a bad taste in my mouth. I stumble in the dark, tripping on a heart. It's gonna leave a mark. Maybe we could stay and wait it out. You're the one that talks me down, and even you can't help me now. Even you can't help me now. Baby, you can't help me now. Oh no, even you can't help me now.
Woo! All right, we don't have a lot of people in the studio, but we're all clapping, and you just helped us out. Rob Thomas, thanks so much, and be well.
Thanks, guys. You too. Stay safe.
All right, we got some final thoughts now from Dr. Jen Ashton.
Oh, Amy, I just love Rob Thomas. That put me in such a good mood. A couple of things that I'm looking at today. First of all, good news about testing. There are going to be point-of-care tests with results back in 15 minutes, serology hopefully soon, and more home tests coming literally days, weeks, very, very soon. So I think that's really important. On the data front, we have some really good news released yesterday by Dr. Birx in the task force. There have been no deaths due to coronavirus in children under the age of 15 in Europe, and only one death under that age group in China. So again, more good news for the pediatric population. And then finally, I'm leaving you today, Amy. Yesterday was 3 A's. Today is 3 S's. Number one, science. We continue to learn more and more about this virus. And since data drives decisions, that's really important. 2 is share. Share your feelings. This is a stressful time. We all need to get these feelings out. And you probably know what the 3rd S is, Amy. Social distancing. It's not easy, but it's really important in flattening that curve.
No, and we appreciate all the advice and all of the good news that you've brought us today. Dr. Jen Ashton, thank you. And we will see you right back here tomorrow with what you need to know. I'm Amy Robach in our ABC studios in Times Square in New York City for Dr. Jen and all of us here at ABC. Thanks for joining us. Stay well and have a great day.
When the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. You know they won't win.
Beat this. This can get me my retrial. It's happening. He's here a week. He practically owns the place. I'm gonna break bread with the man. I'm gonna go talk to him. He ain't interested. I'm thinking a lot about Marie. What this did to her. She's still on your team in a big way.
You fled to save yourself. You owe him.
The state's witness cannot be located. How is that possible?
For Life, new next Tuesday on ABC.
Congress inches closer to a deal on a stimulus package.
And what Governor Walz wants from the federal government. 5 Eyewitness News starts in 30 seconds.
Most Minnesotans only have one agent representing one company for their home and auto insurance. No options. Has your agent ever called recommending you move to a different insurance company, providing you better coverage for a better price? I didn't think so. The Canopy Group will painlessly do this for you. They will give you the best options from their 16 companies. So many options. Visit thecanopygroup.com and get the best coverage for the best price. Insurance made simple and easy. The Canopy Group.
Now at 10.
I'll always make the choice that I believe is in the best interest of the safety and security of Minnesotans.
Governor Walz talks about Minnesota's response to the coronavirus as he self-quarantines, how his views differ from President Trump's. Salons, spas, and other businesses are still closed statewide, but not everyone who's self-employed can access unemployment benefits. I'm Kellen Gray at the Capitol with the letter sent to Governor Walz asking for help.
Making hand washing easy for you as we try to stop the spread of the virus. Where you'll find these stations.
And getting creative to celebrate a 9-year-old's birthday in a time of social distancing. How one community made it all worth it.
I've never experienced something like that before.
5 Eyewitness News at 10 starts right now.
And hello, everyone. Now at 10, the latest accurate information on the coronavirus pandemic. The number of cases of COVID-19 in Minnesota now up to 262 with 1 death.
That is out of more than 5,800 tests submitted to the Department of Health. And it's important to note, still not everyone is getting tested.
Now a look at Wisconsin. There are 506 confirmed cases there and 5 deaths. More than 8,200 Wisconsin residents have tested negative for the virus. Wisconsin's Safer at Home order takes effect tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. It will last for 30 days. Today, Governor Tony Evers said, quote, folks need to start taking this seriously. Under the order, all non-essential business and travel must stop.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is holding off on a shelter-in-place order here. But school closures and restrictions on bars and restaurants, which were set to expire Friday, will likely be extended. He's also responding to President Trump's hope to send Americans back to work by Easter, saying there's no quick fix. Jay Coles is live in the newsroom with the drastic differences and what they believe needs to happen next. Everyone putting out their thoughts here, Jay.
Lindsay, they are miles apart on their assessments of when COVID-19 restrictions on businesses would be lifted. Governor Walz still certain we have a very long way to go, but President Trump's outlook is much more optimistic, setting a goal with a specific date. Multiple times today, President Trump gave an optimistic target date for what he calls the reopening of the American economy.
I said earlier today that I hope we can do this by Easter. I think that would be a great thing for our country, and we're all working very hard to make that a reality.
At the governor's residence in St. Paul, a much different take altogether.
This is going to take some time. It's going to be well beyond Easter, and I don't think it does us any good to pretend that it's not.
On the issue of more restrictions, the governor says his administration is collecting data on when COVID-19 will peak here and when Minnesota reaches hospital bed capacity. When he has those answers, he says he'll decide whether a shelter-in-place order makes any sense.
The thing that we're striving for is to not let anybody show up at the hospital who needs an ICU or a ventilator not be able to get one.
And Walz wants the federal government to provide more personal protective equipment for essential workers and more ventilators for hospitals.
That is the single biggest thing that the federal government could do, and then follow that up with the massive testing regime that's ramping up.
Something President Trump says he's doing through companies like Minnesota's own 3M.
Making tremendous numbers, they've already started, of respirators, ventilators, and face shields.
Governor Walz's conciliatory tone toward the president, a sharp contrast to New York Governor Andrew Cuomo's reaction to reopening the country.
You can't sacrifice human life to get the stock market up. That is a repugnant concept. There is no dollar figure on human life in this country.
Now, Governor Walz says data like cell phone tower information shows Minnesotans are following the social distancing guidelines, and it appears to be working, he says. The governor also says the data shows, quote, we've slowed the infection rate and pushed out the peak of ICU capacity. Live in the newsroom, Jay Coles, 5 Eyewitness News.
Now, tonight, the White House is saying due to a spike in infections, people who have recently left New York City should self-quarantine for 14 days. Think about how many people we're talking about. Also in California, they are now reporting what may be the first U.S. death of a person under 18. We're also keeping a close eye on Congress tonight as we hope they work out final details of a nearly $2 trillion stimulus package. There is still no deal at this time, but we're hearing they could be close. This package would give direct payments to most Americans, expand unemployment benefits, and help small businesses. Earlier today, the president said Congress must approve the deal. The longer it takes, he says, the harder it will be to start up our economy. Now, as Congress and the White House negotiated that deal this afternoon and continue to, the Dow Jones surged to its best day since 1933, gaining more than 2,000 points. NASDAQ and S&P also gained, but investors are warning they've seen similar rallies in the last few weeks, and none of them lasted for more than a day.
And here at home, a couple is appealing to Governor Walz, asking for more help for small businesses. Their letter has been shared hundreds of times on social media. As Callan Gray reports, the governor says he's working with lawmakers in Washington to see what can be done.
When salons and spas were shut down last week through an executive order, the owners of Sola Salon Studios stopped charging rent. They have 8 locations where about 340 beauty professionals rent space for their businesses.
But what that doesn't help all of those people with is paying their bills, paying their personal bills.
So they posted a letter calling on Governor Walz and state lawmakers to change the rules for unemployment benefits so that all sole practitioners can qualify, or that a similar program be created to help them. It's been shared more than 600 times on Facebook.
The state or the federal government, somebody needs to make provision for these people who can't work while the closures are going on.
According to the State Department of Employment and Economic Development, self-employed workers and independent contractors can access unemployment benefits, but only if they previously elected to be covered.
If you pay in, then you're eligible.
But they say these are extenuating circumstances.
The whole unemployment fund, it doesn't really contemplate that people would be out of work because the government is the one to shut them down. What we're asking the government to do is, take that into account and try to provide some relief to those people.
In the last few days, Governor Walz has announced small business emergency loans are now available on the state and federal level. And while the owners of Sola Salon Studios say it's a step in the right direction,
we don't really need an interest-free loan to cover their business expenses. We need income replacement.
I know, and I'm hearing from people, it doesn't take into all considerations, independent contractors. We are continuing to work to provide that data and that support.
In the last week, state officials say they have received nearly 150,000 new applications for unemployment insurance, and more than 10,000 of those came from people who work in the personal care and service industry, including salons and spas. Reporting from the Capitol, Callan Gray, 5 Eyewitness News.
And as this pandemic grows, we're learning more about the disease itself, the people most at risk, also the symptoms. We've heard about coughing, fever, and difficulty breathing, but KSTP medical expert Dr. Arkel Giorgio says there may be more to watch out for.
The loss of smell and taste is a new symptom that's emerging completely. In fact, the World Health Organization is not even declaring that those are official symptoms of COVID-19. However, ENT doctors, ear, nose, and throat doctors around the world are starting to see people who are saying, oh my goodness, I suddenly lost my sense of smell. We've seen it in China, South Korea, Italy, other places around the world.
We're getting new data every day, and we're also getting more information from the Minnesota Department of Health on COVID-19 patients, specifically how many are being hospitalized. Dr. Giorgio says the more information we get, the better.
Having hospitalization data and having a national view, not only a state view, but a national view of how many people are being hospitalized gives us so much better insight of who's really getting sick, what hospital capacity do we need, how many intensive care unit beds do we need, how many ventilators do we need.
So far, 21 people have been hospitalized in Minnesota. 7 are in intensive care right now. Fortunately, and listen to this, it's an important one, 88 patients no longer need to be isolated. And University of Minnesota doctors are making ventilators to help with the COVID-19 battle. They put together a prototype using off-the-shelf materials. This makes it cheaper and allows it to be more easily scaled into different designs. They say they're working toward helping solve this emergency situation.
Well, today it happened. The 2020 Summer Olympics in Tokyo have officially been postponed. The International Olympic Committee made that decision after talking to the Japanese Prime Minister and local Olympic organizers. They say the Games will be held no later than the summer of 2021. This marks the first time the Olympics have been postponed or canceled for anything other than a world war. And globally, there are now more than 421,000 confirmed cases of the COVID-19 virus and more than 18,000 deaths. Here's a look at the curve of coronavirus infections you frequently hear health experts and state leaders refer to. It's going up. The hope is it'll peak and stabilize. This is from Johns Hopkins University, but there is hope. More than 107,000 people have recovered.
And that is good news. If you have any questions about the coronavirus pandemic, the Minnesota Department of Health has 2 hotlines for you. For health questions, call 651-201-3920. Again, that is 651-201-3920. And if you have high school or have children questions for your child, they could go to high school, call 651-297-1304. Again, 651-297-1304. You will also find these numbers right now at KSTP.com, also on our free mobile app.
Next at 10.
Cars pulled up to this driveway to make a birthday special for one little boy. We'll tell you how coming up next.
Steady rain and even some snow showers moving in tomorrow and tomorrow night. I'll time it out when 5 Eyewitness News at 10 continues.
With so much uncertainty in our community, we want you to know you can count on us.
Every morning, we're here, just like always, helping you understand what's happening in your neighborhood.
Explaining how all this news affects your family right here at home.
Join us in the morning.
Our home is the training ground for her dreams policy from American Family Insurance. Insure carefully. Dream fearlessly.
I bet you've never seen a sandwich do yoga before. Introducing the new Papadias for just $6. Better ingredients, better pizza, better than a sandwich. Papa John's.
At Hy-Vee, we're doing everything we can to make your life easier, healthier, and happier. And save you money with this week's Hy-Vee hot deals. Red seedless grapes, just 98 cents a pound. Buckley Farms frozen boneless, skinless chicken breasts, only $4.97. Jimmy Dean bacon, just $1.99. And Hy-Vee natural cheese slices, 2 for only $5. Continue to count on low prices, hot deals, and more, only at Hy-Vee.
Busy. That's life for you. So while you get to it, we're going nonstop to keep you running. No running around. For new key fobs, plus your neighborhood's largest selection of batteries plus bulbs. Plus, if your phone needs fixing, we do that too. Know how? Right now. That's our specialty. Stop by Batteries Plus Bulbs and save on Duracell Ultra, boat, RV, motorcycle, and lawn and garden batteries. Or visit batteriesplus.com.
Replace old, dated fixtures in your home with a new light and change the entire look and feel of a room. Muska Lighting is changing the way you shop for lighting. Our showrooms are designed with you in mind. We've handpicked affordable fixtures so you have options, but won't feel overwhelmed. From trendy to traditional, find a style you love. And our designers will help you select the right light to fit your space. Come experience the difference for yourself at Muska Lighting in Eden Prairie and Roseville.
Insta stories anytime you want them. Follow 5 on Instagram.
A heads up for anyone using Metro Transit, more changes. New cuts to service coming tomorrow. They're putting passenger limits on buses and trains to support social distancing. 10 passengers on a 40-foot bus, 15 on a 60-foot bus, and 15 in a light rail car. This is in addition to overnight service cuts made last week. Metro Transit says trains and buses should only be used for essential travel. Ridgedale Center is now temporarily closed, but the mall says essential stores and restaurants with exterior-facing entrances will remain open. Some restaurants will have limited hours. This, of course, would be for takeout orders because restaurants across the state are still closed for dining in.
Wash your hands to prevent the spread. That's the message we're hearing everywhere, but the Minneapolis Downtown Improvement District is making it easier for you when you're out and about. Today, they put out 10 hand washing stations downtown. Their locations will change, but it's a dual sink unit with water, soap, and paper towels. Everything you need, Lindsay, to make sure your hands are clean. And remember, 20 seconds.
Making it easy to find, and that's important.
Yep.
Now, this pandemic is complicating just about every part of our lives. Really. You can't even plan a birthday party without worrying about too many guests and keeping your distance.
As Crystal Bowie reports, a western Wisconsin community had to get creative to show a boy how much he's loved.
Zayden Fry almost didn't get to celebrate his 9th birthday. Coronavirus caused the family to cancel his party. But Zayden's grandparents were determined to make it memorable, so they asked the community for help.
I got a text from his teacher and a friend of mine that says, bring Zayden out on the deck.
And this is what Zayden saw. Cars lining up around the block, honking to say happy birthday.
Kids were screaming, they're honking, they had signs, they decorated their cars. It was amazing.
Zayden couldn't believe his eyes.
And then they went up to the deck and gave me a cake and cupcakes. I've never experienced something like that before.
The dozens of gestures and hundreds of honks even more meaningful because it hasn't been easy for the Fry family. Zayden's mom died last year, so seeing this many people care was extra special.
he was able to wave at everybody that passed by, and if he wasn't there, they would come around again and they'd lay on the horn even longer.
A community making sure one boy still felt loved on his birthday, even if it didn't go quite as planned.
My heart was full. I cried. My husband cried. He cried. It just tells you that we're not alone, and there is people out there that care, and they continuously care.
Thank you.
In North Hudson, Wisconsin, Crystal Bowie, 5 Eyewitness News.
Happy birthday, Zayden. You know, we love seeing these positive stories. Be sure to share them with us using the hashtag KSTPKindness, and we're going to share more of these great stories in just a couple minutes.
That is wonderful. His smile makes the difference.
Yes.
We know we're all getting tired of this, but we're going to keep tracking coronavirus for as long as this crisis lasts and it affects your lives. Our coverage continues starting at 4:30 tomorrow morning, and you can always get updates at KSTP.com. Real-time alerts as well with our free KSTP mobile app. We're in Claire now. I like to call it the quarantine stroll. What time can we get out tomorrow and get some fresh air?
You know, tomorrow's kind of a washout for us, Lindsay, but we could be looking at the potential to maybe go for a walk early in the morning. You'll need the rain gear, but the rain looks to be light at that time. By mid-morning to late morning, though, it's steadier, and we do have the chance for a mix by the afternoon. So right now, although we are mostly dry, I am tracking a couple scattered showers, one round departing across northeastern Minnesota, another round building across west central Minnesota. And this is actually developing a couple storm cells potentially here into the overnight hours. You can see this just southwest of Morris, and this will continue to progress farther eastward. We're starting to see this develop a little bit farther southward than it looked like earlier in the day, so I can't rule out this clipping northern portions of the metro, but no severe weather is expected. At most, you'll just look at some pockets of some heavier rainfall. As we head into tonight, here's this cold front that will continue to progress farther eastward into the day tomorrow, and then behind it, we start to see winds more so out of the north, and that's when we transition over to rain and snow into the afternoon. And we do have a good amount of moisture to work with, so this won't be as light of rain as what we've seen in the last couple of rain showers that we've managed so far this week. We are going to be looking at more widespread rain, 1/4 of an inch to about 1/2 an inch of rainfall. So overnight, we do have the chance for some sprinkles, but we also have the chance for an isolated storm or two, mainly north of 95 as you head farther northward from Cambridge to St. Cloud. And then as we head into tomorrow morning, that rainfall just intensifies through the morning hours. So some scattered showers in the morning, early morning, 7, 8 a.m., and then more moderate rain showers by mid-morning, even heavy at times towards the afternoon. So here's about 3, 4 in the afternoon. We're still looking at mostly rain across southern and eastern portions of the metro, but we're starting to see that change to our west and to our north. And this moves through pretty quickly. Once we do see that switch from rain to a rain-snow mix and snow, it will come down heavy at first, but then this moves out pretty quickly, and even by about 11 o'clock tomorrow night, we are dry. So in terms of how much snow, well, we could grab a couple inches. Many of us really just seeing a coating, if that, but it will melt pretty quickly. It will be a wet, heavy snow as well. So tonight we're in the low 40s, some patchy fog, spotty showers, and isolated storm mainly across northern portions of the metro. As we head into tomorrow, we're topping off in the mid-40s, but we do see winds that are currently right now out of the south, southeast, end up out of the west and eventually out of the north tomorrow. And again, that's when we do see that switch to that mix into the afternoon, coating to 2 inches of snow possible. Thursday is going to be a whole lot nicer for us. We are looking at mostly cloudy skies, the chance for some spotty showers late afternoon into Thursday night, and then Friday rather, we're seeing some steadier rainfall again and a couple thunderstorms possible late afternoon, early evening. Saturday looks to be a washout. Right now, it's predominantly rain, but it's a little early to tell, so you're going to want to stay up to date with the forecast. We could be looking at some wet snow on Saturday as well.
Ren, actually, all I saw was that 60.
It's going to be great.
I know. Yeah. That's what we need to hear.
Now, as promised, more smiles. People across the country are making the best of a bad situation during the coronavirus crisis.
Every day, you're sending us inspirational stories that lift our spirits. We hope yours as well. And tonight's Minnesota Moment, a little girl just a few weeks old meets her great-grandmother for the first time.
This is little Willow Teresa.
Oh my gosh, you got her arm full.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and you can tell she's delighted. That's Willow Teresa meeting her great-grandmother, Marion, through the window at her long-term care facility. She can't have visitors, but they're making it work thanks to speakerphone. Willow was born at the end of last month and is Marion's 35th great-grandchild. I love that we got to be a part of this.
I know.
Little baby girl.
Please share your pictures and videos with us as well. Just use the hashtag KSTP Kindness.
Making it work.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Coming up, we catch up with Stephen Weatherly. Find out why he's leaving the Vikings for the Carolina Panthers. Plus, Richard Pitino of the Gophers reacts to Daniel Oturo's decision to go to the NBA.
5 Eyewitness News is presented by West Bend, the silver lining.
Your business is your pride and joy. You raised it with hard work, from nothing but a dream. And since you care so much, naturally you want to protect it from harm. That's where we come in. Because a great insurance policy is not a necessary evil. It's the best way to keep your business happy, healthy, and profitable. And that is the silver lining. Pamper your business with a policy from West Bend.
Nothing is more important than family, especially in uncertain times. In response to the recent world events, we're taking steps to protect our family with Hyundai Assurance. When you buy or lease a new Hyundai between now and April 30th, we'll cover your payments for up to 6 months in the event you lose your job this year due to COVID-19. Plus, 0% APR financing to well-qualified buyers on select vehicles with deferred payments for 3 months. Hyundai Assurance, because making things better for your family is our first priority.
Hi, Dan Stoltz here for Spire. Today we're going to meet with Barry and his buddy, Buddy.
So tell me a little bit about your dog. What kind of dog do you have?
A Karen Terrier. He rides with me in the car all the time. Some dogs maybe don't like to go in the car. Buddy would like to drive the car.
And Barry, what did you just buy recently that you're refinancing?
Got a cheap Cherokee, and besides getting a lower rate, the customer service is great. I've had other friends that are looking to buy vehicles, and I told them that I got a great deal at Spire, so you should call them too.
But what are the key things you tell them about?
Saving money and dealing with people that care.
In 2020, Radiance Med Spa is celebrating the glitz and glamour of the roaring 20s with savings the entire month of March. 20% off all peels, microdermabrasions, skin pin, and facials. 20% off all dermal fillers and Ultherapy. Plus, bank your Botox. Save when you purchase 20 units or more. Roar into 2020 with your best face forward. My skin has never looked better thanks to Radiance Med Spa in Woodbury. There's a younger you inside.
Renew told me my smile was guaranteed for life.
Guaranteed for life?
Is your smile guaranteed? It's time to come to Renew. We listen to our patients. We know how important this decision really is for you. That's why at Renew, we are giving you a lifetime guarantee on your Renew dental implant anchored smile. You have peace of mind. You have confidence. You are set for life. Years and years of happy smiles from Renew, the home of the lifetime guarantee.
This offer is valid for new patients only. Terms and conditions may apply. Visit one of our centers to learn more.
There could be 3 kids who played high school basketball in Minnesota drafted in the first round of the NBA this year. That's unreal. Trey Jones of Duke, Zeke Naji of Arizona, and Daniel Oturo of the Gophers. You can't blame Oturo for leaving the Gophers after his sophomore season. The NBA likes to draft young players. Daniel's only 20 years old. Gopher coach Richard Pitino thinks that Oturo will have a long, profitable, and successful NBA career.
What Daniel has is he's got an NBA skill set that everybody sees. We were able to, get him to step away from the basket, shoot threes, put him on the perimeter to rip and drive and go, block shots. He's an NBA-type big.
There's another player who grew up playing basketball in Minnesota who could get drafted too. McKinley Wright was a star at Champlain Park and only got better at Colorado. He was a first-team all-conference player in the Pac-12 as a junior. He's now exploring his NBA options. He doesn't have to declare his intentions until April 26th, but he is looking into it. One of the free agent players that the Vikings lost could come back to bite them this season. Stephen Weatherly signed a 2-year, $12.5 million contract with the Carolina Panthers. The Vikings were one of 9 teams who were trying to sign him. Weatherly worked his way up from a 7th-round draft pick to a player everybody wanted.
The game plan they laid out was awesome, and I was really able to get behind it. And how they described their game plan on how they were going to use me, it all just fell in line. And it also helped that they offered the most money too.
The Vikings will host the Carolina Panthers next season. Former Viking Teddy Bridgewater is their quarterback. That'll be a fun one. Aaron Rodgers of the Packers is a happy man tonight. He just got a new number 2 receiver in Green Bay. They signed Devin Funchess. He played only 1 game last season after breaking his collarbone, but he's a big target who caught 21 touchdown passes in the NFL. And you know when a Major League Baseball player knows it's true love? When your wife is willing to play soft toss for you just so you can get your swings in. This is Byron Buxton of the Twins and his wife Lindsay staying in shape in Florida while the sports takes a break. It's not officially the offseason for the Minnesota Wild, but they sure have been aggressive during the break. They signed a college free agent by the name of Mitchell Chafee. He just finished his junior season at Massachusetts, had 16 goals, 13 assists in 30 games. Some say he was the best college free agent out there. The Nightcap is next.
We all have so many questions, and that's why tonight, Nightline is there for you, helping you and your family through this crisis. The good information you need at the end of the day. Nightline tonight at 11:35, 10:35 Central on ABC.
A better grip right when you need it. The 2020 Nissan Altima. Get a low $199 per month lease on the 2020 Nissan Altima.
There's no place like home, especially when Xfinity has you covered with the fastest, most reliable internet. With advanced security to make sure everything you do online stays safe and secure. And with the most TV shows, movies, and streaming apps all in one place. With simple digital tools, you can get the help you need or even troubleshoot your services on your own. Download the Xfinity My Account app or just say help into your voice remote. We're doing all we can to make things simple and easy. Download the Xfinity My Account app today.
Got you some sun protection.
But we work inside. Now what?
He's doing surprise trust falls.
I trust you, Jim.
With Western National insuring your business,
you'll get me next time.
You'll have to find something else to worry about.
At Hy-Vee, we know that now more than ever, we play a vital role in our community to provide food and products that are essential to everyday life. But we could use your help and your smile. If you're currently out of work, no longer in school, or in need of making extra money, Hy-Vee is hiring temporary part-time employees to help in our warehouses, in our stores to restock shelves, and to serve customers. Apply now at Hy-Vee.com. And thanks for helping us be helpful, smile, strong.
There are lots of ways to take care of yourself. And at TCF Bank, we believe finances are a big part of that. It's why we make it easy with digital banking tools, savings, and free checking. That way, financial wellness is right at your fingertips. TCF Bank, helping you take care of you.
I'm a gamer with a head for business. When I realized virtual reality could fill memory voids, I had an aha moment. I decided to pursue my degree at the St. Thomas Schultz School of Entrepreneurship. With my dean's help, I'm building a company that's using VR to keep memories alive for Alzheimer's patients. I'm just an undergrad, but I'm treated like a CEO because I am one. I'm Enzo, and I'm a Tommy.
Where's Dad?
Save on the 2020 Nissan Rogue with rear automatic braking. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months on 12 models.
Track the weather anytime at KSTP.com.
For the Nightcap, the best thing you'll see all day. This little girl not only has a new toy, she can do a perfect impression of that toy, too. When the stuffed animal dances, so does this little girl. I'll tell you what, this toy, I think it's going to be the next Tickle Me Elmo, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Tickle Me Baby. Yeah.
That takes a lot of skill for a little baby.
I tried it. It hurt.
Oh, my gosh. Actually,
Try
I
with
would pay
care.
to see that show.
Oh,
I really,
my
really
goodness,
would.
Joe.
Well, you guys, as we continue into tonight, we're looking at a couple sprinkles, an isolated storm mainly north for northern portions of the metro, even more so towards Cambridge and north of 95. As we head into tomorrow, we've got rain showers through the day. It'll be heavy at times. We switch to a mix into the afternoon. We could grab a coating as well. Lindsay?
All right, Ren, thank you so much, and thank you for being with us here at 10. Nightline is next.
Be sure to join Megan and Chris tomorrow morning for our next edition of 5 Eyewitness News at 4:30.
And remember, we're always on with breaking news and weather updates anytime at KSTP.com. Thanks for being with us.
Track the weather anytime at KSTP.com.
Toyota's family stretches to every corner of this country, so you can trust us to be here for our community. Because the Toyota family is stronger together. We are here for you now and in better days ahead. Toyota.
TV just keeps getting better. How you watch it does too. This is Xfinity X1, featuring the Emmy Award-winning voice remote. Streaming services without changing passwords and inputs. Live sports with real-time stats and scores. Access to the most 4K content. And your movies and shows to go. The best TV experience is the best TV value. Xfinity X1. Simple, easy, awesome. Xfinity, the future of awesome.
Save an extra 7.5% during Warner Stellian's free tax rebate event. This Whirlpool refrigerator is $649 before tax rebate and includes free delivery, haul away, and interest-free financing through March 30th only at Warner Stellian.
A lot has changed overnight, but Buick and GMC's commitment to you remains the same. We understand you want to feel safe, so we're offering current owners complimentary OnStar Crisis Assist services. Should you need a vehicle, we're offering 0% financing for up to 84 months with deferred payment options for 120 days. Plus, you may have the option to shop online and take delivery at home. Visit our websites for the help you need. Buick and GMC, we're here to help.
Hey, Dutch boy, show me Mocha Red.
Okay.
Does it have a smooth, durable finish?
Yes, and it's 50% more stain resistant.
You still talking to Dutch Boy?
Dutch boy, show me Sleepy Purple.
Okay.
Oh, would you look at that?
That's better.
He'll still help us paint, right?
With Dutch Boy's quality paint and Menards expert service, you can twist off to something great.
Right now at Menards, get 11% off everything, including Dutch Boy paint.
Have you guys tried the brain freeze?
No, brain freeze sounds disgusting.
It sounds sour gummy worms.
Oh, I love it. It's so good. You guys have to try it.
What about dragon's blood?
I feel like that'd be like a cherry.
You just missed the tobacco industry's latest scam.
Have you guys tried the...
Because you were supposed to. Tobacco companies use tempting flavors to hook kids on nicotine. Unfortunately, it's working.
Do you want some?
Sure. See what you've been missing at missingitmn.org.
Toyota's family stretches to every corner of this country, so you can trust us to be here for our community. Because the Toyota family is stronger together. We are here for you now and in better days ahead. Toyota.
Food, fashion, and fun. Weekdays at 3 on Twin Cities Live.
This is Nightline.
Tonight, fighting the fallout from the deadly coronavirus, a stalled $1 trillion stimulus, and a presidential push to restart the country.
Easter is our timeline. What a great timeline that would be.
Voices of the COVID-19 economy.
Hopefully find another job, but you can't replace family members and loved ones.
Businesses shut down.
I'm the only income for my household, it's me and my daughter.
Workers without paychecks.
People are going to end up losing their homes, and, we don't know if we might end up being one of them.
And Nightline, born during a crisis 40 years ago tonight.
This is ABC News Nightline.
Now, Ted Koppel with the message for some of the most vulnerable during this COVID-19 pandemic.
My concern is for all the people in this country who cannot afford to be without their work, who do not have access to good medical care.
Nightline, then and now. We'll be right back.
Hey, allergy muddlers. It's here. Do your sneezes turn heads? Try Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, muddle no more.
And try Zyrtec D for proven relief of your allergies, sinus pressure, and congestion.
At Barnett, finding the perfect vehicle is no illusion.
And you don't have to go through hoops.
And we don't cut corners when it comes to customer satisfaction.
This was fun. See you boys later.
Wait, what?
Get Barnett Kia's complimentary million-mile warranty and choose the amazing 50 mpg Kia Niro from under 22 or the Niro plug-in over 100 mpg.
Dad? 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 Dad?
Barnett.
Save big money on your next project with 11% off everything now at Menards. The Isaac pull-down stainless steel kitchen faucet from Delta features shield spray technology to clean dishes and reduce splashing. All Delta faucets are 11% off and styled to your home with Great Lakes hardwood and vinyl plank flooring. It brings timeless beauty to your living space. Save today with 11% off your next flooring project. Stop waiting and start saving with 11% off everything now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Byron Pitts. What about our economy? Tonight in our nation's war with COVID-19, a call to arms by some of the biggest companies on the planet. Walmart, Amazon, and other business behemoths announcing they need workers by the thousands for the new jobs in demand in this new world. That's great news for many. But for the estimated 14 million jobs in jeopardy, those workers, their families, need help right now.
Hello.
Hey, man, this is Byron Pitts from Nightline.
How you doing?
I'm good, brother. It's been just a few hours now since Danny Smiley got the news he'd been dreading. His job of 17 years, gone.
Just found out today I was let go, no severance package, insurance benefits end at the end of the month. Definitely hit home in a hurry.
In the blink of an eye, the Army veteran and father of two, an athletic trainer in Kansas, now one of too many Americans left staring down an uncertain road.
And I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills.
We just don't know. I think it's not knowing is what the problem is.
People are going to end up losing their homes, and, we don't know if we might end up being one of them.
The repercussions of COVID-19 twofold. The devastating number of deaths climbing every day. In the U.S. alone, claiming at least 700 lives, with more than 51,000 diagnosed cases. But it's also upending lives in another way, hitting the lifeblood of this country, the economy. Congress debating a sweeping $2 trillion stimulus package tonight.
Pass the damn bill. Stop negotiating.
Economic concerns were at the forefront of the president's mind, eager for this shutdown to end in just weeks, not months.
It's a very special day. Easter is our timeline. What a great timeline that would be.
Health and state officials have repeatedly cautioned against prematurely ending social distancing measures.
You can't sacrifice human life to get the stock market up. That is a repugnant concept.
It could be months before businesses open back up. Meanwhile, unemployment numbers are at unprecedented levels.
Morgan Stanley predicts that in just the last week, we've seen nearly 3.5 million Americans file for unemployment insurance. That would be nearly 5 times the record high set ever in 1 week.
My name is Melanie Martinez. I am 29 years old. I am from Houston, Texas.
Melanie Martinez, a single mom in Texas, is still coming to terms with losing her job as an assistant restaurant manager. Now, you've worked at this company for 5 years. You're a manager there. Did you see this coming?
I felt safe in my job, and then the next day, literally, was let go.
And so now, how are you feeling?
I feel really hurt because it's a company that I was with for a really long time. I've spent a lot of time there with my employees. We called them tribe, and it was like, we were like a family unit.
On top of that, like many Americans, Melanie is at home recovering from symptoms her doctor believes may be COVID-19.
I think that one of the things that is getting to me the most is that I'm alone in this apartment.
And missing her daughter, 6-year-old Coral, now staying with her father.
I feel totally alone. I would give anything for my daughter to be here right now and to just have her hug me.
you most worried about right now? What's most difficult for you right now?
Paying my bills. That's what I'm most worried about right now. I have rent to pay, and I'm the only income for my household. You know, it's me and my daughter. It's solely up to me to provide for my home.
If I may ask, how much longer can you go? How much longer can you sustain those things?
For this month, I don't know. I'm not sure after this month.
Across the country, at least 24 states have now closed all non-essential businesses, asking people to stay at home, policies affecting millions, including here in Wisconsin, where Ryan Hoban of Pill Crow Coffee was busy growing his small business.
The market was kind of responding pretty well to us. We were building out another cafe.
Seeing the writing on the wall, this father of three closed one of his locations and made the difficult decision to lay off most of his staff early.
We felt like it was our responsibility to allow them to get in unemployment sooner than later. I feel a little bit lost on what the right solution is, and I think our government is lost too. So I think right now more than ever, you need to support your spot because they're in the fight of their lives.
The stimulus bill's provision would help small businesses like Ryan's, but also extend unemployment benefits to the self-employed.
A lot of self-employed individuals, they can only provide their services or products if they have human contact, specifically like a personal trainer or a realtor.
Alabama financial consultant Jafrida Brown is hearing these concerns day after day from her self-employed clients.
To completely have 100%, everything 100% remote now, it's a big change.
Jafrida herself, self-employed, says she can weather this storm for a few more months. But for veteran Danny Smiley, he has no time to wait. He needs Congress to act now.
You've served your country before.
Yes.
Do you think your country is serving you now?
That's a tough question. It's extremely disappointing that in our country that our elected officials cannot put politics aside for a moment and think about those people.
Forgive me, it pisses you off.
Yes, it does.
What will that money mean for you?
Well, for me, it would be a lifesaver right now. It gives me a couple months' rent right there.
Here we go, walking into the hospital for possibly the last time. We're going to find out.
Earlier today, he walked into a meeting that would determine the fate of his job as an athletic trainer.
Quick update on how the meeting went. Apologize, I'm still a little nervous and shaky from it, and a little bit in shock still, but it went as expected. So, there you have it. 17 years in a box.
Just a few months ago, he took on a second job as a substitute teacher. That job now gone as well.
You have twin boys.
Yes, with autism, yes.
How are they doing? How are you? Have you told them yet?
No, I have not. They're trying to still wrap their minds around school not being in session.
Okay, on to the next step for me, which is to file for unemployment in the state of
With
Kansas.
only about 2 months of savings to keep him going, Smiley is now filing for unemployment as he figures out his next source of income.
As a healthcare professional, I'm all for the measures of social distancing, but I got a kind of slap in the face today of the consequences of that.
Tonight, like so many across America, Danny Smiley feels under attack by a virus of many names: fear, uncertainty, COVID-19. But for now, his vaccine of choice: courage.
So I'm having to kind of to sacrifice, and I'm willing to sacrifice my job and my benefits if it's for the good of the people. I mean, hopefully something good will come of it.
That's a courageous thing to say.
Yeah, thank you. I hope it was worth it. I will hopefully find another job, but you can't replace family members and loved ones. Humans can't be replaced. Jobs can at some point.
Love, courage, have many faces in battle. One American company familiar with wartime footing, adapting to the needs at hand, is the Ford Motor Company. Earlier today, I spoke with Bill Ford Jr., Executive Chairman at Ford. Sir, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Ford is one of America's most iconic companies. In this new time, in this so-called new economy, you announced today that you'll be working with 3M and GE to produce medical equipment. What will you be producing?
We're going to be with GE. We're actually helping them engineer and design a new ventilator that will be easier to produce in big numbers. With 3M, we're doing respirator masks that are so needed by both first responders and by medical workers. And we aim to take their production up anywhere from 6 to 10 times what they can currently do. With ourselves, we are doing face shields, which we are testing 1,000 this week with hospitals in the Metro Detroit area, and we can gear up to about 100,000 a week very soon. And then finally, we are 3D printing N95 masks as well, because hospitals have a great need for that.
How long before we can expect to see these products out and available to people?
So we're laying our facilities out with the proper social distancing and proper protection. But then we're just going to go like hell and get moving. I mean, one of the things that we do well is we know how to scale things quickly. We can really help 3M and GE, both in their facilities and also in ours, crank up production, and we can go very quickly.
Now, today you also announced that you'll not be reopening your factories on March 30th as you'd originally planned. So when will those factories reopen, and how are your employees doing?
We actually don't know when they're going to reopen. You know, we are in Michigan, for instance, we're under a 3-week shutdown order. I think the biggest issue will be when the UAW and ourselves feel it's safe to reopen. Our employees are doing well. I mean, they'd love to get back to work, but only when it's safe.
And we know currently Ford is paying their employees about 88% of their salaries during this shutdown.
I think it's important that, you know, that we all do our part to make sure that we do get through this in good shape.
Why did you feel the need to engage this at this time in this way?
We've actually gotten involved with disease before. We built iron lungs when the polio crisis hit after World War II. We also built incubators for babies in rural areas. So, you know, whatever our country needs, whether it's first responders vehicles or respirators and ventilators and masks, we'll be there for the country.
Bill Ford Jr., chairman of the Ford Company, as a wise man once said, go like hell. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sobering, encouraging words from Detroit. When we come back, Nightline, 40 years of telling the truth, and Ted Koppel with a message for today.
It's time to step up, prep up.
Step up, prep up.
To help keep you free from the risk of HIV.
From the makers of Truvada, a new PrEP option. Descovy for PrEP, a once-daily prescription medicine that helps lower the chances of getting HIV through sex. It's not for everyone. Descovy for PrEP has not been studied in people assigned female at birth. Talk to your doctor to find out if it's right for you.
Step up for health and body.
Prep up for your one and only love, or many loves. For kings, this queen, and you royals in between. For my now.
Our now.
And my future. Our future.
Step up, prep up. Descovy is the newest way to prep. Descovy does not prevent other sexually transmitted infections, so it's important to use safer sex practices and get tested regularly. You must be HIV negative to take Descovy for PrEP, so you need to get tested for HIV immediately before and at least every 3 months while taking it. If you think you were exposed to HIV or have flu-like symptoms, tell your doctor right away. They may check to confirm you are still HIV negative. Serious side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare life-threatening side effects include a buildup of lactic acid and liver problems. The most common side effect was diarrhea. Tell your doctor about all the medicines and supplements you take, or if you have kidney or liver problems, including hepatitis. If you have hepatitis B, do not stop taking Descovy without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about your risk of HIV, and if Descovy for PrEP is right for you.
Words are loud, but actions are louder.
Step up,
prep up
with Descovy for PrEP.
Get help paying for Descovy for PrEP. Learn more at stepupprepup.com.
To be honest, a little dust, it never bothered me until I found out what it actually was.
Dust mite droppings? Ew. Dead skin cells?
Gross. So now I grab my Swiffer Sweeper and heavy-duty dusters.
Duster extends to 3 feet to get all that gross stuff. Gotcha.
And for that nasty dust on my floors, my sweeper's on it.
The textured cloths grab and hold dirt and hair no matter where dust bunnies hide. No more heebie-jeebies. Glad I stopped cleaning and started Swiffering.
What are you doing April 8th? Working late? Laundry? Taxes? Or watching the 8-episode celebrity event Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Hosted by Jimmy Kimmel, April 8th on ABC.
Where's Daddy?
Save on the 2020 Nissan Rogue with rear automatic braking. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months on 12 models.
One steel bar and 700 pounds of dead weight versus one single loop of T-Rex brute force, the absolute strongest duct tape. The tape survives unscathed. The steel, not so much.
It's always great to have choices, and you have the area's simple, dignified, and smart choice for cremation right here in the Twin Cities. Learn more at choicecremation.com.
When it comes to your business internet, which is more important?
Okay, wish I didn't have to choose.
Like, the more I think about it, the more I want to jump to each room.
What if I said you can have it all? Comcast Business gives you connectivity that goes beyond.
So do I.
That's speed, reliability, and security, all from one provider.
Touchdown!
Comcast Business goes beyond with the extraordinary speed, reliability, and security your business needs. Call today. Comcast Business. Beyond fast.
Where's Daddy?
Save on the 2020 Nissan Rogue with rear automatic braking. Get a low $199 per month lease on the 2020 Rogue.
Wash your hands. Avoid sick people and touching your face. There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. Brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
With so much uncertainty in our community, we want you to know you can count on us.
Every morning, we're here, just like always, helping you understand what's happening in your neighborhood.
Explaining how all this news affects your family right here at home.
Join us in the morning.
This is ABC News Nightline. It is not the celebration we were planning even just a few weeks ago, but it is a milestone worth noting. It was 40 years ago this broadcast officially became Nightline, an end-of-the-day accounting of sorts of a major crisis far from our shores. Back then, Iran was ground zero. Tonight, the threat is much closer. Much of the world held hostage by a virus that kills indiscriminately. My co-anchor Juju Chang was fortunate to talk with the man who anchored this program solo back at his birth. For decades, Ted Koppel informed and comforted this nation. Tonight, why he's worried about the most vulnerable today.
Hello, Ted. I'm so pleased to see you looking so well and so glad you could join us tonight from your home office.
Well, aren't you nice? Thank you. It's good to be with you.
Well, it's a bit of nostalgia, perhaps, but you helped launch Nightline during another critical moment in our nation's history, which was the prolonged Iran hostage crisis.
Nightline began, as you may recall, as something called America Held Hostage, Day 30, Day 100. Well, there was a national obsession with that story. Very similar, in a sense, to what we find now, except that American lives were not as directly affected as they are now by the coronavirus. This is a much bigger crisis, and I hope it doesn't last as long. That one, as you may recall, lasted over a year, 444 days.
You've also dedicated nearly 2 decades to another mission, which is fighting COPD, the ravages of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which your wife, Grace Ann, has struggled with.
I don't think people understand how much of a national problem COPD is and how relevant it is to what's going on right now. Because coronavirus, as most of your viewers probably know, attacks the lungs. And COPD is chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. It kills 155,000 Americans a year. And people with COPD are probably more vulnerable to the coronavirus than almost any other group.
And so during this time of crisis, how have you and Grace Ann been practicing social distancing and keeping yourselves safe?
Grace Ann has been training me in this art for a long time. We have been doing elbow bumps rather than handshakes, washing our hands constantly.
And yet when you look at the wider vulnerable population, how do you calibrate that message? How do you get people to take it seriously for those who are vulnerable?
Unfortunately, I think we find that people only begin to take things like this seriously when someone in their circle, becomes critically ill, or even worse, tragically dies. We are going to see a great deal of that in this country over the next few weeks and months. Wake up. I mean, it really is too serious. It's going to be too damaging.
Ted, so much of your legacy here at Nightline was to be a calming voice in the midst of uncertainty and this type of national crisis. What would you say to people who are having a hard time keeping perspective?
I would say it is time more than ever in this country to come to the realization that what we need more than anything else is reliable, credible journalism. The fact that so much information is being conveyed by people who have no background in journalism whatsoever, but who do have the ability through the internet to communicate absolute nonsense and sometimes damaging nonsense over the internet. This is a time when, rather than questioning the credibility of the media, we need to reinforce it. It's what we tried to do 40 years ago in a time of crisis, and what I know you're trying to do today.
Well, Ted, that's indeed your legacy. That's Nightline's legacy. I'm so glad you could join us tonight. This is certainly a time when truth and science and facts matter. So thanks. Be well and take care of yourself and Grace Ann. We'll see you on the other side.
You too. Thank you.
Our thanks to Juju and Ted. We'll be right back.
Once weekly Ozempic is helping many people with type 2 diabetes like James lower their blood sugar. A majority of adults who took Ozempic reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
Here's your A1C.
Oh, my A1C is under 7.
And you may lose weight. Adults who took Ozempic lost on average up to 12 pounds.
I lost almost 12 pounds.
Oh.
For those also with known heart disease, Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as heart attack, stroke, or death.
It lowers the risk.
Oh.
And I only have to take it once a week.
Oh. Ozempic is not for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not share needles or pens. Don't reuse needles. Do not take Ozempic if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are allergic to Ozempic. Stop taking Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, itching, rash, or trouble breathing. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your doctor if you have diabetic retinopathy or vision changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Common side effects are nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, and constipation. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Once weekly Ozempic is helping me reach my blood sugar goal.
You may pay as little as $25 per prescription. Ask your healthcare provider today about once weekly Ozempic.
You met on an app. Delete it.
Why?
He's the one.
Huh?
Gesundheit. I see something else. A star with 3 points. You're in a Mercedes.
We wish.
Wish granted. With 4 models starting under $37,000, there could be a Mercedes-Benz in your very near future at the spring event. Lease the A220 sedan for just $349 a month with credit toward your first month's payment at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer.
With the start of each new day, so much concern, so much confusion. And that's why Good Morning America is there for you, answering your questions, because we're all in this together.
Save big money on your next project with 11% off everything now at Menards. Pittsburgh Grand Distinction Interior Paint is a premium paint and primer with a long-lasting, durable finish. Plus, get 11% off. Find your style with outdoor wall lights from Patriot Lighting. The Temple wall light has an oil-rubbed bronze finish and watermark glass. Plus, get 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving with 11% off everything now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
They were a group of Minnesota kids who brought a country together 40 years ago with a miracle on ice.
Took my stick and I whipped it against the glass and I never saw it again.
There's absolutely no question in my mind that this team has the talent that they can win it all.
The greatest moment in sports of the 20th century.
Minnesota celebrates the 1980 Miracle on Ice on a homegrown miracle.
Sunday night at 11 on 5 Eyewitness News.
We get the calls day and night, like my husband was in a terrible car accident. How will we pay the mortgage? I was injured by a distracted driver. Now I'm in constant pain. Life's tragedies don't happen 9 to 5, and that's why you can call us 24/7. Our experienced attorneys will work hard to get you all the benefits you deserve. If you've been seriously injured, end the uncertainty. Trust your family with ours. Sieben Carey, Minnesota's original personal injury law firm.
Most Minnesotans only have one agent representing one company for their home and auto insurance. No options. Has your agent ever called recommending you move to a different insurance company, providing you better coverage for a better price? I didn't think so. The Canopy Group will painlessly do this for you. They will give you the best options from their 16 companies. So many options. Visit thecanopygroup.com and get the best coverage for the best price. Insurance, made simple and easy. The Canopy Group.
There's never been a better time to buy a brand new Mitsubishi or certified used vehicle. The Fed has cut interest rates to an all-time low, and that means great deals for you. Get 0% financing on all new Mitsubishis and certified pre-owned vehicles. Or take a break from car payments until summer with no payments for 90 days. Plus at-home test drives and free home delivery to anywhere in Minnesota. And every purchase comes with your own white bear. What could be better? But hurry, offers end soon. Shop online at whitebearmitsubishi.com.
Track local news anytime at KSTP.com. Nightline. The stories that shape your world, shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. Watch the most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline on Hulu.
When politicians send their thoughts and prayers with no action, we say no more.
You have no idea what it feels to get back home and not having your son here.
Just focus on what I have to do for everybody, every other kid in this country.
Imagine getting in a plane crash, surviving, and getting on the same plane every day where the one issue that caused it isn't fixed.
After Parkland, now available on Hulu.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
And finally tonight, 40 years ago, this broadcast was born out of crisis. America held hostage, we were called back then. Facts, context, comfort, help us through. 40 years later, we're still here, same formula. And please know we are working, many of us praying, for the same results. Far sooner, of course. Thanks for the company, America. And to Ted Koppel and his teams, thank you for showing us the way. Good night.
From Hollywood, it's Jimmy Kimmel Live. Tonight, Elle Fanning, comedian Dave Berg.
In the COVID-19 response in Minnesota. House of Representatives will get back to work around noon, while the Senate will start working at 2 p.m. tomorrow. House Speaker Melissa Hortman and Senate Majority Leader Paul Gazelka released a statement saying that they are continuing to work closely with Governor Walz on COVID-19 matters to protect the health and the well-being of Minnesotans. They also say they will convene within the guidelines of the State Department of Health.
All right, it's 5 minutes into the afternoon here as we look live outside from our Midway Skycam downtown Minneapolis, and the picture has not changed much since even very early this morning. Kind of a gloomy, cloudy, wet day out there. We want to bring in meteorologist Jonathan Newhouse tracking the showers and snow on the radar right now, John.
That's right, Matt. You can probably see that. There's white on this radar, and that indicates snow. The pink indicates a mix of rain and snow, and there might be a little bit of sleet, too, in these yellow areas around the St. Cloud area. But here at the Twin Cities, we're just anticipating rain for most of the day. Earlier this morning, we did have a few thunderstorms that were sneaking up just south of the Twin Cities and wound up over here in western Wisconsin. But as we head through this day, we're going to continue to see this rain become more widespread and a little heavier into the afternoon. And yes, that's some snow out there, and this could end as some snow here in the Twin Cities. We're not anticipating much, but there may be a light coating late tonight. So the temperature holds steady around 48 degrees this afternoon. Rain, at times there may be a little bit of thunder, but otherwise look for just a wet afternoon. I'll detail your 7-day forecast, let you know about some nice days ahead. It's coming up in a few minutes.
We'll look forward to that, John. Thank you. St. Paul City Council members will be meeting today, but for the very first time, the group's not going to meet in person. They'll all be meeting over a video conference, and Mayor Melvin Carter plans to present a small business and family relief proposal during an update on how the capital city's response response to the pandemic's unfolding. And if you're interested in watching that meeting, you can do it online. The meeting gets going in about 3.5 hours at 3:30 this afternoon.
And we know that Governor Tim Walz will be speaking this afternoon, too, around 2 o'clock, giving us an update. We do know this at this point. He's holding off on a shelter in place, at least for now.
But at the same time, Leah, he says school closures and those restrictions in place on bars and restaurants and gyms and the like, well, they were originally set to expire Friday, but they're going to be extended likely. And the governor's also openly disagreeing with President Donald Trump's hope to send Americans back to work by the Easter holiday.
This is going to take some time. It's going to be well beyond Easter, and I don't think it does us any good to pretend that it's not.
The governor says his administration is still collecting data on when COVID-19 cases could peak locally and when Minnesota would hit hospital bed capacity. The governor says he plans to make a decision then about more restrictions after getting that information. And some promising news here to pass along. The governor says he already has data that offers proof Minnesotans are following the social distancing guidelines and they are choosing to stay home, Leah.
There's at least one economist we spoke with from the University of Minnesota who's warning about how quickly we restart the economy. Vivi Chari helps advise the Federal Reserve, and he warns about what could happen if we jump back in too soon.
Back into normal economic activity without an adequate testing infrastructure is just going to lead us in this cycle forever.
So he says without better testing, infected people could once again come into contact with others, which could cause a spike in cases and more economic issues. A shortage in testing is still an issue across the U.S. And the Minnesota Health Department only tested 150 kits on Monday. That's the smallest batch yet.
There's some growing concern that coronavirus cases could really start to multiply and then eventually overload the hospital system across the state in the next few weeks. And one doctor at Hennepin Healthcare says they're looking at setting up beds for patients in places like hotels and closed nursing homes. In the metro, about 15% of intensive care unit beds are open right now, only 15%, and those are expected to fill up fast.
A lot of people are on critical care, on life support for weeks at a time with this.
As for ventilators, we're hearing a lot of talk about those. Hennepin Healthcare operates about 50 of them across all of its facilities, and they say they can double that number by using some substitute hospital equipment instead. Meanwhile, the University of Minnesota doctors are making ventilators to try and help with the COVID-19 effort. They've put together a prototype using some readily available, just off-the-shelf materials, and they say this is going to create a cheaper option that will be more easily scaled into different designs.
And as this COVID-19 pandemic grows, we're learning more about the disease itself and the symptoms. And we've heard about coughing, fever, difficulty breathing. But KSTP medical expert Dr. Raquel Giorgio says there may be more to watch out for.
The loss of smell and taste is a new symptom that's emerging completely. In fact, the World Health Organization is not even declaring that those are official symptoms of COVID-19. However, ENT doctors, ear, nose, and throat doctors around the world are starting to see people who are saying, oh my goodness, I suddenly lost my sense of smell. We've seen it in China, South Korea, Italy, other places around the world.
One more thing to keep an eye on. At this point, we know 21 people have been hospitalized in Minnesota. 7 are in intensive care right now. Fortunately, though, 88 patients no longer need to be isolated.
We also have a heads up for anyone who relies on Metro Transit to get around. There are some new service cuts that started taking effect today. They are putting passenger restrictions on buses and trains to support social distancing. Only 10 passengers are going to be allowed on 40-foot buses. 15 people will be allowed onto a 60-foot bus. And the restrictions also cover the light rail trains. Only 15 passengers will be allowed in each car. And this is all in addition to the overnight service cuts that were already made last week. Metro Transit said the trains and buses should only be used by people right now for essential travel.
And Minnesota Timberwolves star Karl Anthony Towns says his mother is hospitalized with what he believes to be a serious case of COVID-19. In an emotional video message to fans, he says that his mom's condition has significantly worsened since he last talked with her several days ago.
She is the head of our household. She's the boss. She's been in a medically induced coma. Since that day, I haven't talked to her, haven't been able to obviously communicate with her. I've just been getting updates on her condition. It's rough, and you know, day by day, we're just seeing how it goes.
Towns goes on to thank the medical staff caring for his family. He calls them heroes.
Just a reminder, our coronavirus coverage continues 24 hours a day here on 45 TV. We also have updates during our newscasts on Channel 5 Eyewitness News. And you can always get up-to-date information at KSTP.com. And if you haven't already, download our mobile app so you have the info on the go.
Coming up, many people are eager just to get outside with this pandemic going on. See what's in store for today. We've got a full forecast with meteorologist Jonathan Yuha straight ahead.
Kids were screaming, they're honking, bad signs.
We'll also have what drove one local community to get creative to do something for a special friend.
And local musicians are stepping up to help their community see the creative way they're supporting each other when Eyewitness News at noon on 45 continues.
You're watching 45 TV.
45 TV. Mom planned everything from how she did her hair to the flowers she'd plant in the spring. So it's no surprise she used the pre-planning services at Crescent Tide. That allowed us to honor Mom the way she would have wanted it. Local, family-owned. Crescent Tide Cremation Services.
Introducing 0000000 bankruptcy. $0 for the initial consultation. 0 money down if you qualify, and lots of people do. 0 nasty calls from bill collectors. 0 left owing on lots of debts. And 0 choice for creditors because bankruptcy gives them 0 choice. 0 stress because Walker & Walker does it right. And 0 loss of sleep for you. Need a bunch of zeros in your life? Then call me for a $0 consultation.
Don't kid with COVID. mHealth Fairview wants you to know that what you do today will affect your family and our community tomorrow. Social distancing helps you avoid contact with those who may be infected with the virus. What can you do? Steer clear of crowds of 10 or more people. Keep a distance of 6 feet between you and others in public spaces. And if possible, work from home. Wash your hands, avoid big groups, and stay home if you feel sick. We've all got to do our part.
Victoria's House Guest is cooking with grass.
Someone got a head start on the gelato. They just need to know that they're going to be high for about 5 days.
Hi.
Mike and Molly, 5 days a week at 4 and 4:30 on 45 TV.
Welcome back, everybody. With gyms closing due to COVID-19, a lot of people want to get outside. They're using the parks to try to stay active. Well, the city of Richfield wants to remind people to be careful. They posted these signs. These have important reminders about still practicing social distancing, even when you're outside. They're also reminders just to go home if you're sick.
Yeah, and getting out there to get some fresh air is still really important. You can't just sit inside, and a whole lot of people are taking advantage of parks and trails all around the state. And here's some video. I think this was around Lake Harriet. And officials say you still need to practice social distancing, though, even when you're outside. We've heard reports that the lakes and parks are just packed with people, and you can see that here on these trails. Minneapolis Parks and Rec also asking people to stay home if they're not feeling well. Very important.
Oh, it's so true. I've been out at the Minneapolis lakes, and there are lots of people, but I think people are remembering that. Keep your distance. So the coronavirus pandemic is complicating just about every part of our lives right now. You can't even plan a birthday party without worrying about too many guests and keeping your distance. Well, as Crystal Bowie reports now, there's a Western Wisconsin community who got really creative, and all to show a boy how much he is loved.
Zayden Fry almost didn't get to celebrate his 9th birthday. Coronavirus caused the family to cancel his party. But Zayden's grandparents were determined to make it memorable, so they asked the community for help.
I got a text from his teacher and a friend of mine that says, bring Zayden out on the deck.
And this is what Zayden saw. Cars lining up around the block, honking to say happy birthday.
Kids were screaming, they're honking, they had signs, they decorated their cars. It was amazing.
Zayden couldn't believe his eyes.
And then they went up to the deck and gave me a cake and cupcakes. I've never experienced something like that before.
The dozens of gestures and hundreds of honks even more meaningful because it hasn't been easy for the Fry family. Zayden's mom died last year, so seeing this many people care was extra special.
He was able to wave at everybody that passed by, and if he wasn't there, they would come around again and they'd lay on the horn even longer.
A community making sure one boy still felt loved on his birthday, even if it didn't go quite as planned.
My heart was full. I cried. My husband cried. He cried. It just tells you that we're not alone. and there is people out there that care, and they continuously care.
Thank you.
In North Hudson, Wisconsin, Crystal Bowie, Eyewitness News on 45.
Well, I want to show you some snow out there here in western Minnesota. Now, this is far from the Twin Cities, but it may look like this in the Twin Cities later this evening as that rain that we have transitions over to some snow. But this is Highway US 212 west of Dawson, getting close to the Minnesota-South Dakota border, where they're just getting a little bit of snow, so the roads may be a little slick out that way. But here, it's just a rain and warm enough that it stays rain most of the day. Right now, 46 degrees in the Twin Cities, calm winds. We don't have any real heavy rain in the metro, but as we head into the afternoon, the rain will become heavier and more steady. Temperatures are a little warmer on the southeast side of the metro in the upper 40s. As you get northwest of here, it drops off to 40 at Buffalo, 35 at St. Cloud. The significance of watching that today is because when it's raining, we want to see where those temperatures are, and we know our temperature will be falling into the upper 30s late this afternoon, so we could wind up seeing snow mixed with sleet and rain after about 6 or 7 o'clock. It won't amount to much, though. It is warming up to our south right now, 52 at Chicago, 58 at Grand Island, while it's still quite cold to our north, and that is helping to generate this storm system that we have over the area. And it is igniting a little bit of lightning at times, not severe thunderstorms, but we've had some lightning around Le Sueur County, and then we saw some in western Wisconsin, and that's the way it's going to be today. The Severe Storms Forecast Center does have the possibility of non-severe thunderstorms all the way up to Scott and Dakota County. Further south is a better risk here to see embedded thunderstorms. Remember, sometimes they can produce hail when it's cold out and you're just getting a thunderstorm, but not damaging hail. This is what we have here. Rain to our south, drizzle in the Twin Cities, and a heavier rain to our north that mixes with snow around St. Cloud and points west to the South Dakota border. I was showing you US 212 out here, getting a little bit of accumulation, not much. And as this moves through the Twin Cities today, it'll mainly be rain, but as we get into this evening, it will mix with some snow. So this is 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, the rush hour, and it's just mostly rain. But on the back side of this, a little bit of snow mixing in with this at times. And then it ends before midnight, and it's out of here. And we wake up to a fairly nice Thursday here in the Twin Cities. So for today, we'll have clouds and fog, rain, maybe a little thunder. Temperature will fall from 46 degrees to about 38 degrees by 6 p.m. And then as we get into tonight, colder. That period of rain and snow mixed until about midnight, probably really ending about 9 or 10 o'clock. Some patchy fog developing late, overnight low at 30, and then tomorrow it starts out nice in the morning, but then as we get into the afternoon, we're back to clouds and we have a chance for some rain showers. Nicer on Friday after fog in the morning, 53, and then a very wet Saturday, some rain, some thunder, high at 48. Sunday, we could actually have a little light snow in the morning, but the afternoon looks great at 52 with sunshine, and look at your Monday, we're at 60, and then 56 on Tuesday. So you can see it's about every other day here. We're getting some rain in the Twin Cities.
Yes, it's spring, isn't it? John, thanks. Back to the coronavirus pandemic, and as you know, it is impacting so many people and the livelihoods of a lot of us. One population of workers is being hit especially hard, and that's musicians.
So some local musicians are turning to the community for support right now, and they're launching a new coloring book. It's called The Big Coloring Book of First Avenue, and it was set up by that all iconic Minneapolis venue. Organizers say a large portion of the proceeds, about 60%, will be donated, and it features drawings from local artists. And the coloring book is the brainchild of local artist Harmar Superstar. His real name is Sean Tillman, and the coloring book costs $20, and they are expected to be in the mail sometime in April.
All right, there's a great idea. There's another local couple sending a letter to Governor Tim Walz, and they're asking for more help for small businesses. It has been shared hundreds of times, this letter has, on social media. And as Callan Gray reports, the governor says he's now working with lawmakers in Washington to see what can be done.
When salons and spas were shut down last week through an executive order, the owners of Sola Salon Studios stopped charging rent. They have 8 locations where about 340 beauty professionals rent space for their businesses.
But what that doesn't help all of those people with is paying their bills, paying their personal bills.
So they posted a letter calling on Governor Walz and state lawmakers to change the rules for unemployment benefits so that all sole practitioners can qualify, or that a similar program be created to help them. It's been shared more than 600 times on Facebook.
The state or the federal government, somebody needs to make provision for these people who can't work while the closures are going on.
According to the State Department of Employment and Economic Development, self-employed workers and independent contractors can access unemployment benefits, but only if they previously elected to be covered.
If you pay in, then you're eligible.
But they say these are extenuating circumstances.
The whole unemployment fund, it doesn't really contemplate that people would be out of work because the government is the one to shut them down. What we're asking the government to do is, take that into account and try to provide some relief to those people.
In the last few days, Governor Walz has announced small business emergency loans are now available on the state and federal level. And while the owners of Sola Salon Studios say it's a step in the right direction,
we don't really need an interest-free loan to cover their business expenses. We need income replacement.
I know, and I'm hearing from people, it doesn't take into all considerations independent contractors. We are continuing to work to provide that data and that support.
In the last week, state officials say they have received nearly 150,000 new applications for unemployment insurance, and more than 10,000 of those came from people who work in the personal care and service industry, including salons and spas. Reporting from the Capitol, Callan Gray, Eyewitness News on 45.
And Minnesota businesses all over are having to reinvent themselves. Some are trying to step up and help in the fight against COVID-19, and that includes Twin Cities Flag Source in Anoka County, which usually makes and repairs American flags. But this week, the company hopes to produce medical masks instead and to donate them to a local hospital.
Right now, these face masks are important to people that need them while they can't get them.
And they're not the only ones. WSI Sportswear in Eagan is also stepping up to help the company, also creating medical masks to try and get people protected.
We have so many people jumping in to help. And all around the U.S., people are making the best of a bad situation. All this going on amid a pandemic.
Viewers are sending us inspirational stories every day, like one family celebrating a new addition in a difficult time. Take a look.
This is little Willow Teresa.
Oh my gosh, you remember her?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's Willow Teresa meeting her great-grandmother, Marion, through the window at her long-term care facility. Marion just can't have visitors. You see her face? Look at how happy she is. The family made it work, thanks to a speakerphone, kind of saving all of us these days.
Oh, it is so nice. And thank goodness it's not just miserably cold out there, so that little sweet baby can be out with her dad and getting to see her grandma through the window. Oh, everybody wins there. Willow was born at the end of last month. She is actually Marion's 35th great-grandchild. And we would love to see your pictures and your videos, too. Maybe you have a new baby or a new puppy or just something nice going on in your neighborhood. Use the hashtag KSTPKindness.
Love that.
Plans for expansion. You're watching Eyewitness News at noon on 45. Of course, this is all because of the coronavirus pandemic. So the Minneapolis-based retailer says that it will only remodel 130 stores. That's down. Their original plan had 300 stores being remodeled. Target also says it will only open 15 to 20 new stores this year. It had originally planned for 36 new locations. So these remodels and the new stores, though, are expected to continue next year. The company says it's seen an increase in traffic and sales through mid-March, as you may expect. And new today, the grand opening of the Dayton's project has now been postponed. This project, a $214 million renovation, was expected this spring, but officials said they'll continue to follow the direction of the CDC and the state to try to share updates for a new opening date.
Boeing may be getting ready to restart production of those grounded 737 MAX jets by May. Reuters is reporting that whole plan, though, hinges on the effect the coronavirus is having on worldwide travel. And it also depends on whether U.S. regulators are going to sign off on allowing the 737 MAX jets to fly again. American automakers are expected to extend the shutdown of their plants because of the coronavirus pandemic. They had hoped to try and reopen factories by the end of March. But now Reuters is reporting Ford, GM, and Fiat Chrysler are all eyeing possible dates next month, so it's going to stretch into April here. Joann fabric and craft stores are teaming up with Neiman Marcus to make medical supplies like gowns, masks, and scrubs. Joann is sending materials to Neiman Marcus alteration shops, and that's where they're going to be assembled. Joann's also opening up some classrooms in its stores for people who would like to go there to make some of those supplies.
And Walmart now making some changes to help both customers and employees during the outbreak. First, the company is giving all of its employees free access to a budgeting app. It's called Even, along with giving them weekly pay. Walmart is also waiving fees for telehealth checkups to help customers. Sneeze guards will be placed in all Walmart pharmacies and regular checkouts. Carts will also be sanitized using a chemical sprayer, and floor decals are being put in checkout lanes to help people remember that social distancing. At Sam's Club, special shopping hours will begin tomorrow, and this is to give those most at risk for COVID-19 easier access to get in there and buy their goods. From 7 to 9 each Tuesday and Thursday morning, seniors and those with disabilities or those with compromised immune systems will be able to shop. And during those hours, a special concierge service will also be available. This is to give shoppers the option to submit a shopping list from the parking lot, and then an employee will go inside and get their goods and get their items for them. YouTube says it's reducing video quality. It now plays videos in standard definition quality unless you manually change to high definition. Other streaming services are cutting bandwidth as well. The idea is to help out internet providers, which are being strained because of all the people who are staying home to be online.
You know who else is busy? Food delivery services seeing a huge surge in demand. Uber Eats saw a 10% increase in sales last week and compared to the week before. The company reports a 30% increase in people also signing up to help deliver that food. So a surge in workers too. Home sales are down across the Midwest as they surge in other parts of the country right now. The U.S. Commerce Department is reporting that new home sales are up about 4.5% last month. Regionally, however, the Midwest is down 7%, so big discrepancy there. Numbers are expected to fall in part because of the impact of the pandemic right now. Ridgedale Center in Minnetonka is now temporarily closed, though the mall says essential stores and restaurants with exterior-facing entrances will be remaining open. Some restaurants will have some limited hours, and that would, of course, be for takeout orders only because restaurants all across the state are still closed to dining in right now.
Yeah, we are seeing this everywhere we look.
Yeah, the new normal. Let's hope it ends eventually here. Coming up here this afternoon, leaders in Washington, this is a big headline of the day. They've agreed on a $2 trillion stimulus package for the nation, what families and hospitals and businesses can all expect to receive.
And there's one Minneapolis family just devastated after a fire. See how neighbors were answering the call to help when
Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon again. It's the bottom of the hour now, and topping the news, of course, is the very latest on the coronavirus pandemic. And we just got that updated number of confirmed cases in Minnesota earlier this morning, and it continues to climb.
It does in Minnesota and around the globe. And as our governor has done every day this week, Governor Tim Walz will again give an update at 2 o'clock this afternoon. He's also speaking with leaders of the Minnesota Department of Health.
And the governor is still also working from home. He's going to stay quarantined in St. Paul until April 6th. He was exposed to someone on his security detail who has tested positive for COVID-19.
Another thing we're keeping an eye on today is the stock market. And look at this. After plenty of days of arrows pointing down in the red, you're seeing lots of green. Dow Jones up over 1,000 today. NASDAQ, S&P 500 all in the positive direction today. A lot of this because lawmakers in Washington, D.C. are putting a package together trying to help the economy.
One of the other big national headlines for you this afternoon, 16 attorneys general are calling on President Donald Trump to use the full power of the Defense Production Act to prioritize the making of masks and respirators and other critical items needed right now in the pandemic. Of course, they're needed by healthcare workers, first responders, and law enforcement officers all across the country. Minnesota is one of those states making that request of the president. And overseas, a big headline, Prince Charles has tested positive for COVID-19. In a statement from Clarence House, that's the prince's London residence, a spokesperson says the 71-year-old has mild symptoms but is otherwise in good health. He is self-isolating at home in Scotland. He'll keep working from home, and officials say his wife Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, has tested negative for the virus.
Wow. Back at home, Minnesota legislative leaders are set to reconvene tomorrow with the next steps in the COVID-19 COVID-19 response coming up here in Minnesota. So the House of Representatives will get back to work at noon. The Senate will start working at 2 p.m. tomorrow. And House Speaker Melissa Hortman and Senate Majority Leader Paul Gazelka have released a statement. They say they are continuing to work closely with Governor Walz on COVID-19 matters. They want to work to protect the health and well-being of Minnesotans. And they also say that they will convene within the guidelines of the State Department of Health. We continue to track the number of coronavirus cases around the world. Right now, we know that there are almost 439,000 confirmed cases worldwide. There are more than 55,000 cases in the U.S. In Minnesota, there are now 287 confirmed cases. That's the updated number today. One person has died in our state. In Wisconsin, 506 cases have been confirmed, and 5 people have died.
And now we want to talk about that big deal in Washington. Lawmakers have finally secured an agreement on a $2 trillion stimulus package. I mean, this comes after a marathon of closed-door meetings there on Capitol Hill.
This bipartisan agreement now is intended to help families, hospitals, businesses. ABC's Alex Prochet has more.
As the sun rose this morning, many Americans waking up to new hope.
Good news for families all across America. At last, we have a deal.
On Capitol Hill, Senate leaders announcing that Congress and the White House reached an agreement on an unprecedented $2 trillion spending package meant to offer relief to workers and business owners suffering under the COVID-19 pandemic. The deal comes after 5 days of heated marathon negotiations, providing over $800 billion in support for companies, big and small, and boosting unemployment benefits, as the leading Senate Democrat told MSNBC.
We greatly reduced the restrictions on applying for unemployment. It's going to be very simple and very easy. And second, we give the states much more money to hire people so they can take the new loads that are coming.
It also includes a one-time payment of $1,200 directly to most American taxpayers.
The stimulus check would definitely help with my mortgage, as well as our 2 car payments. It would definitely help our family.
The package includes some strings, too. An oversight committee for big business bailouts, and a provision that businesses controlled by the president, vice president, members of Congress, and the cabinet don't receive federal funds, both key elements Democrats insisted on. The bill can now be passed and enacted within days, adding to economic support already provided by the Federal Reserve. President Trump also hoping to ease restrictions on social distancing that could allow some businesses to reopen by Easter.
Easter is our timeline. What a great timeline that would be.
But the virus is still spreading very fast in the U.S., and the nation's top expert is offering a different view.
That's really very flexible. We just had a conversation with the president in the Oval Office talking about, you know, you can look at a date, but you got to be very flexible and on a literally day-by-day and week-by-week basis.
Alex Prochet, ABC News, Washington.
And 3 west central Minnesota counties have come up with creative healthcare solutions. There's a former prison that's now being turned into a healthcare facility. Former Prairie Correctional Facility in Appleton will soon open to handle COVID-19 patients. This will help smaller hospitals in the area that don't have the resources. The goal is to have it open by Monday.
Looks like we're going to have a rainy day on our hands here through the afternoon. Looking live from our Buck Hill Skycam in Burnsville. Clouds just sticking around overhead. Meteorologist Jonathan Uhas is here pinpointing those showers for us on the radar, and we have a little snow mixed in too.
That's right, Matt. We have mainly rain to our south with embedded thunder down toward Rochester, extending to Albert Lee, and then an area of rain mixed with some sleet as you get up toward St. Cloud, and then changing all over to snow out there on the Minnesota-South Dakota border. Now, what'll happen is we'll continue to see rain pass through the Twin Cities for the rest of the afternoon. Right now, it's just light rain, but it will become a more moderate rain here in the next hour and a half. And temperatures will fall. It'll be a raw day. Temperatures by 6 o'clock tonight in the upper 30s, and some of that rain will be mixed with sleet and snow tonight. But we do have some better days ahead. I'll let you know about that coming up in a few minutes.
Jonathan, thank you. We will see you then. Right now, we want to let you know about a crime alert. In fact, this is in Edina. There is a $1,000 reward now that is being offered for information leading to an arrest in this robbery. Police say that these suspects robbed the York Avenue Cub Foods earlier this month. They say the 2 men approached the cashier to purchase something and then decided not to pay for the items, grabbed them, and ran. An employee who tried to stop the men was hit in the face. The suspects drove off in a blue Pontiac G6. Now, if you have any information, you are asked to call police.
There's a growing family that's just lost everything. It comes after a big fire that destroyed a popular restaurant in northeast Minneapolis. Now, the fire started Sunday night. It was at El Taco Riendo, and firefighters say it all started in an apartment above the restaurant. Michael and Punki Mathern lived there. and now they have to start all over. Friends, family, and the community are all those stepping up to help them.
So incredibly uplifting and motivating to know that all those people are around us and supporting us.
So Michael is a special education assistant at Edison High School in Minneapolis, and they're expecting twins this summer. And if you'd like to help the family out, we have some links online to 2 GoFundMe pages. Look for those at kstp.com if you can send a little something their way.
Wow. Coming up, experts are warning people about an increase in cybercrime. What you might want to know about scammers and the coronavirus straight ahead.
Plus, new hand washing stations all over the city streets. They're going to be popping up. We'll explain where this is happening when Eyewitness News at noon on 45 continues.
Dr. Els, we think the Institute of Laughter needs something fresh to excite the staff, like more Rube Goldberg experiments.
Or a monorail system.
Or dance classes.
Oh, yeah, look at dance class.
Hello, we already have one of those. Where do you think Ross and Monica learned those awesome moves? Taught them everything I know.
Yeah, never mind.
We'll just go back to work.
Friends, 5 nights a week at 7 and 7:30 on 45 TV.
Save big money on your next project with 11% off everything now at Menards. Improve your home's curb appeal with Designer Series garage doors from Ideal. With features like a wood grain finish and stylish windows. All Ideal garage doors are 11% off. Live the deck life with Ultra Deck low maintenance rustic composite decking. It gives you the look of real wood without the upkeep. Right now it's all 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving with 11% off everything now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
And during challenging times, our community is coming together to help those who need a healthy meal.
5 Eyewitness News is proud to be a part of Minnesota's Central Kitchen,
providing free to-go meals and meal boxes at locations across the Twin Cities.
If you know of a restaurant that wants to help or you just want to make a donation, you'll find pickup locations and full details at kstp.com.
We're all in this together.
And along with Minnesota's Central Kitchen, we're here to help.
You're watching 45 TV. 45 TV.
Welcome back to Eyewitness News at noon. Sadly, there are people who are trying to cash in on the COVID-19 crisis right now. Maybe you've seen some of these emails or text messages lately. Tech experts are warning, and the state of Minnesota is also sounding the alarm about this. This is the work of cyber criminals. They say you need to watch out for these unsolicited messages you're getting, and particularly those requests that ask you to click a link or provide personal information, and they often have misspellings and strange internet addresses that you wouldn't normally see from official agencies. Look for those, and if you get a message you think is suspicious, just delete it to be safe.
There are a lot of nurses and doctors now who are reusing masks amid this outbreak. They're trying to conserve the supply. But just yesterday, 40,000 N95 masks were donated to some grateful nurses at the State Emergency Operations Center in St. Paul.
We always knew that we were the most respected nation, or most respected profession in the nation, but now I see that we are the most loved.
Now these masks are set to be distributed to hospitals and to nurses across the Twin Cities. The masks were donated by the Sportsman's Guide Outfitters in South St. Paul. Minneapolis Downtown Improvement District is now trying to make it easier for people to wash their hands. Look at this. Look what they did. Yesterday, they put out 10 hand washing stations around downtown. Now, the exact locations could change, but each one is a dual sink unit. It's got water, soap, and paper towels all right there for you. Jonathan Uhas is here now with a look at what we can expect today and throughout the week, John.
Ooh,
okay.
What is that?
Right.
Keep that wherever that is.
Well, unfortunately, that may be in your backyard here a little later on this evening. It won't amount to much, but some light snow is possible in the Twin Cities. And this is where we're seeing some light snow out on US 212 near the Minnesota-South Dakota border. So you can see it's just only a coating, but I know people are getting tired of that. We're just right on the fringe here of being just cold enough to see a little bit of light snow here this evening. But right now it's all rain, and most of the rain is either north or south of the Twin Cities, so we're just getting a light rain. Winds aren't that bad. They're calm right now, and temperature holding at 46 degrees, but it'll fall to about 38 by the time we reach 6 o'clock this evening. So as you you go to the northwest of the Twin Cities, you do find it quite a bit colder, 35 at St. Cloud. Well, it's a little milder southeast of the metro, where temperatures could actually get into the 50s down by Rochester, Winona, and La Crosse today. And off to the northwest, temperatures stuck in the 20s, and we're in the middle, so we get the rain that will mix with snow, too. We're seeing temperatures surge to our south right now, 62 at Grand Island. That'll fuel some thunderstorms this afternoon across Iowa, and some of those will rumble up even into southern Minnesota. It's not going to be a lot, but every once in a while there will be a little bit of lightning at times with some of the rain. This is a look at lightning detector, and we saw some lightning over LeSueur County. It wasn't much, but then we saw some light up here too, just in between Eau Claire and Rice Lake here a few hours ago. And so that's how it'll be throughout the daytime hours. There is a risk for non-severe thunderstorms, really from southern Scott and Dakota County and points south. So if you're watching us from Rochester, Owatonna, or Mankato, your risk to hear some thunder quite a bit higher than what we would see up here in the Twin Cities. Now, as you look at radar here in animation, you can see we're in between the heaviest rain. Rain and the best place for thunder at this moment is down to our southeast. This is rain mixed with some sleet, and then it changes over to snow. That's what the white area is, southwest of St. Cloud into northern Kandiyohi County and then back to the Minnesota-South Dakota border. Not expecting a lot of snow, but there could be inch accumulations here along the line from St. Cloud back through Wilmer and South Dakota by early this evening. Here in the Twin Cities, just a light coating is all we're expecting. Kind of a complicated storm system moving through the area. We have a cold front that has just really stalled out over the Twin Cities and a warm front to the south. So all of this pushing off to the northeast is going to drag the moisture with it. Future radar just shows how it's a very rainy afternoon. You can see this is all rain over the Twin Cities. Here's the snow out to the west. As it moves further east, the air's a little warmer, so most of it will be just rain, but right on the back edge we could see sleet and snow with that. And then it's over. By the time we reach 10, 11 o'clock, it's out of here and sets us up for a halfway decent Thursday. So for today, very wet this afternoon. You might hear thunder in the South Metro. Temperatures fall into the upper 30s by 6 o'clock. And then tonight, rain, snow mixed until about midnight. After that, some patchy fog, overnight low right around 30. Tomorrow we start out with some fog, but then some sun, back to clouds in the afternoon with a chance for some rain showers. Friday actually looks really nice. Partly cloudy skies after some fog in the morning and a high at 53. Does not look good for Saturday. It looks very rainy, wet, and windy. Rain and thunder, high at 48. And then Sunday, a chance for a little bit of snow in the morning, but then sunshine and 52 in the afternoon. And there's your 60 on Monday with sunshine. And back to some spring showers on Tuesday with a high at 56. We'll be right back after the break.
Hello, neighbors. During these uncertain times, Window World will donate 150 meals to your local food shelf for every order placed in April and May. More than a window company, the Window World family cares.
Hey, Dutch boy, show me Mocha Red.
Okay.
Does it have a smooth, durable finish?
Yes, and it's 50% more stain resistant.
You still talking to Dutch boy?
Dutch boy, show me Sleepy Purple.
Okay.
Oh, would you look at that?
That's better.
He'll still help us paint, right?
With Dutch Boy's quality paint and Menards expert service, you can twist off to something great.
Right now at Menards, get 11% off everything, including Dutch Boy paint.
Many businesses promise you unbeatable service, selection, and value, but only one truly delivers. Twin City Discount Granite. But don't take our word for it.
TC Discount Granite was hundreds below what other local companies were offering.
Their staff of installers did a great job on our bathroom.
We will highly recommend TC Discount Granite to our friends and family.
Right now, receive a free 18-gauge stainless steel undermount sink with every order over 40 square feet. Twin City Discount Granite. Top quality granite at the lowest prices.
Eve's not making the grades.
Got a C on my last geometry test. That's not going to get me into West Point.
That bar in Leedsdale? You just got to tell the bouncer that you left your phone in the ladies' room.
Last Man Standing, tonight at 8 and 8:30 on 45 TV.
You're watching 45 TV. 45 TV.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody.
Elizabeth Reese from Twin Cities Live stopping by in our socially distant squares here to give us the update.
I'm far away. I can see you. Oh, hello. You're over there. Oh, I see you, but I'm trying to look here. Yes.
Well, thank you for that.
Well, let's talk about small business owners because they have found themselves working very hard and very quickly to find new ways to serve their customers. And for the fitness industry, one that thrives on community, it meant doing business in an entirely new way. So we love to bring you this story. Twin Cities Live reporter Kelly Hansen checked in with the owner of Bluma Yoga, Sarah Longacre. What she found was virtual yoga, but Kelly also found a couple of ways to just take a breath during these uncertain times. Take a look at this.
Sarah, we're in your space, and normally there would be lots of people in here, but all I see are pillows.
Yeah.
It's a slumber party.
It is. We usually have huge ceilings. Our classes are around, anywhere from 10 to 30 people. So when we came in to start filming, I needed it to feel cozy, and I needed the sound to be absorbed by my yoga props.
Inhale to rise. Exhale to lower.
I can't believe what we all need right now as human beings. We need connection, and we're not used to this. Our whole nervous system is off. There's not a better time right now to take time for yourself. So many parents right now are homeschooling. So many are working from home. And when we're not making our own body and our own self-care a priority, it's going to catch up with us in a few weeks here.
Your face along. Keep them at heart center or keep them on this front thigh.
So when you heard that you had to close your doors for physical people in this building, how did you feel about that?
Right away, my mind went to every single person that counts on community, that sees each other face to face, but really, it was the other small business owners. I'm starting to drive around the Twin Cities now knowing I know someone who's owns that. I know someone that owns that. My place went right to connection to them and how can we support local business owners, because we won't be here in 3 months if we can't sustain this.
We're in a yoga studio, and I feel like I can't leave here without asking if there are a couple things that we can do daily to help us just get to the next moment.
Our bodies need breath, and we need to remind the nervous system that we're okay. So one thing that we can do, Kelly, is really simple. It's a 4-count inhale. So we're going to inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. You pause and hold that inhale for 4 seconds. 2, 1. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again, you're just going to inhale for 4. You pause for 4, and you exhale for 4. And when you do this, Kelly, I want you to think about not just breathing on the top portion of your lungs. I want you to think of your whole body as needing to receive breath. When we go throughout our day, we're so up in here. I want your belly to expand for 4. Imagine filling a big jar. You hold it, you let it soak, and then exhale. That tension's gonna go down.
Thanks, you guys. Bye, Jill. Thank you for coming.
Oh, Madeline, Maggie. Oh, they're all sleeping. Look at that.
Oh, I love it. You guys.
So one more thing that you can do is take your thumb between your ring finger and your middle finger, and you're just gonna simply cross down. You're not gonna grip it. It's gonna be relaxed. And if you want to, you can close your eyes, or you can talk while you're doing this. This hand mudra is about balance and protection. So we're balancing out our energy, and we are protected. This hand mudra can be done if you're at a meeting online, a Zoom meeting. This mudra can be done if your kids are having a screaming fight and you just need to go inward. This mudra can be done before you go to bed. And you can simply say, I am balanced and I am protected.
I am balanced and I am protected.
You are. You are. And
I kind of want to cry a little bit. Ugh.
We're going to get through this. We will get through this. And maybe, Kelly, it's these little tools that we can do that we actually are going to come out on the other side, even a bigger community with no judgment. We're all doing the best we can. We are balanced and we are protected.
That is good stuff. I mean, it makes me tear up just to hear her say it, and I've already heard it. And it really is, I think that's something that a lot of us need to be saying to ourselves and to each other. If you would like to sign up for an online class at Bluma, head to TwinCitiesLive.com. And we know that this coronavirus crisis has been particularly hard on the more senior members of our community. And starting today on Twin Cities Live, we're doing a little something special for them. Tune in to learn how you can give a senior shout out. And many Minnesotans are itching to start yard work. Is it too early to start lawn care and digging in the garden? Our handyman is going to give us the answer. That's all coming up today at 3.
Nice. You know, when all the snow melted, I realized I did not do a very good job raking in the fall.
My yard looks so bad.
Yeah,
very bad.
In the spirit of yoga, let's all do a nice big breath. In. Now. Gotta do that more often.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
Elizabeth, for reminding us to breathe these days. We'll be right back.
On this, the stars are shining bright.
I could get used to a place like this.
This is so exciting. I wonder what they'll happen next.
Your favorite movies are on this TV Twin Cities.
At 9, I'm helping you plan ahead with my forecast an hour earlier.
Plus, we're in your community, digging into the issues and stories that make a difference.
Ren Claire, Lindsey Brown, and Kevin Doran. Eyewitness News at 9 on 45 TV.
If you've been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, and you're struggling to pay your bills while your case is dragging on, that's where Oasis Financial comes in. Only Oasis has Oasis Express Cash that can get you from $500 to $25,000 in as little as 24 hours, faster than anyone else. There's no risk and no out-of-pocket cost.
It was so simple. I made one phone call. Oasis was able to give me the money within 24 hours.
To pay for my electric bill, my rent, and my groceries for my children.
And even if you end up losing your case, Oasis lets you keep the money, so there's absolutely no risk to you. You don't have to worry about repaying Oasis.
If I had lost my case, then I wouldn't be responsible for paying the money back. And that was a blessing.
Oasis, they killed it, man. They helped me out. They gave me my life back.
See how much money you can get before your case settles. Call Oasis Financial because life moves faster than your case. 1-800-325-2974. 1-800-325-2974. You're watching 45 TV. 45 TV.
Welcome back, everybody. Want to bring you good news when we can, and Minnesotans should give themselves a pat on the back.
We love to follow rules around here.
Yeah, we do.
There's new data that shows we're getting an A when it comes to social distancing.
Unicast has been tracking cell phone movements in states all across the country since health officials have started recommending, even mandating social distancing. In Minnesota so far, we're getting an A. According to the data, take a look, we have decreased travel by about half. That is better than the national average of reduction of 39%. Wisconsin, by the way, which is under a mandatory non-essential travel ban right now, they're getting a B in Wisconsin with travel down 39%.
All right, they're getting there. Minnesota Viking Kyle Rudolph is known for charitable work in the community. He already has been known for that. Now he's really stepping it up again during this outbreak.
Take a look. He and his wife Jordan have announced that they're donating 82,000 meals to Second Harvest Heartland, which is helping Minnesotans who are really hit hard by the pandemic right now. Don't want anyone to go hungry. And they're hoping you can help out too. They have set a goal of raising an additional $200,000 and have set up a link for you to donate, and we have that for you on our website, KSTP.com, if you'd like to help. That $200,000 would provide 600,000 meals for local families.
Oh, it all counts. All right, Jonathan is here now with more on this rainy, soggy, even snowy day.
You said it all right there. That's what exactly it is going to be. Very rainy outside today. We'll have that rain become more steady here in the next hour or so. And then that rain mixes with a little bit of sleet and snow tonight. We're not expecting any big accumulations. Could be a light coating, but that is possible tonight before it ends, a little before midnight. Now, don't be surprised, too, especially if you're south of here, if you hear a little bit of thunder at times today, as a bit of thunderstorms around. Temperatures will fall from the 46 we're at right now to 38 by 6 p.m. Tomorrow starts out nice with sunshine, but then we get some more showers in the afternoon. Friday does look very nice before a very wet and windy Saturday, and then nice on Sunday in the afternoon, nice again on Monday.
Thanks for joining us, everyone.
Have a great day, folks.
Introducing 0000000 bankruptcy. $0 for the initial consultation. Zero money down if you qualify, and lots of people do. Zero nasty calls from bill collectors. Zero left owing on lots of debts. And zero choice for creditors because bankruptcy gives them zero choice. Zero stress because Walker & Walker does it right. And zero loss of sleep for you. Need a bunch of zeros in your life? Then call me for a $0 consultation.
Your body is proof that you lived. The pain you felt.
If he was depressed, he would put on a brave face.
The love you gave.
Florence has become the very essence of an American mom.
The lives you touched.
Walt was a man who entertained the world.
Everybody tells a story.
Wanna be part of the story.
Autopsy, the last hours of Sundays on Reels. Go to Reels.com to find your channel number.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people.
And now at 4:30, Governor Tim Walz has issued a stay-at-home order that he calls significant mitigation for 2 weeks, starting this Friday at 11:59 p.m. It comes on the same day Wisconsin's safer-at-home order began.
Now, we've also learned today another 25 Minnesotans have tested positive for COVID-19, bringing the total statewide to 287 cases. 26 people are in the hospital, with 12 of those people in the intensive care unit. And there has been one death so far in our state.
And Chief Political Reporter Tom Hauser listened in as the governor gave today's update. Tom, walk us through today's order.
Yeah, Paul, there is a lot to this order, and we'll try to break it down as much as we can in the time we have available. The governor says it's kind of a Minnesota model for sheltering in place. The governor says the order will take effect just before midnight on Friday, March 27th. It will stay in effect through April 10th. That's 2 weeks. That means many more employers will have to shut down. Restaurants and bars will stay closed through May 1st. Schools will remain closed through May 4th. During a video announcement from the governor's residence where he is under quarantine, Governor Walz also had some alarming statistics about the potential number of deaths in Minnesota if we did not do any mitigation. He later clarified in a conference call with reporters.
If we just let this thing run its course and did nothing, upwards of 74,000 Minnesotans could be killed by this. Of course, that would impact those with compromised immune system, the elderly. But at this point in time, we're starting to see new research that shows that all age groups. Here in Minnesota, our cases range from 6 months to 94 years.
The epidemiologists and the modeling shows that not doing anything. Obviously, that's not the case. We took significant movement, and the data seems to support we're getting as good of results on that as any place. That's the number that, without significant mitigation, leaving things alone, where it would have overwhelmed our healthcare system, and those would have happened. So that's where that number's coming from.
That was the governor with some important clarifications. He says with our mitigation efforts, that number should be, quote, drastically lower than 74,000. That, of course, is very reassuring news. We'll, of course, have more on all of this coming up at 5 and throughout the evening here on 5 Eyewitness News. Live in the newsroom, I'm Tom Hauser.
Tom, thank you. And here's a look at how stocks finished today. A bit mixed here, but some good news. The Dow was up nearly 500 points. The S&P also finished higher. NASDAQ lost about 30 points. Congress and the White House reaching a deal on the $2 trillion stimulus package, helping boost Wall Street today. But stocks fell toward the end of the day after CNBC reported a dispute between Senator Bernie Sanders and Republicans that could delay the bill. We've also learned several conservative Republican senators want late changes. Now, this is what they agreed upon overnight. The bill would provide more than $800 billion in support for companies and boosting unemployment benefits.
This proposal, unemployment insurance on steroids, will be the greatest expansion of unemployment benefits in decades. A social safety net wide enough to catch the millions of American workers who became unemployed virtually overnight.
Now, it would also include a one-time direct payment of $1,200 to most American taxpayers. The bill could be passed and enacted within days.
Prince Charles, the heir to the British throne, was tested positive for COVID-19. The 71-year-old Prince of Wales is now in self-quarantine, according to a statement from Clarence House. He has been displaying mild symptoms, but appears to be in good health. His wife Camilla has also been tested, but does not have the virus. Currently, the Queen is in self-isolation with Prince Philip just as a precaution. Now in Spain, the death toll from COVID-19 has reached more than 3,400. That's more people than have died in China. Spain's health emergency coordinator says it's still unclear if his country has reached its peak number of cases. Canada has imposed mandatory self-isolation for anyone headed back into the country. Worldwide, more than 435,000 people have been infected and close to 20,000 people have died, while another 100,000 have recovered.
As we mentioned, there are now 287 Minnesotans with COVID-19. One Minneapolis woman hasn't tested positive, but doctors told her to self-quarantine for 14 days after showing symptoms of the virus. Our Joe Mason spoke to the woman and has her message tonight.
The city of love, Paris, France. That's where Danielle Mayer and her boyfriend visited for 10 days at the end of February.
We had felt completely fine, just not a single symptom.
But a few weeks after returning home to Minneapolis, Danielle started a COVID-19 quarantine diary. Saturday, March 14th. Today was the first day I felt off.
I woke up and I had this foggy headed, just not feeling right.
Monday, March 16th. I woke after sleeping 10 hours to a sore throat, cramping stomach, and headache.
It's just inflamed and raw, and then kind of that dry kind of cough thing.
Tuesday, March 17th. Now I am nervous.
I started to get, the heavy breathing, your heart races just walking up and down stairs.
Wednesday, March 18th. I was told based on my symptoms, I am to assume I have the virus. I am to self-quarantine for 14 days.
I did the OnCare online diagnosis because there was, at that point, nobody seeing any patients.
Monday, March 23rd. I became very dizzy and my heart continued to race to the point I thought I might be having a heart attack.
The nurse online, she's like, you need to go to the ER.
After several tests, Danielle was told she had an upper respiratory virus and released. Because she was not admitted, she says the hospital would not give her a COVID-19 test.
If this were to happen to somebody who wasn't healthy, who was sick or had any sort of breathing problems, I know it would kill them.
Danielle is now feeling better. Her boyfriend is also under self-quarantine. He has not shown any symptoms of COVID-19. Joe Mason, 5 Eyewitness News.
Now, if you have questions about the coronavirus pandemic, you can call the state's hotline right now. That number right here on your screen, it's 651-201-3920. Again, it's 651-201-3920. We've also posted that number for you at our website, kstp.com. And we will continue to bring you the latest on the coronavirus pandemic throughout the evening. Plus, you can get real-time updates sent right to your phone through the KSTP mobile app. And we have more resources for you at our website, kstp.com.
Let's take a live look outside from our Buck Hill Sky Cam tonight. It's been a rainy day, which can make being stuck inside especially hard. So let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Dave Dahl to find out just how long the soggy weather is going to last, Dave.
Yeah, it's going to taper off fairly quickly this evening, Paul. So, yeah, a lot of folks probably couldn't get out and do their normal jog or their walk or their run today. Tomorrow should be a different story. I think we're going to get some more showers, but not until tomorrow night. Until that time, we still have some fairly heavy rain that's moving through the northeastern parts of the Twin Cities into west central Wisconsin. Some more heavy showers down to our south and southwest. Close-up look there, you can see from downtown Minneapolis to White Bear Lake, stretching down towards St. Paul to Hudson, Wisconsin. Fairly heavy rain there, mixed with some sleet at times, but most of the sleet and snow is out there to our west, and temperatures have stayed warm enough aloft and at the surface to keep it mostly in the liquid form, and I think that's going to continue through this evening. Temperature-wise, we're down to 41s, 39 in Buffalo, 39 in St. Cloud. You go a little farther north, upper 20s to low 30s there. So definitely some cool air in place, but through this evening, 45 at 7, 44 at 9, down to 43. Temperatures will continue to drop, though, and we're going to get down to around 30 for the overnight low. I'm going to show you when we reach the 60s again. That's coming up with our forecast.
Okay, Dave, we will see you then. Next at 4:30, the coronavirus pandemic is delaying the opening of a much-anticipated project in downtown Minneapolis.
Then the new measures Target is taking to make sure their stores are safe for both employees and customers.
All of this food is on its way out to be eventually delivered by Meals on Wheels volunteers. I'm Callan Gray in Minneapolis. With the demand they're seeing and what they're doing to keep both volunteers and the people receiving this food safe.
You're under arrest.
For what?
Murder.
I was framed.
Dex would never kill anyone.
If you're looking for rewarding part-time work, consider Home Instead Senior Care.
I make money and a difference in the lives of amazing seniors every day.
If your heart's open, our door's open, and we'd love to meet you.
Renew told me my smile was guaranteed for life.
Guaranteed for life?
Is your smile guaranteed? It's time to come to Renew. We listen to our patients. We know how important
this decision really is for you. That's why at Renew, we are giving you a lifetime guarantee on your Renew dental implant anchored smile. You have peace of mind, you have confidence, you are set for life. Years and years of happy smiles from Renew, the home of the lifetime guarantee.
This offer is valid for new patients only. Terms and conditions may apply. Visit one of our centers to learn more.
Increase your home's livable space with a Champion sunroom custom built to fit your home. Right now, Champion sunrooms are 20% off.
The sunroom has now become our family room, and we live in our sunroom.
Champion sunrooms are made to fit your lifestyle and are backed by our exclusive warranty.
The number of custom options for our sunroom were endless.
Save 20% on a new sunroom your family can enjoy all year long. Book your free in-home consultation online or call 888-930-CHAMPION today.
At Hy-Vee, we're doing everything we can to make your life easier, healthier, and happier, and save you money with this week's Hy-Vee Hot Deals. Bar S Jumbo Franks, just 98 cents. Hormel Marinated Pork Loin, only $4.99. Skippy Peanut Butter, just $1.99. Jumbo Honey Crisp Apples, only $1.48 a pound. And Lay's or Sun Chips, just $1.97. Continue to count on low prices, hot deals, and more, only at Hy-Vee.
Yes, we're living in uncertain times, but we've all had it tough before. And here at Cadillac, we know that by working together, we'll make it through. That's why GM Financial stands by with relief by offering flexible payment arrangements. We're also offering current owners OnStar Crisis Assist services and in-vehicle Wi-Fi data. And those in need of a new vehicle may have the option of shopping online and taking delivery at home. We're all in this together. And at Cadillac, we have your back.
If you're looking for rewarding part-time work, consider Home Instead Senior Care.
I get to choose my own shifts, and that makes a huge difference in my life.
If your heart's open, our door's open, and we'd love to meet you.
Track local news anytime at KSTP.com.
COVID-19 has caused Husky Energy to suspend rebuilding its oil refinery in Superior, Wisconsin. You'll remember an explosion at that plant caused extensive damage 2 years ago, injuring dozens of people and forcing evacuations. Husky received the final approvals to begin reconstruction in September. They expect to wrap up the $400 million project early next year. The Dayton's project that was supposed to start opening this spring has now been postponed. Project leaders say they are following the direction of the CDC and the state. Construction started about 3 years ago and was supposed to open in phases. A liquor store in St. Louis Park is seeing an increase in customers. One of the owners of Knollwood Liquors says last week's sales were more than double what they normally are. Inside, the store has signs posted to remind people to keep their distance, and they are using Everclear to clean credit cards and driver's licenses.
And Target announced more changes to keep employees and customers safe during the pandemic. An employee will be outside the store entrances to make sure carts get cleaned. There will now be signs to help customers keep a safe distance. Check lanes will be cleaned after each customer's transaction, and Target will no longer accept in-store returns and exchanges for the next 3 weeks. But Target will honor returns past this holding period, and if you bring your own reusable bag, Target is asking you to bag your own items. It has been a long and unexpected journey home, but Melanie and Keith Carlson are finally back in Monticello. You know, we've been following their journey ever since they were quarantined after being on the Grand Princess cruise ship. They had to drive 17 hours from Georgia. They are already home weeks. It took weeks for them to get home. Neither one of them tested positive for COVID-19. Glad they're home.
She's experienced fear and anxiety like few others have. Patty Wetterlink's advice for you during this uncertain time.
Plus, the wheels keep turning for these dedicated volunteers. The work being done to provide meals for seniors.
Track local news anytime at KSTP.com.
Nothing is more important than family, especially in uncertain times. In response to the recent world...
One group of volunteers isn't letting the coronavirus pandemic stop them from making sure that seniors still have something to eat. Our Callan Gray shows us how Meals on Wheels is taking extra precautions and the help they're getting from the community.
It's been just about impossible to find.
We couldn't get it on the open market.
But this morning, nearly 1,000 bottles of hand sanitizer were packaged and put onto trucks To be used by Meals on Wheels volunteers, a donation from Due Nord Craft Spirits in Minneapolis.
It's going to be a huge boost. We want to make sure they're able to do their job safely.
Meals on Wheels has already put social distancing practices in place. Drivers dropping food off at the door and then backing up 6 feet before someone grabs it.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
They'll use this between deliveries. For the distillery,
most of our business evaporated overnight, and that's a crisis, but it also was an opportunity. We made the decision that we wanted to try to get as much of this made as possible and get it into the hands of people who needed it.
It's going to more than 24 delivery sites. Volunteers from Disabled American veterans are also pitching in, loading the trucks and driving them to each of the Meals on Wheels locations.
It's really incredible. And just to think that they're willing to donate this when it's a difficult time for them, it's hard for us to even say how grateful we are for that. It's amazing.
Coming up tonight at 6, we'll take you along a route as meals are delivered to show you the social distancing practices in place. Reporting in Minneapolis, Callan Gray, 5 Eyewitness News.
So thankful for all those helpers out there. Now let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Dave Dahl.
That's right, Dave. Hello.
Hi there, Paul and Jackie. We are looking at showers, scattered heavy rain has been moving through the eastern and southern portions of the state. Heaviest rain just moving out of the metro right now. We had some downpours, still some more heavier rain to the south and west of us. And it also ends with a little mix of rain, sleet, and snow. Not a big deal here. We're not expecting much in the way of accumulation if we get anything at all. There's the heavier showers across Washington County, right across I-94, just to the east of downtown St. Paul, through Hudson up to New Richmond. That's where the heaviest rain is, but still some moderate rain stretching all the way back through the southwestern suburbs, and then that splotch of heavier rain there to the southwest of us. And of course, as I said, a little snow mixing in as those temperatures drop. We're at 41 right now, 39 in Buffalo. It's 37 out in Litchfield, 36 in Olivia. Go a little farther west, it's in the mid-30s there. 34 at Wilmer, as well as Redwood Falls, down to an even freezing at Brookings at 32. Some of the snow has been moderate at times in west central Minnesota. Did cause some accumulations there. For us, 41 for the current temp. We have a north wind at 6. Our wind chill currently at 37. That's what it feels like. Overnight tonight, then, we're going to watch this area of rain kind of move out, but end with a little mix of rain, sleet, and some snow. As that slides eastward, right around Rice Lake, there may be some light snow at about 6:55 tonight, but then that slides out of here. By 7 to 8 p.m., most of the rain is done, and the clouds start to break up, but we're going to get some fog that's going to stick around through tomorrow morning. So a thinning in the clouds by early tomorrow, but also that fog kind of lingers. Mainly cloudy skies throughout the day, maybe a hint of sunshine Thursday afternoon. A little bit of rain starts to come our way again by Thursday evening, I think by 11:30 p.m., so just before the midnight hour, some scattered showers in and around the Twin Cities. That then clears out, sets us up for a pretty good Friday. I think partly cloudy skies for Friday and temperatures warming up as we go through time. It's going to be a messy evening tonight, though, with the rain showers out there quite prevalent. Could be mixing with a little snow at times as those temperatures drop to an even freezing by midnight. Cool afternoon tomorrow. We'll probably stay somewhere in the mid to upper 40s for highs, a little bit warmer than what we had today. And then Friday, looks like we're going to be back into the 50s for highs then. Overnight tonight, though, our temperature does drop. We're going to go down to about 30. Rain, sleet, and snow. Mix that will come to an end at about 9 p.m. Morning fog, but then mostly cloudy. Some showers again developing by Thursday evening. 48 for the high. 53 on Friday. A better day. There were partly cloudy skies. The wettest day of the weekend is going to be Saturday. 48. 52 on Sunday. Breezy, but then 60s, upper 50s, and low 60s next week, guys.
Boy, Dave, we will take that. Thank you. The Minnesota Attorney General is sending out a strong warning to landlords across the state. If you try to force someone out of their home right now, you will be prosecuted.
This comes after Governor Walz signed an executive order this week suspending all eviction proceedings. But investigative reporter Kirsten Swanser has this preview of what she found was happening at the height of the coronavirus pandemic.
As courthouses across Minnesota started shutting down earlier this month, judges continued to process eviction filings. We obtained an internal document from the sheriff's office here in Hennepin County showing deputies were still showing up on tenants' doorsteps, ordering them out of their homes because they had to follow court orders. As state health officials begged people to stay at home for their own safety, dozens of families in the metro were nearly forced from their homes.
You can't have evictions going on while also telling people it'd be a good idea to stay home.
Luke Grunman is managing attorney at Mid-Minnesota Legal Aid. He says attorneys and tenant advocates pushed state courts to put eviction proceedings on hold as the virus spread throughout the metro and then the state.
If evictions had continued, there would be people who would have died unnecessarily because of this virus.
Tonight at 6:30, we'll explain what was going on behind the scenes that helped prompt Governor Walz to step in to protect hundreds of Minnesota renters. In Hennepin County, I'm Kristen Swanson.
She waited for 27 years to find out what happened to her son. Now, Patty Wetterling has advice for you and your family as you may be waiting in fear and anxiety during this pandemic. Her message of hope is still ahead on 5 Eyewitness News.
This is an ABC News special report. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air right now because President Trump is about to appear in the White House briefing room with members of his White House coronavirus task force. You see them right there. It comes as the virus continues to accelerate around the world. 460,000 cases, more than 20,000 deaths. Here in the United States, at least 62,000 cases right now, almost 900 deaths. And New York, now the epicenter of this global crisis, 17,800 cases at least in here in New York, 192 deaths. The Dow Jones continued for its second day to accelerate today as well on the hopes of the White House and Congress would come together on the stimulus package that is now set to be voted on in the Senate, a nearly $2 trillion package, the largest bailout in American history, but it is running into some last-minute snags, and apparently that's why Steve Mnuchin, the Treasury Secretary, you see him right there along with Deborah Birx, the White House coordinator for the coronavirus, and Anthony Fauci, America's leading expert on infectious disease. This has been delayed a couple of times today as the president has been meeting with members of his White House coronavirus task force, also tweeting in the last hour, taking on the media, saying they are trying to make the crisis worse and force him to keep people at home. Of course, we've known the president over the last couple of days has been hoping to lift the restrictions on across the country by Easter. The president now entering the briefing room along with the vice president.
Thank you very much. So, nice to be with you. America continues to gain ground in the war against the virus. I want to thank the American people for answering the call, following our guidelines, and making the sacrifices required to overcome this terrible threat. More aggressively, we commit to social distancing. So important. Social distancing, such an important phrase. And we do it right now. The more lives that we can save, and the sooner we can eventually get people back to work, back to school, and back to normal. And there are large sections of our country probably can go back much sooner than other sections. And we're obviously looking at that also. People are asking, is that an alternative? I say absolutely, it is an alternative. I have now approved major disaster declarations for New York, California, Washington, Iowa, Louisiana, Texas, and Florida. That has great significance, as you know, and legal significance. We're in a constant grouping, and I can say this, we have a large grouping of people that does nothing but communicate with the various officials, including we've been spending a lot of time with New York officials because that really is by far the hottest spot. They've got a number of very tough weeks ahead of them. The governor's doing a very good job. I spoke to the governor, Governor Cuomo, last night and this morning, and he mentioned that in his remarks that he's using that we are using, and I think he feels, because he understands negotiation, he thinks we're using very appropriately the Defense Production Act, and we're using it where needed. It's a great point of leverage. It's a great negotiating tool. But I will tell you, there's tremendous spirit from people and tremendous spirit with respect to these companies. And I don't have to use it very much at all. They want to do it. As you know, General Motors is involved, Ford's involved, 3M's involved, others are involved, and they're all working very hard to produce all different products. We had very little product when we came. We built it up, and we give it away as fast as we can to the different states. We're also, as you know, building numerous hospitals and medical centers throughout certain areas in New York. It's at the convention center, the Javits Convention Center. We're doing 4 hospitals, and we're doing throughout the state 4 medical centers there, somewhat different. I want you to know that I'm doing everything in my power to help the city pull through this challenge. I'm working very hard in New York. It's really, by far, our biggest problem. Maybe it will be, maybe it won't be. But there's a lot of good, capable people working on it with us, and our teams are working very well with the state representatives. We're also doing some very large testings throughout the country. I told you yesterday that in South Korea, and this is not a knock in any way, because I just spoke with President Moon. We had a very good conversation about numerous other things. But they've done a very good job in testing. But we now are doing more testing than anybody by far. We do more in 8 days than they do in 8 weeks. And we go up on a daily basis exponentially. So it's really good. By the way, while I'm on it, I also spoke with Prime Minister Abe of Japan last night, and I congratulated him on a wise choice. I think it's going to be a fantastic Olympics 2021. I think it's going to be a fantastic Olympics. It was the absolute right decision to delay it for a full year and now have a full, beautiful Olympics. It's going to be very important because it's probably the first time, maybe ever, or certainly in a long time, that it was on a odd year. It's always on an even year, they tell me. But he's going to have a fantastic success, and now they'll have even more time. He didn't need any more time. Everything was perfectly ready. What a job they've done. But Japan, I want to congratulate Japan, the IOC, and Prime Minister Abe on a great decision. I think it's going to be a fantastic Olympics. I told him I'll be there. I'll be there. As we fight to protect American lives, we're also protecting American livelihoods. Democrats and Republicans in the Senate are very close to passing an emergency relief bill for American workers, families, and businesses. This legislation, in addition to the 2 bills I signed this month, it includes, as you know, sick leave, and we have all sorts of things in for the workers, for families. But we have a tremendous paid sick leave provision for workers at no cost at all to the employers. And that's a big thing, no cost to the employers. We want to get everybody back working. Together, this $2.2 trillion legislative package is bigger than anything, I believe, ever passed in Congress. Perhaps, relatively speaking, if you go back, look during the FDR New Deal days, there was something that if you time value it, you could say it was bigger. I don't know. But this is certainly, in terms of dollars, by far and away the biggest ever done. And that's a tremendous thing, because a lot of this money goes to jobs, and families. The Senate bill, as you know, includes $350 billion in job retention loans for small businesses, with loan forgiveness available for businesses that continue paying their workers. They continue paying their workers. That's what we want. We want them to keep their workers and pay their workers. This will help businesses keep workers on the payroll and allow our economy to quickly accelerate as soon as we defeat the virus. $300 billion in direct cash payments will be available for every American citizen earning less than $99,000 per year. That would be $3,400 very quickly for the typical family of 4. Nothing like that's ever been done in our country. Up to $250 billion in expanded unemployment benefits. The average worker who has lost his or her job will receive 100% of their salary for up to 4 full months. Unlike normal unemployment benefits, independent contractors and the self-employed will be eligible. So you have independent contractors and self-employed people will be eligible for this. Over $100 billion to support the heroic work of our doctors, nurses, and hospitals. They've been incredible. $45 billion for disaster relief fund. So we are setting up a fund of $45 billion for disaster relief. That's more than doubling the amount available to support my national emergency and disaster declarations. It's a doubling up. $27 billion to build up the strategic national stockpile with critical supplies, including masks, respirators, pharmaceuticals, and everything you can imagine, because it was very depleted, like our military was depleted. Now we have a brand new military. Never had a military like this. We have equipment either coming or it's already come. For the most part, it's already come, but we have a lot of things that will soon be coming. Planes, missiles, rockets, lots of things. But the stockpile was very depleted, like everything else. This will also include significant funding for the development of vaccines on top of the $8 billion we approved several weeks ago. Over $500 billion in support for the hardest hit industries, with a ban on corporate stock buybacks, which is something I insisted on. And frankly, I tell you, the Republicans wanted that, and the Democrats wanted that. We want them to use the money for the companies and the planes or whatever they may be helping to get over this rough patch. And I don't think it's going to end up being such a rough patch. I think it's going to, when we open, especially if we can open it, the sooner the better, it's going to open up like a rocket ship. I think it's going to go very good and very quickly. And you're going to have some tough new limits on executive compensation also. They need the money. They're going to have to sort of just make things work, because we're interested in the workers, the jobs. And we're interested in the companies, because that's really what fuels the workers in those great jobs. And we also have $16 billion in funding for the purchase of personal protective equipment. You know about that, such as masks and respirators, through the strategic national stockpile. I encourage the House to pass this vital legislation and send the bill to my desk for signature without delay. I will sign it immediately. We will have a signing, and it'll be a great signing and a great day for the American worker and for American families, and frankly for American companies, some of which were having the best years they've ever had these last few years. And then a little bit less than a month ago, they went into a position that they haven't seen because of the hidden enemy, the virus. Earlier today, I spoke to the leaders of many of America's amazing nonprofit organizations. I thank them for their unwavering devotion to American people, to American families, to our nation. And they have been fantastic. They've been collecting supplies, distributing food, supporting healthcare workers, caring for vulnerable workers and families. I encourage them to continue to do it. But I'll tell you, the nonprofits have been fantastic. They've been great. They're great people, actually. I know a lot of them. Finally, I want to provide a brief update on the critical supplies. Through FEMA, the federal government has delivered or is in the process of shipping 9.4 million N95 respirators. Think of that, 9.4 million. 20 million surgical masks, and we have others that we think are going to be delivered pretty quickly. The whole world, you know, it's not just us, it's not just the states. The whole world is trying to get these things, so in competition with many, many countries. I believe today you broke the 150 mark for the virus. We have 150 countries, over 150 countries where you have this virus. And nobody would ever believe a thing like that's possible. Nobody could have ever seen something like this coming, but now we know, and we know it can happen and happen again. And if it does, somebody's going to be very well prepared because of what we've learned and how we've done. It's been incredible how we've done. Remember, there's more tests than anybody by far. And the news, the reporters, the media always likes to bring South Korea. They called me and they told me, it's amazing, your testing procedures are amazing. Plus, we have a test that's a very high-level test. and it's a test that's very accurate. 3.1 million face shields, 2.6 million surgical gowns, 14.6 million gloves, and almost 6,000 ventilators, which go to the areas of greatest needs. We sent, over the last day, 4,000 ventilators to New York, and I spoke with the governor about that. He was happy. I spoke with the mayor also about that, Mayor de Blasio. He was very happy. It's hard not to be happy with the job we're doing, that I can tell you. Throughout this national emergency, everyday heroes continue to step forward and demonstrate the extraordinary character of our nation, including the people behind me. By the way, these people are amazing. They are amazing people, and they become, I don't know, maybe I should just speak for myself, but to me, they become friends. Maybe they don't like me. Maybe they don't. Maybe they do. I don't know. All I can tell you is they're talented people. They work very hard. In Maryland, a 7-year-old boy used his own birthday money to buy meals for dozens of senior citizens. In Nevada, a college student recruited 90 of her friends to help deliver groceries and supplies to the most vulnerable. This is happening all over the country, thousands and thousands of instances. I could stand up here all day and tell you about other things. In Minnesota, hundreds of medical students have volunteered to provide child care for hospital workers, helping to keep our doctors and nurses on the front lines, fighting to save lives. These inspiring Americans remind us that we all have a role to play in winning this great national battle, and it's really a worldwide battle. We're dealing with other nations all the time. The people here are, I am a little bit, I take calls from a lot of people. They're in trouble. A lot of countries are in big trouble. So now we will hear from our great Secretary of the Treasury. He's been working rather hard, I will tell you. Steve Mnuchin is a fantastic guy, and he loves our country, and he's been dealing with both sides, Republican and Democrats. He sort of lived over in that beautiful building. It's a very beautiful building. To me, one of the most beautiful buildings actually in the world, and he's gotten to know it, Steve, very well. So if we could have a little update, Steve, would be fantastic as to how we're doing and what it's looking like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And first, let me say, I would like to thank Mitch McConnell for his leadership, and I'd also like to thank Chuck Schumer for the enormous bipartisan support we had on this bill, and the many senators, both Republicans and Democrats, that worked tirelessly over the last 5 days on all the task force. As the President said, I got to live in the LBJ room for the last 5 days, and we couldn't be more pleased with the unprecedented response from the Senate to protect American workers and American business in this situation. The President has outlined many of these, but let me just quickly go through them. Again, small business retention loans. This will cover roughly 50% of the private payroll in small businesses, where we will immediately make loans that will supply 8 weeks of salaries as long as they keep workers employed and overhead. And those loans will be forgiven at the end of the period as long as they keep workers employed. These are SBA loans, but the Treasury will be issuing new regulations authorizing almost every single FDIC-insured bank to make these. I expect by the end of next week, we will have a very simple process where these can be made and dispersed in the same day. So this will be a very simple system to get money into small business hands. For companies that don't qualify that, we have a economic program of tax incentives to retain workers. And as the President said, we have enhanced unemployment insurance for people who don't fit into these two programs that will be administered through the states. We also have economic impact payments. These will be within the next 3 weeks, direct payments into most people's deposit accounts. And for those that don't have it, we will be having the checks in the mail. Treasury will have additional authorities. We have $500 billion that we can use to work with the Federal Reserve for emergency programs that will create up to an additional $4 trillion if needed to support American business and American workers in an unprecedented way. And then finally, the president mentioned $100 billion to hospitals and $150 billion to states that have specific coronavirus expenses, as well as many additional things. Mr. President, I especially want to thank you and the Vice President. You were constantly available to us. We spoke constantly throughout the day. You gave us guidance and quick decisions on many issues. And again, thank everybody for this great bipartisan work. This is going to be enormous help for the American workers and the American economy. The president was very determined that Congress would move swiftly to protect hardworking Americans in business in this unprecedented situation.
Thank you very much, Steve. Great job. Day and night, right? Day and night. That was a lot of work, and we'll see how it all goes. We still need a vote, Steve, don't we? Do you have a question? Yes.
Do you think this bill will keep the economy afloat?
Hopefully a long time. We'll see. If we have to go back, we have to go back. We're going to take care of the American worker. We're going to take care of these companies that fuel this country and make the country great. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. But we think
I would say we've anticipated 3 months. Hopefully we won't need this for 3 months. Hopefully this war will be won quicker. But we expect that this is a significant amount of money, if needed, to cover the economy.
And don't forget, a lot of this is going to be to keep companies that are very strong, AAA-rated companies previously, to keep them going. And it's going to be in the form of loans, so the money's going to come back. A lot of this money's coming back.
Separately, let me ask you about something you said yesterday. You said we should never be reliant on a foreign country for the means of our own survival.
Yeah.
What did you mean?
Well, I've been saying that for a long time. Well, we're reliant on many countries where we give up our supply chains, we give up our factories, we give up our production facilities, and we can buy it someplace else for a little bit lower price. But it's really costing us more when that happens because we lose jobs, we lose everything, and we lose our independence, and we can't let that happen. So we'll be making some changes. We have been making those changes.
Is there an executive order to basically ban the export of medical equipment?
I don't know that we'll need that, but I think it's happening by itself. I think a lot of things are happening. Well, some people, we make the best medical equipment in the world, and you have some people like the European Union, they don't take it because they have specifications that don't allow our equipment in because it's designed in a different way. Even though it's a better way, it's designed. They're all playing games against us, okay? They've been playing games against us for years, and no president has ever done anything about it. But the European Union, you look at medical equipment, we make the best medical equipment in the world, but we can't sell it because we're not appropriately, and yet we take their medical equipment in our country. We're changing things, Steve. All this is changing. But they have specifications so that our equipment, designed specifically so that our equipment can't come into their countries. It's a very terrible thing that's happened to our country. And let me tell you, some of the people that took the biggest advantage of us are allies. You know, we talk about allies. They took advantage of us in many ways, but financially as well as even militarily. When you look at, if you look at NATO, the abuse that was given to our country on NATO, where they wouldn't pay. And we were paying for everybody. We're paying. Now, because of me, they're paying a lot. Now they've paid $135 billion more. And then ultimately, Secretary General Stoltenberg, who I think you would say is maybe my biggest fan, we got him to pay an additional $400 billion other countries. And but you know that, and then there's the trade. They make it almost impossible for us to have a fair deal. They know this. They know I'm just waiting. We have all the advantages, by the way. It's going to be easy when I decide to do it. But this isn't the right time to do it. But we've been treated very, very unfairly by the European Union.
This briefing will continue on KSTP.com. We've got some local news we want to get to. Governor Walz has announced a stay-at-home order starting Friday at midnight. It will last 2 weeks.
And you know, Paul, this comes as 25 more people have tested positive for COVID-19, bringing the total here to 287. 35 people have had to be hospitalized, 26 still in the hospital. 122 people who have tested positive no longer need to be in isolation. Chief Political Reporter Tom Hauser is live in the newsroom now with more on the governor's order. Tom?
Yeah, the governor's stay-at-home order will impact some segments of our state more than others. Schools, bars, and restaurants will be closed through the month of April. But many other employers will also now have to close their doors over the next 2 weeks. The governor says the order will take effect just before midnight on Friday, March 27th. That's this Friday. It will stay in effect through April 10th. That's for 2 weeks. That means many more employers will be shutting down. Restaurants and bars will stay closed through May 1st. Schools will remain closed through May 4th. Now, Governor Walz says if these significant mitigation efforts did not take place, Minnesota could see 74,000 deaths from COVID-19, according to scientific modeling. However, he says they are already seeing evidence our mitigation efforts of the past 2 weeks are working, and that number should be drastically lower if we can keep hospital beds available.
If you get sick, and if you need hospitalization, and if you need an ICU, and if that ICU is available with a ventilator and all of the things you need, you have a 10 times greater chance of surviving this. If we get to a situation which we've seen in certain parts of the world, and the place we cannot get to is when someone can't get that ICU care, we see the death rate skyrocket.
So that is the single most important aspect to all of this, keeping hospital and especially ICU beds available so all the brave healthcare workers can help them. One other thing I get asked about a lot, maybe more than anything else, yes, liquor stores will remain open. The governor said Minnesotans can make responsible decisions about alcohol use, and he will allow liquor stores to stay open, the same as they're doing in neighboring Wisconsin. Also, the governor's Employment and Economic Development Commissioner Steve Grove says nearly 165,000 Minnesotans have now filed for unemployment insurance in just the past 10 days. He also estimates up to 28% of Minnesotans could be temporarily unemployed over the next few weeks. Live in the newsroom, Tom Hauser, 5 Eyewitness News.
Tom, thank you. In Wisconsin, a safer-at-home order is already in place. It went into effect this morning. 620 people have now tested positive for COVID-19. 7 people have died. Wisconsin's order is more extensive than Minnesota's. Governor Tony Evers has ordered the closure of all non-essential businesses and the stop of all non-essential travel. Social distancing is also highly encouraged. Law enforcement across the Twin Cities are putting out an alert that criminals could take advantage of closed businesses and houses of worship during the COVID-19 pandemic. 5 Eyewitness News reporter Eric Shalou explains what you need to know.
We're here at the Brooklyn Park Police Department. We've been talking to investigators who say they have seen those rash of burglaries, but they feel during these uncertain times, crooks will take advantage of COVID-19. Boarded up windows after 3 burglaries in less than 60 minutes in Brooklyn Park early Sunday morning.
I was surprised, first of all.
Auxiliary Captain Josh Polanco says the Salvation Army's worship center's alarm tripped after the break-in.
It is unfortunate that some people believe that this is the only way that they're able to get ahead.
There was damage, but nothing taken. Across Noble Parkway, a school had a break-in as well. Nearby, Pine Grove Bible Church had money and a guitar stolen. Police released this image from a security camera of the man they say could be responsible for the burglaries.
Unfortunately, we see this a lot. People take advantage of others kind of at their worst time.
Deputy Police Chief Mark Bruley says businesses who have closed or possible soft targets, they need to make sure their buildings are secure during the COVID-19 outbreak.
People think they're a little more vulnerable, and unfortunately, people that want to take advantage of the situation realize that there's a lot of these targets that maybe don't have the best security system, and this is an opportune time for them to go after them, and that's why we're doing the best we can to protect these properties.
Back at the worship center, Polanco says if the burglar was in need, they should have just asked.
It's just desperate times for people. They're in crisis. They're trying to make ends meet. They're not doing it in a good way.
If you have any information that could help police here in Brooklyn Park catch the suspect responsible for those break-ins, you can reach out to him at the number at the bottom of our screen. We've also got it on our website at ksdp.com. We're in Brooklyn Park tonight. Eric Shalou, 5 Eyewitness News.
More than 160,000 Minnesotans have filed for unemployment just within the last 9 days. The Minnesota Department of Employment and Economic Development estimates 28% of Minnesotans will be temporarily jobless over the next 2 weeks. Brett Hofflin explains why the application process is confusing for some and how the state is trying to help.
The only option I have right now is through the website, and it's extremely frustrating. You call, I've been trying this for the last 3 days. Call, you get a busy signal. You can't get a hold of anyone.
Todd Newmeyer has multiple jobs in the travel industry. He works at a park and fly and often drives for Uber and Lyft. But like many, he's now filing for unemployment because the demand for traveling is way down. He says when he went to the website to apply for unemployment, he had to start over 10 different times. Now, he's hoping to get some help with his application. Deed understands there may be some confusion, and they have a page on the website dedicated to frequently asked questions, and a representative tells me they are updating that list daily because many people have unique situations. Plus, if you're not certain if you qualify for unemployment, they say fill out an application and they'll contact you if they have questions.
I have a lot of people who are experiencing.
I FaceTimed with Josh Salisbury, who works as a bartender. He too is out of work and successfully applied for unemployment. But he put out a message on Facebook that he wants to help others through this process. He says it's the least he can do during this stressful time.
I was worried about the people I work with. I was worried for myself, and I got mine done, and I'm like, oh, how's this guy going to do it? Or, I just wanted to make sure everybody was taken care of.
And Deed is also recommending that people only call their office if you don't have internet access. They say their phone lines are extremely busy right now, and most of the answers to their questions can be found on their website. Brett Hoffland, 5 Eyewitness News.
Minnesota Timberwolves star Karl Anthony Towns says his mother is hospitalized and in a coma after contracting COVID-19. In an emotional video message to his fans, he says his mom's condition has significantly worsened since he last talked to her several days ago. Towns goes on to thank the medical staff caring for his family, calling them heroes.
Now, as social concern grows about social interaction grows, doctors are setting up more telehealth appointments. Our Jessica Miles talked with a psychologist who reenacted how they work with mental health patients and has some insight for us all.
Dr. Cheryl Bemmel is a psychologist with Allina Health.
Why don't we just start as if we were in our office? And
She's used to seeing mental health patients in her clinical setting, but like most things, that's now changing.
Just very, very pleased, and they say that they're so relieved to have this connection with their clinician.
From her private home office, she's conducting confidential telemental health appointments.
I wear this headset when I'm speaking to them, and so it's actually like a virtual TV show.
Telemental health was expected to roll out later this year, but was moved up due to coronavirus.
But this was rushed, I guess you would say, right? That's right. We were being trained in telehealth probably for the last couple of weeks, and then suddenly it was all systems go.
Dr. Bemmel has seen nearly 24 patients already this week, some new to therapy.
Patients are reaching out more because people are feeling shuttered in.
She says everyone can benefit by taking time to take time out and have space in your home to do that. And remember to have gratitude and patience.
I think we've kind of pushed the pause button on the societal times, and we're back more to like 60s and 70s when things were slower and people were connecting more interpersonally, and that's a good thing.
Jessica Miles, 5 Eyewitness News.
And everyone here at 5 Eyewitness News is committed to bringing you the most accurate and up-to-date information as this situation continues to develop. World News Tonight is coming up at 5:30, and you can get updates anytime on our coronavirus page at KSTP.com and real-time alerts with our KSTP mobile app.
We are still looking at a little bit of rain moving across east central Minnesota and sliding across the Twin Cities. The heaviest rain's in the darker shaded oranges and reds, and that did slide through the metro earlier. I'm going to give you a close-up look from around Hudson, Wisconsin, up through New Richmond, and then a little bit of a lighter break from downtown St. Paul to Eden Prairie and Egan, and then heavier rain just south of there. All of this is moving off toward the east and slightly north of east here at about 30 miles per hour. So we're going to get into some heavier showers here over the next half an hour or so in the southern parts of the metro, and it does change over to a mix of sleet and snow out in the west side. Right as this comes to an end, we're going to see all that light snow kind of mix in with it. Not expecting a lot here in the way of accumulation at all. 41 for the current temp. It's in the 30s, even 20s up in far northern Minnesota and the eastern part of North Dakota, and that cooler air is sliding this way. 41 north-northeast wind at 5 miles per hour. Our wind chill currently at 38, so a little chill to the air. Overnight tonight, we'll see this come to a close here between 8 and 9 p.m. After that, a lot of clouds and a lot of fog still sticking around. Low tonight down to 30 with a mix of rain, sleet, and snow. Between 8 and 9, it should come to a close, but patchy fog all the way through tomorrow morning. Mostly cloudy and 48. Then as we look toward the weekend, things get better. 53 on Friday, pretty dry day there. Showers and storms likely on Saturday and 48. 52, that's the best day of the weekend on Sunday. Sunshine and 60s next week.
Okay, looks good, Dave. Thank you. For all of us, we thank you for watching 5 Eyewitness News at 5. Our next edition ahead at 6.
And remember, we're always on with breaking news and weather updates anytime at KSTP.com and in the KSTP mobile app. World News Tonight with David Muir is next.
A better grip right when you need it. The 2020 Nissan Altima. Get a low $199 per month lease on the 2020 Nissan Altima.
Renew told me my smile was guaranteed for life.
Guaranteed for life?
Is your smile guaranteed? It's time to come to Renew. We listen to our patients. We know how important this decision really is for you. That's why at Renew, we are giving you a lifetime guarantee on your Renew dental implant anchored smile. You have peace of mind. You have confidence. You are set for life. Years and years of happy smiles from Renew, the home of the lifetime guarantee.
This offer is valid for new patients only. Terms and conditions may apply. Visit one of our centers to learn more.
When we face adversity, we find a way through it. It's about taking care of each other. It's the small parts that make a big difference. At Chevy, we promise to do ours. We're offering Chevy owners complimentary OnStar Crisis Assist services and Wi-Fi data. If you need a new Chevy, interest-free financing for 84 months with deferred payments for 120 days on many of our most popular models. You may even shop online and take delivery at home. It's just our way of doing our part.
My name is Jay Deems, one of the owners of Minnesota Rusco and Minnesota Shower and Bath. I want to thank you for allowing us to serve you for the past 65 years. During this challenging time, we feel we need to have our frontline employees working from home with our full financial support. So, we're closing our showroom with a flexible reopen date. We're doing everything possible so that our employees have a strong position to come back to. So I've secured an offer that we've never had before, available on every product we sell. Right now, we're offering 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for the next 2 years. You can call now or make your appointment online today, and we're sure hoping you do. This offer is available through May 31st, so you can get what you need now and pay for it in a couple of years. As a way of supporting other local businesses, we'll be giving you a $25 gift card to a locally owned restaurant with every new appointment. Our team looks forward to seeing you.
Where's Danny?
Save on the 2020 Nissan Rogue with rear automatic braking. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months on 12 models.
Feed your family for less with Hy-Vee Mealtime. Delicious meals to go that feed a family of 4 for just $19.99. That's just $5 a person. Try our delicious pasta dinner. Get both lasagna and chicken Alfredo with breadsticks or garlic cheese bread and a 2-liter of Coke. Hy-Vee Chinese with 4 entrees, rice, egg rolls, crab rangoon, and Coke. Or 2 family-sized pizzas, breadsticks, or garlic cheese bread and Coke. Make mealtime easy with Hy-Vee Mealtime to go.
Tonight, the news coming in now, more than half the country now under orders to stay at home. And in New York City tonight, we have learned 13 patients have reportedly died in the same hospital. Tonight, the U.S. now with more than 60,000 cases, New York with roughly half of them. A spike of 5,000 new cases in New York in the last 24 hours. And the governor's warning tonight, how many days are we still from the peak of this? The growing toll across this country. The president speaking moments ago. In Detroit tonight, we have learned at least 2 infected officers dying. A worker in an Amazon warehouse testing positive. Tonight, the former college athlete now in a coma, and the warning from his mother about how healthy her son was and how quickly his health turned with the virus. Tonight, the governor of Louisiana now sounding the alarm, and the Navy hospital ship moving into position off Los Angeles. Tonight, the stories from inside the hospitals and from patients all over this country. What are their symptoms? The 17-year-old boy outside Los Angeles, believed to be the youngest to die after contracting the disease. Tonight, 2 infants now testing positive. And this evening, you will hear from Americans all over the country their descriptions, the headaches, backaches, and the young mother who says she lost her sense of smell and taste, and the wife sharing her heartbreak, her husband dying just days before his 45th birthday. She was not allowed to go to the hospital to see him. We do have late reporting coming in tonight from Capitol Hill, that massive $2 trillion relief package. How much will the checks be worth now being sent to millions of Americans? And how long will unemployment be extended? Prince Charles testing positive for the coronavirus, and the concern tonight, the images of him with the Queen in the days before his diagnosis. And America Strong tonight, the image, the message of the day.
This is ABC World News Tonight with David Muir.
Good evening, and it's great to have you with us here on another night of consequential news in this fight against the coronavirus. You will hear tonight from patients across this country, their symptoms, the doctors and nurses, what's being seen in the hospitals. And tonight in New York City, at least 13 patients dying from this at the same hospital. New York's governor saying today, given the numbers, given what they're seeing, they do not expect this to peak for about 3 weeks. And of course, this is one of the first hotspots in New York. Other communities will come next. Tonight, in just 1 week's time in this country, we've gone from 7,700 reported cases to more than 62,000. Nearly 900 people have died. At least 26 states have taken emergency measures to slow the spread. More than half of all Americans under those stay-at-home orders. New York State seeing an increase of 5,000 cases in just 24 hours, the majority in New York City. And tonight, as part of the emergency response, of course, the city is now preparing for the surge, the peak still weeks off, and preparing for the worst. This makeshift morgue going up outside Bellevue Hospital. Across the country tonight, reports testing is still hard to get in many places, only the very ill, and reports of people waiting several days for results. The National Guard at this site in Chicago. And sailors on board the U.S. Navy hospital ship Mercy preparing to receive patients when they dock in Los Angeles in the coming days. Tonight, the symptoms from this, we hear from those patients across the country, the biggest stimulus bill ever. How much will checks be worth, sent to millions of Americans, and how long will unemployment be extended? Again, we take you through this one step at a time, one day at a time, and Tom Yamas leads us off from New York tonight.
Tonight, a grim sign this pandemic is far from over. Teams setting up a makeshift morgue outside of New York's Bellevue Hospital, something they did during 9/11 and Hurricane Sandy. Overnight, at least 5,000 new cases in the state. At one hospital alone, 13 people dying in just 24 hours. The hospital saying the virus is taking a terrible toll. But tonight, one sliver of hope. Extreme social distancing measures may be working. The rate of hospitalization slowing slightly.
This is a very good sign and a positive sign. Again, I'm not 100% sure it holds or it's accurate, but the arrows are headed in the right direction.
But Governor Cuomo says we're still weeks away from hitting the peak in New York City, a scenario which could collide with the president's new timeline, proposing to ease restrictions by Easter Sunday. That's April 12th.
What a great timeline this would be. Easter is our timeline. What a great timeline.
But even the nation's top health experts recommending not committing to any date.
That's really very flexible. We just had a conversation with the president in the Oval Office talking about, you know, you can look at a date, but you got to be very flexible. And on a literally day-by-day and week-by-week basis, you need to evaluate the feasibility of what you're trying to do.
New York, the epicenter in the U.S., still in need of more space and more supplies. 4 field hospitals underway and still in need for those critical life-saving devices, ventilators. The governor announcing 11,000 are on the way, but he needs a total of 30,000. Cuomo saying they may do what Italy did, split the ventilator. 1 device, 2 patients.
We're exploring splitting, where 1 ventilator could do 2 patients. Italy has had to do this because they were forced to do it.
Those ventilators desperately needed for patients like 25-year-old Jack Allard from New Jersey, who is in a medically induced coma.
This virus is really dangerous. He's very, very sick.
The 26-year-old former lacrosse player woke up with backaches and a fever nearly a week ago.
He never vaped. They were asking us that. He never vaped. He never smoked. I mean, he took his health very seriously. I mean, he's an athlete.
Jack's doctors now trying an experimental drug for Ebola, his family hoping it will save him. In New York City, 46% of coronavirus cases are people aged 18 to 44, the virus hitting all ages. 62% of deaths are men, and 54% of people who die from the virus are over 75. That's why in Woodbridge, New Jersey today, more than 90 residents had to be transferred from an outbreak inside this nursing home. The U.S. Naval Hospital ship the Mercy heading towards Los Angeles today. The medical crew on board preparing beds and equipment to handle a surge of up to 1,000 patients offshore. And tonight, a new effort to help from North Carolina to Colorado. Veterinarians now donating medical equipment, including ventilators.
This is just one more example of the One Health and us being able to partner with our colleagues on the human side.
New hot zones now popping up across the country. Tonight, disaster declarations for Texas and Louisiana. In New Orleans, Mardi Gras, just weeks ago, a celebration with massive crowds and days of partying may be one reason the coronavirus is now spreading faster here than anywhere else on the planet.
My EMS department, over 50% of my people are now on quarantine. And so while we've unlocked additional resources at the state level, the state can no longer go on without without federal assistance at this time.
And the virus now taking its toll on first responders.
It's very personal. Each and every day I get a report and the numbers climb.
This is the New York City Police Department. Due to the current health emergency.
In New York, more than 200 members of the NYPD have been infected with the virus. In Detroit, at least 2 officers have died. And for the Army of Americans working to keep up with a new surge in home deliveries, cases of the virus now reported in 9 Amazon warehouses.
This is really being felt across this country. Back with Tom Llamas tonight. And Tom, we saw the images of that temporary morgue you just reported on being set up outside the hospital you're live at tonight. And we, of course, want to reassure the audience this is still just as they prepare for the worst, knowing that this peak, as the governor said today, is still weeks off.
Yeah, we want to be very clear about this, David. This is only temporary, and they're doing this because there's a public health crisis and a state of emergency in New York. Right now, there are 5 morgues in the city of New York. None is at or near capacity, but again, they want to make sure they plan for the worst. And David, to give you an idea of the severity of the situation, one major hospital here in New York, Mount Sinai, sending a memo to all of its doctors and nurses saying this is the humanitarian mission of our lifetime. David?
Tom Llamas leading us off tonight. Tom, thank you. And we know so many of you at home are still trying to get tested. And those of you who do get a test, we're hearing many of you are still waiting several days for results. Tonight here, we're going to hear from many patients, their symptoms, and the stories now emerging across the country. Signs like this one that says no visitors. Families being separated from their loved ones because of the concern, of course, of spreading the coronavirus inside the hospital. Tonight, from the 17-year-old boy who lost his life to the young wife who lost her husband just days before his 45th birthday. The faces and the stories behind them from Matt Gubman.
Tonight, a 17-year-old boy from outside Los Angeles has become the youngest person in the country to have died after contracting COVID-19.
Every kid in this community, they're grounded. People have got to stay home. I am not going to lose another child in this city.
The CDC is tonight looking into the cause of the teenager's death. His father, an Uber driver, also infected. And in San Diego, 2 infants testing positive. And a warning from doctors tonight.
So patients are coming in commonly with many different complaints, but most often fever, cough, and shortness of breath. I think the thing that's really interesting is that patients are also coming in with nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which isn't really something that we would expect with these respiratory illnesses.
And across the country, chilling firsthand accounts of similarities. Terry Chaseley's in her 40s and active until the virus colonized her lungs.
I was at the gym working out, and then fever and nausea kicked in.
Within days, she was hospitalized.
Well, I've had it going on. This is my 16th day now.
The whole time, she hasn't seen her husband and 3 kids.
He leaves food at the door. I have FaceTimed with my family, and my kids leave notes and little crafts for me at the door. But I have not touched them or spent any time with them this entire quarantine.
One of the symptoms, a loss of smell, which also happened to Yvette Paz.
But one thing that I did notice that changed, I completely lost my sense of smell.
And it got much worse. The 30-year-old Army vet was hospitalized. She was released and actually felt better until the virus triggered pneumonia. Finally, she says doctors put her on an anti-malarial drug called hydroxychloroquine as part of a clinical trial. In Missouri, 5 family members you see in this picture got the virus. First, matriarch Jane Winehouse. Then her son Jason, his brother, sister-in-law, and father Mike. All of them falling ill, 3 of them suffering pneumonia. The virus also spreading through Erica Cave Miller's family. Speaking to ABC's Start Here podcast, she describes the agony of losing her husband Jermaine just days before his 45th birthday.
I felt so helpless, and I'm sitting there like, what am I supposed to do? He needs somebody there with him. He needs somebody praying over him. He needs somebody there, but again, couldn't do anything.
Once he tested positive, doctors separated Jermaine from their 2 kids and from Erica. She never got to say goodbye.
Matt, you're reporting highlighting what so many families are going through, being separated from loved ones and, of course, not knowing if they will ever see them again. And I know that we reported earlier this week here on former presidential candidate Amy Klobuchar, the senator, saying that she's been unable to see her husband, who's in the hospital, came down with coronavirus as well. You have news on that front tonight?
Yeah, he's still in the hospital tonight, David. He is suffering from pneumonia, and that's why he is still on oxygen. The senator's team says that he's in good spirits, doing well, and she did not contract the virus because she had been away from him for about 2 weeks before he got sick. But like so many we spoke to, she says the hardest thing about this disease is that physical separation from loved ones. David.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's why she shared that story, knowing millions of others are about to go through the same thing. Matt, thank you. We're going to turn next to that $2 trillion relief plan, the biggest stimulus bill ever, including those $1,200 proposed checks for millions. And how long will unemployment be extended? ABC's Jonathan Carl tonight with late reporting.
Tonight, congressional leaders are hoping to pass the biggest economic relief bill in American history.
A fight has arrived at our shores. We did not seek it. We did not want it. But now we're going to win it.
As part of the $2 trillion deal, people earning $75,000 a year or less will get a $1,200 check plus $500 per child. Those earning up to $99,000 a year will get a smaller check.
Help is on the way. Big help. Quick help.
For Elizabeth Mejia, a waitress in Los Angeles, it's not a moment too soon.
I need to know that I'm going to be okay, and so will my kids be if we were to get sick right now.
Under the bill, people will receive unemployment benefits for up to 39 weeks instead of 26. And the size of an unemployment check will go up by $600 for 4 months. There's also help for small businesses. Diane and Lily Joyle own a flower shop in North Carolina.
We've had probably 20-plus events cancel or postpone, a lot of weddings.
The bill includes a $367 billion loan program for small businesses who do not lay off their workers, and $500 billion for large corporations in hard-hit industries like airlines and hotels. There's also more than $100 billion in aid for hospitals and healthcare systems, and money to help the states offset their losses.
John, as you know, Americans have been watching this for days. It's gone on, the back and forth. So bottom line, when can we expect to vote on this bill, and when can Americans expect to see those checks go out?
Well, the Senate may vote as early as tonight, if not tomorrow. The House would follow shortly thereafter. And if that is all done, David, checks would begin to go out on April 6th. Now, if you're getting your check via mail, it could take 4 or 5 weeks before you actually see that money. Those that get direct deposit, file their returns electronically, could see it earlier. But, David, this all depends on Congress getting this passed soon.
Yeah, and millions of families desperate for that help. John, thank you. Overseas tonight, word that Prince Charles has now tested positive for coronavirus. And, of course, the immediate concern is time with the Queen in the days before his diagnosis. ABC's Maggie Rulli with what we've learned from London tonight.
This is Prince Charles at a March 12th fundraiser, just hours after meeting with the Queen. The next day, his doctors estimate he likely became contagious with coronavirus. The 71-year-old future King of England is in a high-risk group. Palace sources say he's displaying mild symptoms, but is in good spirits and self-isolating at his home in Scotland. Charles's wife, Camilla, tested negative for the virus. 93-year-old Queen Elizabeth, seen today holding her weekly audience with British Prime Minister Boris Johnson by phone, is said to be, quote, following all the appropriate advice with regard to her welfare. And palace officials say she's in good health. The hard-working prince has been seen at multiple engagements. Here on March 11th, where he was greeting guests with a namaste gesture, avoiding hand contact.
Can you all go home, please? It's not a holiday, it's a lockdown.
With all of the UK now under stay-at-home orders, the toll elsewhere in Europe remains staggering. Today in Spain, 738 more people died, over 3,400 deaths total, surpassing China and second only to Italy. And in Italy, another 683 deaths in the last 24 hours. This priest giving a final blessing before 45 coffins today. But perhaps finally some real hope. The growth in overall cases around the country is slowing, now in single digits for the third day in a row and the lowest rate yet. But a warning from the World Health Organization to countries thinking of lifting lockdowns prematurely.
The last thing any country needs is to open schools and businesses only to be forced to close them again because of a resurgence.
And David, there is some good news for Prince Charles. Doctors who've examined him say that it's unlikely his condition will escalate into anything more serious. David.
All right, let's hope so. And when we come back here tonight on World News Tonight this Wednesday, Dr. Jen Ashton on whether the virus is changing, what do we know about mutations, the early data, and what this could mean for treatment, and what we should all know about the peak of this here in the U.S., still weeks off. Jen on that in just a moment.
My money should work as hard as I do. So I use my...
Our chief medical editor, Dr. Jen Ashton. And first, Jen, you and I both heard the governor of New York today say hospitalizations, the rate slowing ever so slightly here in New York, but that was not to offer a false sense of security here.
Absolutely not. And we're tracking those numbers day by day. That is some good news. But social distancing is critically important. If you take a look at this graphic, David, if just one sick person stays home, it can potentially cut the future rate almost in half.
And we believe that perhaps that's the reason there's been this slight slowdown. So we got to keep that up. In the meantime, mutations, I know there's very early data on this. And what could that mean for potential treatment or vaccines down the road?
Well, all viruses mutate, David, but so far this virus has been fairly stable. That suggests that down the road it would be a good target for vaccines. But again, it's only 3.5 months old.
And everyone is looking for something they can do at home. There's some data on vitamin C as well.
Only for use in critically ill patients. It's being studied. It has been looked at before in an ICU setting, but no firm data yet.
All right, Dr. Jen with us again tonight. Jen, thank you. And we'll be right back.
Providing a layer of protection you can count on, WeatherTech features non-porous surfaces that can easily be wiped with germ-killing disinfectants and can easily be washed out for complete protection, front, back, and even up the sides. It's not so easy with carpet mats. Stay safe with WeatherTech, the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Order today at WeatherTech.com.
Thousands of women with metastatic breast cancer, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, are living in the moment and taking Ibrance. Ibrance with an aromatase inhibitor is for postmenopausal women or for men with HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ibrance plus letrozole significantly delayed disease progression versus letrozole and shrank tumors in over half of patients. Patients taking Ibrance can develop low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infections that can lead to death. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs that can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are pregnant, breastfeeding, or plan to become pregnant. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite. Be in your moment. Ask your doctor about Ibrance.
We rent this cabin every year.
Yeah, it's perfect for us. Affordable, convenient, just what we need.
Like our wireless service, Consumer Cellular. We get everything we need at a really great price.
Consumer Cellular offers talk, text, and data for as low as $20 a month, and they've received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service 8 times in a row.
Switching was easy. We even kept our phones and numbers.
And more of our money.
Make the switch to Consumer Cellular. Call, go online, or find us at Target.
What makes you you? Your cells. Trillions of them. That's why Centrum contains 24 key nutrients to feed your cells, supporting your energy so you can take care of what matters most. Centrum. Feed your cells, fuel your life.
I'm working to treat every car like I treat mine.
ADP helps AirTech Automotive streamline payroll and HR, so Welby Torres can achieve what he's working for.
Do you have concerns about mild memory loss related to aging? Prevagen is the #1 pharmacist-recommended memory support brand. You can find it in the vitamin aisle in stores everywhere. Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
We're tracking those severe storms, a confirmed EF1 touching down between Mississippi and Alabama. These images from outside Tupelo, Mississippi. The tornado crossing state lines. You can see the damage, homes and structures destroyed. And when we come back tonight, the message taped to the window, and you'll see it.
ABC World News Tonight with David Muir, sponsored by AstraZeneca.
With type 2 diabetes, timing is everything. So why wait?
Your family, plus the warning from state leaders to landlords during the coronavirus pandemic.
Finally tonight here, America Strong, the thank you note taped to the window in the ICU for the doctors and nurses.
At the Cleveland Clinic, we were struck by this image, a note from a patient there who has the coronavirus and was in the intensive care unit. Leaving his room after 10 days, he taped this note to the window. He wrote, "This window has been the most impactful window in my life. On days when I watched you work hard to keep me and others alive, unable to thank you for the time that you poured into me, and although I will probably never get the chance to pour that same love and support into you, I want you to know that I think you are all rock stars." Tonight, the Cleveland Clinic telling us that patient is out of the ICU and doing well, and the doctors and nurses who treated him saw the note.
Hi, David. I'm Eduardo Mireles, and I took care of this patient throughout the week. I mean, I cannot tell you how much this means to us.
That message he taped to his window landed.
The words of gratitude written on the glass wall made us feel recognized and that our efforts are worthwhile. At a time like this, it gives us hope, inspiration, and keeps us going.
And tonight, his nurse, Morgan Brinkman.
The first time I saw his note, I brought tears to my eyes. It just makes it all worth it, and we're going to get through this together.
We will get through this together. I'm David Muir. I hope to see you right back here tomorrow. Good night.
Now at 6, the most drastic step yet as Minnesotans fight through the coronavirus pandemic. When a stay-at-home order will go into effect and what it means for you and your family.
Thousands of Minnesotans are applying for unemployment every day, and some say the process isn't very smooth.
You get a busy signal. You can't get a hold of anyone.
I'm Brett Hoffman, and I'll explain what the state is now recommending.
Crooks aren't taking a break during this COVID-19 outbreak.
People take advantage of others kind of at their worst time.
I'm Eric Shalhoub in Brooklyn Park. What law enforcement wants you to know during these uncertain times.
Dozens of families in the Twin Cities metro nearly forced from their homes.
It's like unbelievable to be like that.
I'm Kirsten Swanson in Hennepin County. Coming up, what was going on behind the scenes before Governor Walz suspended eviction proceedings?
A sports star shares his struggle with COVID-19.
It's difficult. It's very difficult for my family.
Kat's message to everyone as his mom fights for her life. 5 Eyewitness News starts right now. And we begin tonight with the announcement Minnesotans have been expecting to come.
Today, Governor Tim Walz issued a stay-at-home order effective late Friday night. So far in Minnesota, 287 people have tested positive for COVID-19. That includes 25 new cases announced today. 26 people are in the hospital right now. One person has died. A 6-month-old has tested positive in Dodge County. MDH says the child is not in the hospital. Chief political reporter Tom Hauser is in the newsroom with the message from the governor and what this new order means for Minnesotans, Tom.
Yeah, this executive order does make changes, but for many Minnesotans, it will just be a continuation of what they've already been doing. Schools, bars, and restaurants will be closed through the month of April. The governor says the order will take effect just before midnight on Friday, March 27th. That's this Friday. It will stay in effect through April 10th. That's 2 weeks. That means many more employers will have to shut down. Again, restaurants and bars will stay closed through May 1st. Schools will remain closed through May 4th. Governor Walz says if these significant mitigation efforts did not take place, Minnesota could see 74,000 deaths from COVID-19. However, he says they are already seeing evidence our mitigation efforts of the past 2 weeks are working, and that number should be drastically lower. He also said he realizes the toll this will take on Minnesotans mentally, physically, and economically.
Understanding that there is a health component, there is a mental health component, there is a economic component of this, there's a social component, and there's a spiritual component about understanding as life goes on, how do we continue to address all of those needs for Minnesota. So we're trying to think of ways to make sure that we're doing the best science on social distancing, but allowing you to live a life that allows those things to get done.
And there are some who question these drastic measures. Republican Senate Majority Leader Paul Gazelka said he shares the governor's concerns, but has, quote, grave concerns about the impact of all this on Minnesota families and their jobs. And one other thing I get asked about a lot, yes, liquor stores will remain open. The governor said Minnesotans can make responsible decisions about alcohol use, and he will allow liquor stores to remain open, the same as they're doing in neighboring Wisconsin. There is also no need to stock up on groceries or pharmaceuticals or toilet paper. All of that will still be available during the new stay-at-home order. And if you're wondering if your employer is covered under this new stay-at-home executive order, wait for guidance from your employer as they get guidance from the state. Live in the newsroom, Tom Hauser, 5 Eyewitness News.
Tom, thank you. Good information. Now, Minnesota leaders believe the actual number of people who have COVID-19 could be higher than the number of people who've tested positive. One Minneapolis woman tells us she wasn't tested despite doctors telling her she has the symptoms. Joe Mason has the message she wants Minnesotans to hear.
The city of love, Paris, France. That's where Danielle Mayer and her boyfriend visited for 10 days at the end of February.
We had felt completely fine, just not a single symptom.
But a few weeks after returning home to Minneapolis, Danielle started a COVID-19 quarantine diary. Saturday, March 14th. Today was the first day I felt off.
I woke up and I had this foggy headed, just not feeling right.
Monday, March 16th, I woke after sleeping 10 hours to a sore throat, cramping stomach, and headache.
It's just inflamed and raw, and then kind of that dry kind of cough thing.
Tuesday, March 17th. Now I am nervous.
I started to get, the heavy breathing, just.
She fights this illness.
Her lungs were extremely getting worse, and she was having trouble breathing, and they were just explaining to me that she had to be put on a ventilator. My mother, the strongest woman I know, and I know she'll beat this. We're gonna rejoice when she does.
Towns says his mother and father started feeling sick last week. His father is now in quarantine at his home. Towns wants his family struggle to be an example of why everyone needs to take coronavirus seriously.
Disease is real. This disease needs to not be taken lightly. Please protect your families, your.
Taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
Food, fashion, and fun.
Weekdays at 3 on Twin Cities Live.
This
is Nightline.
Tonight, pandemic strategies, the presidential timeline.
I would say by Easter we'll have a recommendation, and maybe before Easter.
How soon can the U.S. really be up and running again? With the growing grip of the coronavirus in Europe, learning lessons from Italy.
We are in the same boat, so avoid this mistake.
And leading the way, how South Korea contained their crisis.
The government here sends out national emergency alert messages throughout the day. It's very much in detail, too.
And the epicenter in China, gearing up to get back on track.
We still can't leave the neighborhood. At least now we're coming outside.
Nightline, we'll be right back.
Liz, you nerd, cough if you're in here.
I took Mucinex TM for my phlegmy cough.
What about Rob's dry cough?
Works on that too, and lasts 12 hours.
12 hours? Who studies that long? Mucinex DM relieves wet and dry coughs for 12 hours with 2 medicines in 1 pill.
Hey, allergy muddlers. Do your sneezes turn heads? Try Zyrtec. It starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, muddle no more.
When we face adversity, we find a way through it. It's about taking care of each other. It's the small parts that make a big difference. At Chevy, we promise to do ours. We're offering Chevy owners complimentary OnStar Crisis Assist services and Wi-Fi data. If you need a new Chevy, interest-free financing for 84 months with deferred payments for 120 days on many of our most popular models. You may even shop online and take delivery at home. It's just our way of doing our part.
Save big money on your next project with 11% off everything now at Menards. Pittsburgh Grand Distinction Interior Paint is a premium paint and primer with a long-lasting, durable finish. Plus, get 11% off. Find your style with outdoor wall lights from Patriot Lighting. The Temple wall light has an oil-rubbed bronze finish and watermark glass. Plus, get 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving with 11% off everything now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Byron Pitts. Tonight, the desperate race to reverse the course of the U.S. on track to become the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic. The president hoping the country will be up and running by Easter. But can that be accomplished? Now taking notes on battle tactics of other countries. Italy facing a nightmare crisis, with South Korea successfully stemming the spread of the disease. So what do? How'd they do it? And can we learn from them now, before it's too late?
This week, the latte giants in South Korea live streaming their cautious first steps towards normalcy. Empty seats lining the stadium, face masks a new part of their uniform. As deaths around the world from COVID-19 surpass 20,000, all eyes are on South Korea, which appears to stand apart from the rest of the world. Last month, the country had seen 909 new cases in a single day. But today, South Korea is reporting only 100 new cases. This as infections in Western countries soar by the thousands. It's believed Korea's twofold approach of extensive testing and social distancing has slowed the spread of the novel coronavirus.
They did over 300,000 tests, and through that, they were able to identify cases and then look for contacts and really snuff this out in an incredible way.
President Trump is reinforcing his hope that the U.S. can reopen for business by Easter, warning that the restrictions may push the economic downturn to the point of no return.
I'm not going to do anything rash or hastily. I don't do that. But the country wants to get back to work. Our country was built to get back to work. We don't have a country where they say, hey, let's close it down for 2 years. We can't do that. It's not our country.
But that's a little over 2 weeks away. And with the number of cases dramatically rising in America, healthcare experts are skeptical.
The last thing any country needs is to open schools and businesses only to be forced to close them again because of a resurgence.
What do you make of the president's optimistic suggestion that he may begin to scale back on the restrictions by Easter?
So it's wonderful to be optimistic that these interventions are going to work, but that doesn't line up with the epidemic models that currently exist, unfortunately. We see the epidemic continuing to grow well into April.
Now, as Americans are left staring down an uncertain road, we look to other countries to see what they have done to contain the spread of the virus. In South Korea, widespread testing has been the game changer. Our South Korea bureau chief, Joo-hee Cho, visited the testing site in the fashionable Gangnam district of Seoul.
We tested 150 testing a day. And many students who come from abroad can get a free testing even though they have no symptoms.
Here, thousands of test kits were made available within 2 weeks of the country's very first confirmed case in January, the same day the U.S. recorded its first diagnosis. South Korea has tested far more people for the coronavirus than any other country, at a per capita rate of more than 40 times the U.S.
The countries that got a jump start on testing were the ones that ultimately are successful in bending the curve.
But while South Korea may be the leading example of what to do right, it's not a direct comparison to the U.S. South Korea has 51 million people spread across just 38,000 square miles. Compare that to the sheer size of the U.S., nearly 330 million people and 3.8 million square miles. Another major part in South Korea's effort to flatten the curve, turning people's phones into a weapon of mass communication.
The government here sends out national emergency alert messages throughout the day. It's basically information about who was tested positive in my neighborhood. It's very much in detail, too.
While hospitals in the U.S. are scrambling for masks and other personal protective equipment, South Korean hospitals are well-stocked thanks to swift government action early on. And just this week, President Trump asking South Korean President Moon Jae-in to send medical equipment to the U.S. Moon telling reporters that Trump sought, quote, urgent help. Hong Kong also appeared to be a success story in getting the virus under control. But then it let its guard down. And cases more than doubled in the last week, most imported from overseas. American Kathleen Pierce works in Hong Kong. No one is sick, but she and her family have been isolated in their apartment for more than 2 months.
We haven't been doing much. It gets boring at times. I mainly play a lot of video games.
Kathleen says the outbreak was more controlled in Hong Kong because it's been through major viral outbreaks before.
My friends and my colleagues here all experienced SARS, so they've lived through this before and they know how long a situation like this can last.
The Pierces thought they could see the light at the end of the tunnel, but just as restrictions were loosening up, travelers from North America and Europe who initially evacuated are returning and bringing the virus back with them.
It's a roller coaster. In the beginning, there's a lot of momentum, and then you sort of lose motivation as the weeks go on.
China is having a similar issue. It's now imposing a 14-day quarantine on anyone coming into the country. Now, more than 3 months after the emergence of COVID-19, officials there are trying to get the country back on track. In most places, people are allowed to travel, but they are given a health code scanned before getting on a bus or shopping at a store. Yet another positive sign. Official media showed workers back at the Honda factory in Wuhan, the original epicenter. But looks can be deceiving.
I am Max, 28 years old and from Colorado.
Max Seward and his wife and baby chose not to evacuate Wuhan when the outbreak began. Restrictions are finally relaxing a tiny bit.
As you can see, we're outside. We still can't leave the neighborhood. There's a gate over there. There's still like razor wire on it and stuff. Everyone has to wear masks and stuff.
Still, no one is allowed to leave the city or enter it unless they have special permission, like those factory workers.
We're wearing like short sleeves now. And when this began, it was snowing and stuff. So it's almost been an entire season.
But over in Europe, the virus grip is growing tighter. Italy now has the highest death toll for COVID-19, and more than 74,000 people have tested positive.
Could you have ever imagined a crisis like this for your country and your profession?
This is a real catastrophic event. Many people, many families has a death, has people ill, some in the hospital, some in the house. It's a very stressful situation.
Dr. Mirko Naccioti works at Papa Giovanni Hospital in the hard-hit city of Bergamo, ground zero in the fight in Italy. The country went into lockdown last month. but its hospitals remain overrun. Now, Choti offers these words of advice to the U.S. and its healthcare workers.
Keep COVID in your home.
Keep it in your home.
In your home, yes. Because if you manage COVID at home, you avoid contamination. It's very important to change your mindset from patient-centered care to community-centered care.
What does that look like?
You have to find solutions for all the population, not for one patient. And this requires a community approach.
He advocates using more home care and mobile clinics to treat the mildly ill and free up the hospitals for the most severe.
Doctor, I know we are just meeting on Skype, but you look tired to me. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm a little bit tired, but I'm okay. This interview is a way to help other people to avoid our problem. My mistake can give you the possibility to avoid this mistake and to save lives in your country.
Spain is now seeing a faster infection rate than Italy. These images posted on social media show a hospital overwhelmed.
How bad will it get here?
From what we're seeing in New York already, where we're reaching capacity in many hospitals and we're seeing the accumulation of deaths, it's very much looking like the way Italy has been growing.
The U.S. outbreak is about a week behind Europe's. Officials here hoping they can avoid heartbreaking images like this.
This is why we keep saying to every American, you have a role to protect each and every person that you interact with. We have a role to protect one another. It's why we are social distancing and you are social distancing. But to every American out there, when you are protecting yourself, you're protecting others. You can see the number of deaths that are occurring. We all have a role in preventing them.
And up next, when can the U.S. reopen for business? Our experts ready to weigh in.
For people living with HIV, keep being you and ask your doctor about Biktarvy. Biktarvy is a complete one-pill, once-a-day treatment used for HIV in certain adults. It's not a cure, but with one small pill, Biktarvy fights HIV to help you get to and stay undetectable. That's when the amount of virus is so low, it cannot be measured by a lab test. Research shows people who take HIV treatment every day and get to and stay undetectable can no longer transmit HIV through sex.
Serious side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare, life-threatening side effects include a buildup of lactic acid and liver problems. Do not take Biktarvy if you take dofetilide or rifampin. Tell your doctor about all the medicines and supplements you take if you are pregnant or breastfeeding, or if you have kidney or liver problems, including hepatitis. If you have hepatitis B, do not stop taking Biktarvy without talking to your doctor. Common side effects were diarrhea, nausea, and headache.
If you're living with HIV, keep loving who you are and ask your doctor if Biktarvy is right for you.
You want a fresh-smelling home, but some air fresheners use heavy, overwhelming scents. Try Febreze One, a range of innovative air fresheners with no heavy perfumes that you can feel good about using in your home to deliver a light, natural-smelling freshness. Febreze One neutralizes stale, stuffy odors and releases a subtle hint of fragrance, like bamboo or lavender and eucalyptus. To eliminate odors with no heavy perfumes, try Febreze One. Brand power helping you buy better.
I've always focused on my career, but when we found out our son had autism, his future became my focus. Lavender baths always calmed him, so we turned bath time into a business. And building it with my son has been my dream job.
At Northwestern Mutual, our version of financial planning helps you live your dreams today. Find a Northwestern Mutual advisor at nm.com.
If you hear this, or this, it can only mean one thing. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire returns for an 8-episode celebrity event hosted by Jimmy Kimmel, April 8th on ABC.
Where's Dad?
Save on the 2020 Nissan Rogue with rear automatic braking. Get a low $199 per month lease on the 2020 Rogue.
Busy. That's life for you. So while you get to it, we're going nonstop to keep you running. no running around. For new key fobs, plus your neighborhood's largest selection of batteries plus bulbs. Plus, if your phone needs fixing, we do that too. Know how? Right now. That's our specialty. Stop by Batteries Plus Bulbs and save on Duracell Ultra, boat, RV, motorcycle, and lawn and garden batteries. Or visit batteriesplus.com.
When it comes to your business internet, which is more important?
Okay, wish I didn't have to choose.
Like, the more I think about it, the more I want to jump to each room.
What if I said you can have it all? Comcast Business gives you connectivity that goes beyond. That's speed, reliability, and security, all from one provider.
Touchdown!
Comcast Business goes beyond with the extraordinary speed, reliability, and security your business needs. Call today. Comcast Business. Beyond fast.
A better grip right when you need it. The 2020 Nissan Altima. Get a low $199 per month lease on the 2020 Nissan Altima.
We're all practicing social distancing, and despite uncertain times, you can count on us to help you enjoy the weather, even in your own backyard. 5 Eyewitness News is proud to be Minnesota's weather authority.
There are so many questions about coronavirus, and we want to help you understand what's being done right here at home.
That's why we're taking time at 4 for a special series, COVID-19, Your Questions, Your Community.
Watch it on our air and at KSTP.com.
Americans are now wondering tonight when the new normal of lockdowns and self-isolation will become things of the past. Earlier tonight, I spoke with ABC News contributors Dr. Todd Ellerin, Director of Infectious Diseases at South Shore Health in Massachusetts, and Tom Bossert, former Homeland Security Advisor to President Trump. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us tonight. Dr. Ellerin, let me start with you, sir. We had at least 185 deaths in the U.S. today, the highest number of deaths so far. What does that tell you?
Well, it tells us that the epidemic is worsening, and it's not necessarily equal across the country. The other states shouldn't feel like, you know, we have a lot of time. We need to prepare just in case we're the next hot zone.
Tom, things are difficult right now in many places. As you know, the president is concerned about the economy, rightfully so. And once the country up and running by Easter, from your perspective, is this a wise decision?
Yeah, I was very encouraged to see the president clarify that message today from the podium. We can't have one standard for removing the isolation measures from any one community, and we can't have one date to remove them. We're going to have to make those decisions based on where we see hotter and cooler spots, and we're going to have to make those decisions based on where we've got the resources to execute the responsible step-down plan.
And Dr. Ellerin, to that point, a lot of medical experts disagree with the president. What do you think of his deadline, and is there a way to do it safely?
Well, I want to echo what Tom just said. You know, we want to be driven by data and not dates. So if April 12th comes around and we're seeing mortality go down and, you know, that the epidemic looks like it's plateauing more, then it may be possible to open up certain parts of the country. But I don't think it can be an all or none type of decision. At the same time, we have to increase testing. That's vital so we can identify these patients early, isolate them, trace their contacts, and in that way we'll decrease human-to-human spread and try to break the chain of transmission.
Dr. Ellerin, if you would give us some context about what's going on in South Korea. They've had real success in dealing with the virus there due to their aggressive measures to fight it. They've been disinfecting shoes, for example, forcing people to sanitize their hands and take multiple temperature checks. Should the United States be heading in that same direction?
They were excellent in getting out front with testing. They got their commercial labs to be able to mass produce testing, and they tested patients early. They were able to identify, isolate, contact trace, quarantine those close contacts. But I do want to add one point. There was a little bit of good fortune involved in that country as well. There was an epidemic that was forming in a certain population. It was in this Christian sect that was a younger population population also had a lot of females. So younger females were the predominant population that was getting infected. And overall, as you know, younger patients tend to do better, and overall females tend to do better than males. So it was a combination of them being very aggressive and giving good care, mass communication, but also some good fortune.
Gentlemen, a final question to you both. I mean, you both have painted a grim picture about where we are now and what's to come. What's your best recommendations to what people can do at home?
We can't stress it enough, even though it sounds overstated, that sticking to this plan is important. The idea of staying to the course that we've set for ourselves without getting 7 or 10 days into it and losing our patience or losing our nerve is exceedingly important. I don't want us to spend all of this cost for our economy and on our lives only to then give up and not receive the public health benefit that we get for all of this sacrifice. And then we can use the time that we have between now and the time that, God forbid, it becomes worse in other communities to prepare. And that doesn't mean just hospital preparations. How do I take care of my family, my parents, my children? Anything that I can do to make me ready for an outbreak in my town or city that might not yet be upon me. And then lastly, I think we can all continue to provide support to one another and continue to be vigilant against some of the disinformation and divisive language that we're hearing by ignoring it and remaining together and optimistic.
Doctor, we'll give you the last word.
Some of the basic infection control principles are really vital here. Good hand hygiene. The social distancing, especially at a time like now when things are on the rise, really important. We want to take that seriously. And remember, this is not a disease of just the elderly. COVID-19 has sent a lot of younger people, aged 20 to 50, into the hospital. So, you know, we want to make sure that we're not just taking this for granted.
Dr. Todd Ellerin and Tom Bossert, gentlemen, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Byron.
We'll be right back.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's Skyrizi.
Things are getting clearer. Yeah, I feel free to bare my skin. Yeah, that's on me. Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin. That's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Keep your skin clearer with Skyrizi. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. Of those, nearly 9 out of 10 sustained it through 1 year. And Skyrizi is 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
I see nothing in a different way. And it's my moment, so I just gotta say. Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi.
Too many after parties? Not drinking water? We've all committed skin sins. New Neutrogena Bright Boost kickstarts dull, tired skin with neoglucosamine, a gentle, non-acid amino sugar exfoliant that works within the surface and boosts cell turnover by 10 times. For brighter, wide-awake skin, Bright Boost. Pair with illuminating serum for 3 times the brightening power. Neutrogena.
To the doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals.
To everyone keeping our supermarkets, pharmacies, gas stations running.
To all the essential workers, thank you.
Thank you. We thank you for all you do.
Hello, neighbors. During these uncertain times, Window World will donate 150 meals to your local food shelf for every order placed in April and May. More than a window company, the Window World family cares.
Save an extra 7.5% during Warner Stellian's free tax rebate event. This LG laundry pair is $649 each before tax rebate and includes trusted fast free delivery and haul away through March 30th only at Warner Stellian.
There's never been a better time to buy a brand new Mitsubishi or certified used vehicle. The Fed has cut interest rates to an all-time low, and that means great deals for you. Get 0% financing on all new Mitsubishis and certified pre-owned vehicles. Or take a break from car payments until summer with no payments for 90 days. Plus at-home test drives and free home delivery to anywhere in Minnesota. And every purchase comes with your own White Bear. What could be better? But hurry, offers end soon. Shop online at whitebearmitsubishi.com.
My name is Jay Deems, one of the owners of Minnesota Rusco and Minnesota Shower and Bath. I want to thank you for allowing us to serve you for the past 65 years. During this challenging time, we feel we need to have our frontline employees working from home with our full financial support. So, we're closing our showroom with a flexible reopen date. We're doing everything possible so that our employees have a strong position to come back to. So I've secured an offer that we've never had before, available on every product we sell. Right now, we're offering 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for the next 2 years. You can call now or make your appointment online today, and we're sure hoping you do. This offer is available through May 31st, so you can get what you need now and pay for it in a couple of years. As a way of supporting other local businesses, we'll be giving you a $25 gift card to a locally owned restaurant with every new appointment. Our team looks forward to seeing you.
At Barnett, finding the perfect vehicle is no illusion.
And you don't have to go through hoops.
And we don't cut corners when it comes to customer satisfaction.
This was fun. See you boys later.
Wait,
what?
Get Barnett Kia's complimentary 1,000,000-mile warranty and choose the amazing 50 MPG Kia Niro from under 22 or the Niro plug-in over 100 MPG.
Dad? 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 Dad?
Barnett.
Track local news anytime at KSTP.com.
Nightline. The stories that shape your world, shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. Watch the most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline on Hulu.
When politicians send their thoughts and prayers with no action, we say no more.
You have no idea what it feels to get back home and not having your son here.
Just focus on what I have to do for everybody, every other kid in this country.
Imagine getting in a plane crash, surviving, and getting on the same plane every day where the one issue that caused it isn't fixed.
After Parkland, now available on Hulu.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
We have this breaking news in now. Federal financial aid is another step closer to reality tonight. The Senate late tonight passed a record $2 trillion stimulus bill to soften the fallout from the COVID-19 crisis. Bottom line, it will provide checks for some taxpayers of up to $1,200. The House still needs to vote on the package Friday. We'll have full details on GMA in the morning. And finally tonight, during the darkest days of World War II, it was Winston Churchill who said, "This is not time for ease and comfort. It is time to dare and endure." That's Nightline for this evening. Thanks for the company, America.
This stage now. Can we get the girls over here?
Okay, the full deck is officially Kings of the Con, and that's final.
Smile big, everybody. This is for the movie press release.
Get a better angle. You're picking my nose.
You boys ready for your photo?
What photo?
You're in the movie, too.
We don't condone what you did, but you really made a splash with the fans, so we came up with a small role for you.
What is it? Ace and Jack's crime-fighting nephews?
Nope. The kitty's personal pooper scoopers. He's really looking forward to working with you.
The whole world is dealing with coronavirus, but a lot of us still have a lot of questions. Well, we've got you covered right here. It's Kids Together, the Nickelodeon Town Hall. We've got host Kristen Bell bringing together real kids to get answers with a little help from Keenan Thompson, Kel Mitchell, Sierra and Russell Wilson, Charlie D'Amelio, David Dobrik, Kevin Hart, Ellen DeGeneres, DJ Khaled, John Cena, Millie Bobby Brown, Young Dylan, Noah Centineo, Ninja, JoJo Siwa, Serena Williams, Joshua Bassett, Ken Jeong, Anthony Anderson, and many more, featuring a performance by Alicia Keys. And now here's our host, Kristen Bell.
Welcome to Kids Together, the Nickelodeon Town Hall. I am Kristen Bell. What we're here to do over the next hour is to create a space for kids to have a conversation about the coronavirus pandemic. We want to help kids understand what's going on, find a place to talk about it, but also provide some much needed distraction. Now, all of you are at home. You're missing school, your friends, your birthdays, your tryouts, and that is a huge bummer. We've all heard a lot of stuff in the news and online, and some of it's true and some of it isn't. We're going to sort through all of it today. It's a stressful time for everyone, but here's something I know about kids. Kids are strong. Kids know how to look on the bright side, and kids know the only way to get through tough times is by doing it together. Like everything we do here at Nickelodeon, this is for the kids.
Coronavirus, coronavirus. Coronavirus, coronavirus, coronavirus. How long is it gonna be till we can go back to our school and play with our friends?
Why it takes 2 weeks for the symptoms to show up.
Why is it affecting so many people around the world? How much times can you get the coronavirus?
My question is,
I'm wondering. My question is. My question.
What are they gonna say?
What is the coronavirus anyway?
Okay, guys, let's start with the basics. Joining us right now is the former Surgeon General of the United States, Dr. Vivek Murthy, who is here to take some questions and break it all down for us. Thank you so much for being here, Doc.
Really glad to be with you, Kristen.
And we also have Desi. Hi. Zoe's here as well. Hi, Zoe.
Hi.
So we want to use this time basically for you guys to be able to ask Dr. Murthy some questions. Desi, why don't you start?
Can you explain to us what exactly is coronavirus?
You might know that a virus is an organism that can get inside your body and make you sick. And if you've ever had a cold, then that means you've had a virus before.
Parents have been calling it COVID-19, is that correct?
That's right. And what COVID-19 stands for is coronavirus, infectious disease, and the 19 stands for the year 2019, which is when the virus was discovered.
So could an animal like the bat or the pangolin, could that have been the start of coronavirus? And if so, how?
Now, it seems that the COVID-19 virus probably started in bats. There may have been another organism that it jumped to before it went to humans, and it may have been the pangolin, but we don't know that for sure.
What are some of the symptoms of COVID-19?
If you have COVID-19, most people have a fever, they can have a cough, and they can also feel achy and really, really tired. Sometimes you can feel that way when you have the flu. But what's really important to remember is that COVID-19 it seems to spread a lot more easily than the flu, and it seems to be more dangerous as well.
Let's hope we don't get it.
Yes, absolutely. What can we do to not get it? The way this virus spreads, when you cough or when you sneeze, a little bit of fluid will come out, of your body, and that fluid can contain the virus. That fluid can spray, and it can get on your hand, the table, it can get on your phone, and you may not see anything.
This is really gross.
Disgusting.
Does that happen all the time?
Yes.
I know a lot of people are saying that kids can't get it.
So that's not entirely true. What is true is that the people who get the most sick from COVID-19 are people who are older. It's really important that we think about protecting everybody, because even if most kids don't get sick, some kids will. And even if you don't get sick, you can carry the virus and transmit it to somebody else. This is why we should be washing our hands all the time.
I'm writing this down. I'm going to put this on my mirror so I start to remember, because I'm very guilty. Do you guys always touch your face as much as I do?
Yeah, you saw me touch my face. I was touching my face and I'm like, oh no, why am I scratching it?
So what do you do if you have to itch your face? I mean, obviously this is out of the question.
Yeah.
Right? That's canceled. Cancel!
You probably have heard of that people are being asked to do now. There's something called social distancing. When people say social distancing, they're talking about increasing the space between you and other people. When you go to a concert, for example, you're with a lot of people, and you're all crowded together. The social distancing is the opposite of that.
Just get like a yardstick.
Yeah,
I feel like a lot of people are going to get good at math and they'll know exactly what 6 feet is. I'm going to tell you the things I'm going to do now after this learning session. Picking your nose is officially canceled.
Should have been.
I'm going to carry around some tissues and some wipes or some hand sanitizer, and I'm going to wash my hands a whole lot more. Thank you so much for joining us today, you guys. Doctor, I think we're going to have you hang around. But kids, thank you so much for joining us, and we loved your questions, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you. You
Thanks,
too.
guys.
Okay, Mr. SquarePants. A good employee always scrubs his hands thoroughly. Be sure to get under those fingernails. And don't forget about the knuckles. And make sure those palms are squeaky clean. All right, let's see those hands. Now that's thorough.
There is a lot of misinformation being spread around out there, and we need to separate the truth from the lies. So it's time for Fact or Fiction. I will read some information, and you guys decide whether you think it's true or not. And joining us are the stars of the Nickelodeon classic Good Burger, Kenan Thompson and Kel Mitchell.
I see you, Kel.
Oh, what up, man?
All right, guys, is everybody ready? Kel and Kenan, you're going to have a chance to answer this, and then Vivek will set us straight. Question number 1. There's no evidence that pets can spread the coronavirus to humans. Okay, fact or fiction? Hold it up.
Fact.
Vivek, you want to set us straight?
So the right answer is fact. There's no evidence right now that pets can spread the virus to people.
Are you just the softest, snuggliest little love bug ever?
Does drinking water protect against the coronavirus? Kel and Kenan, go.
The calf.
To calf.
You should always drink water. I mean, it's good for you, but...
So Kel is right. That's fiction. Drinking water is always a good idea, but then that's not true.
I don't need it.
The weather will help make coronavirus go away. Fact or fiction?
Like, are we talking like forever, or for like in the meantime?
No, like in the summer, will the weather make coronavirus go away?
Oh, no. Like I've heard stories on both sides.
Guys, I need an answer.
Noit Kif.
Okay.
It's fiction because we don't know for sure that the weather is going to affect this virus.
Does eating Good Burger help prevent the coronavirus?
Welcome to Good Burger, homie. Good Burger, can I take your order?
Oh, yeah, that's
I'm just taking questions from the audience here. Everybody wants
Good
to know.
Burger. I'm gonna say it's a fact.
Doctor,
I got to tell you, I don't even know what Good Burger is.
Wow. So then it's a fact. We win just by default.
well, I thank you to all who are participating in this. Kel, Kenan, I think that we're well on our way to being doctors. Thanks to Dr. Vivek Murthy for taking the time to join us. Thanks so much, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. Everybody stay safe and healthy.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, kids at home.
Hey, what's up, friends?
This is DMC and the place to be.
We wanted to make this video to say what we've been doing during these difficult times.
I've just been gaming and streaming as much as absolutely possible.
I've been playing tons of games with my family.
And what I like to do when I'm in the house, I like to draw.
There we're playing Scrabble.
I've been playing a lot of Apples to Apples, and it's very fun.
We have been memorizing the United States of America map and where all the states are.
I think one of the things that I'm most proud of is I'm actually learning how to write with my opposite hand.
I built these garden boxes right here.
I drew myself as a superhero.
So if you want to start making videos or streaming, you definitely have a lot of time right now.
One last one. What about this state?
It's Indiana.
Oh, I did not think it was that. So you totally tricked me.
It's all right to take a walk in the sunshine and enjoy, but practice social distancing.
What do we don't forget?
Wash your hands for 20 seconds.
Wash your hands for 20 seconds. Stay strong and stay at home.
I hope you all are having a good time. Make sure you hug the people that you love and tell them that you love them. I love you guys. Peace out.
Feeling a little stuck?
Sigh.
Let's nick together. We're here with your faves.
You called the right person.
I know.
We're here with the facts.
Aye, aye, Captain!
We're here with something for you to do every hour on the hour.
What up? It's your boy, Young Dylan. I'm gonna throw out a beat. You're gonna move along. Let's do this.
We're glad you're here.
Hey, Mom, what's up?
Get cozy. Yeah.
Because we're all in this together.
Everything I could ever want is right here.
Kids Together, the Nickelodeon Town Hall, is brought to you by Hot Wheels. Keep playing.
I'm Tanner Fox, and welcome to the Hot Wheels Track Builder Unlimited Challenge. Ready, set, build! Let's kick it through the curve.
Whoa! Time to build, boost, and start with the Triple Loop Kit. Yes!
The Hot Wheels Track Builder Unlimited Triple Loop Kit. Adults assemble. Other track packs and sets each sold separately.
Lunchtime! Let's eat. Just give me a scoop of worms.
Scoop of what?
He's a fussy eater.
This is mixed up.
No trades today, guys.
You can make your own mixed up fun with Lunchables with 100% juice.
Apartments.com puts more renters in new homes than any other website. How? By sniffing out more listings than anybody else. Really?
Things are going really well with us. My lease is up on the 1st, and I think he wants me to move in with him.
What?
I've got a potential lead on a vacancy.
What's up with this dog? Is that your dog?
Good boy.
What's up with the cone?
I told you this would work. Apartments.com, the most popular place to find a place.
Get ready.
The moment has finally arrived. The Super 9.
All your favorites go head-to-head for the first time.
It is on.
In a 2-hour event full of April foolishness.
I don't even know what just happened.
April Fool!
And you can't miss the biggest troll of the season.
I got rickrolled, I guess.
The Masked Singer, all new. A special 2-hour event. Check local listings.
New B-Sex King Morpher.
It's morphin' time!
Activate lights and sounds. New B-Sex King Morpher. Activate more lights and sounds with Ranger's Morph X keys. Each sold separately.
You ready back there?
Hold on, Chewie.
Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker. Rated PG-13.
Want to play?
I see you.
Airheads.
Play more?
Play delicious.
Unlock the Cineverse with Cinnamon Toast Crunch, part of this complete breakfast.
When the Murrays head to work, their dog Michelangelo gets to work too. Today's job, own the bed. Stinky. Good thing they use new Gain Ultra Flings with 2 times the Oxy Boost and Febreze for ultra big, ultra stinky loads. Fresh again. Gain, seriously good scent. And if you love Gain Flings, you've got to try the dish soap.
Here are 15 things you can do while social distancing. Read, exercise, learn a new dance, wash your hands, clean your room, brush up on your French, make some tacos, wash your hands again, knit an ugly sweater, write the great American novel. Why not wash your hands again? Learn to code, bake a cake, make an imaginary friend. Didn't we mention wash your hands? We're all in this together. Keep it here.
Make a playlist. Wash your hands.
It's a good time to take up a hobby. I'm trying to learn how to play guitar. I'm not very good, but I've been trying.
I was having a lot of fun social distancing, and I'm keeping myself busy doing it, so I remain to have a good time. Okay, so this is a little bit of my garden. I have some collard greens that I use today in my smoothie.
Things I've been doing to keep busy are
Bouncing on the trampoline.
Pick your nose, wash your hands.
Organize my garage.
One thing I've really been doing a lot is cooking, but I do make lots of salads and lots of greens, trying to eat healthy while I'm self-quarantined.
I have been busy playing a lot of video games.
Read a book.
Working out.
Cancel plans.
Writing songs and doing arts and crafts.
Watch a dance.
Building forts.
Text your crush. Take a chance. Wash your hands. Whatever you do, wash your hands.
We asked kids what they were worried about, and they unanimously said one thing: toilet paper.
Let's talk Toilet paper.
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper. Woo! Toilet paper. Why is everybody buying so much toilet paper?
So much toilet paper.
What's the deal with toilet paper? What's gonna happen if we run out of toilet paper?
Toilet paper?
Where's our toilet paper?
People need to take care of business. I got the last one.
Woo! Okay, that was a lot. People are buying enough toilet paper for a lifetime of butt cleaning and then some. But how do we know if that's necessary? Well, I have Tara Sinclair here, who is not a toilet paper expert, but she is a professor of economics, and she does have the answers we need about a supply chain. So, is it a real concern that things are running out? Should we be worried?
When we think about toilet paper, it's a really stable good. Normally, we would order the same number of boxes of toilet paper each month. Right now, however, everybody's going to the store and they're buying tons of it and hoarding it, storing it in their closet. And the reason is because people are worried that they're not going to be able to go to the store and buy those goods in the near future. But the good news is that there's lots of toilet paper in the warehouses, and it's really a pretty easy product to make. So they're moving more into the stores, and it's already coming in right now. And that means our bums are going to be okay.
Okay, wow, we are all in this together. So now we have a couple families joining us. Sierra and Russell, it's nice to see you guys. Hey,
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
And thank you for being here. We're also joined by the Meyersons, and we also have the Ishu family with us. You guys, thank you so much for giving your time to this. I'm stressing out a little bit, you guys. We are living on top of each other at my home 24/7. Is that how you guys are feeling?
The craziest thing is we're homebodies, but it's weird when someone tells you have to stay inside. That's something that's psychological. And we are finding ways to be creative with our schedules. Today, Peter and I were upstairs playing soccer between his bedroom and Sienna's bedroom, and Sienna did a couple of kicks in between, but we just turned the house into a soccer field. It's been a lot of fun.
Ishu family, how are you guys doing? Are you finding everyone annoying yet? What's happening over there?
Not really, actually. I mean, only when we were doing school last week, because we were all on the internet and it was a little bit like laggy and there were some connectivity issues, but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I was hosting a webinar for work and for 300 people, and the three of these guys burst into the room, and I have no idea what type of ridiculousness the three of them were up to. So
our son Future was having a Zoom class, and he kicked us out of the class. He was like, I need to be focused and I want to do this. Like, he was in my own zone. So we're all just the same in this time.
Next time he does one of those Zoom meetings, I highly recommend a nice, big, bold TikTok dance behind him.
Well, Sierra does the TikTok dances all the time.
Meyerson family, how are you guys handling this? Are you doing the whole routine thing? Are you working from home? What's happening over there?
Judah has us on a schedule every day on the whiteboard, right, Judah?
Yep.
Really?
Awesome. Goes over to his whiteboard. We have like a whiteboard where he writes down everything, and he draws out a schedule for all of us. He writes down when mom and dad have meetings, and when he can have screen time, when he can do his homework, when he can do all sorts of stuff.
Oh, I love that.
We're both working parents, and we're pretty busy all day, and then these kids are here, and they're just doing a fantastic job of trying to manage their studies, manage their schedules. Ellie's got a tutor she works with over FaceTime. They're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's super important, as Sierra was saying, the education piece is really critical.
We can all try to sort of work through this new normal. And Judah, I probably will be calling you not only with some joke suggestions for your board, but also because my board's a little wonky and I think I need some help. Guys, it's hard living with your parents 24/7. I mean, we can be very annoying, but it's not easy for the parents either, because guess what? You can be annoying too. Joining us now are California Surgeon General Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris and our panel. I guess the burning question from all of us, how do we reduce some stress at home?
Yeah, well, Judah's got the right idea with having that schedule and planning out that week. But the other piece about it is that even if we're staying at home, there are still lots of opportunities to get some regular exercise. That's a really important thing because we're all feeling the stress right now. Like our bodies are actually making more stress hormones. Even if it's an indoor dance party or, you know, doing a little bit of yoga or hula hooping in the living room, whatever it is, that'll help us feel a little better.
We go on like hikes every day. We go around the evening. We go as a family for walks around the neighborhood, or we go to this really cool hike that's just up the hill. It's really nice.
Right?
Oh my goodness. So spending time with the people that we love actually releases oxytocin. And it turns out that oxytocin directly counteracts our stress response. And so as we are at home with the people that we love, as we're connecting and having really quality time, it actually biologically helps to, you know, turn off our stress response. And it's really important for healthy mind and body.
This is how we do it. We might see some future scientists come up with this because kids are getting a chance to stay home and learn about things that interest them and think about the way the world works and how we're all connected. And I think this could actually might be pretty cool.
You know, even though it's challenging, staying at home really is saving lives.
I love this. That is incredible advice. You guys, thank you so much for giving your time to this.
Yeah,
thank
of course.
you.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks to Dr. Nadine Berg-Harris and our panel for chatting with us. Up next, we meet some kids who are struggling with having to put their lives on pause, including a 2020 Olympian who has to put her dream on hold. Coming up, it's a musical performance with Alicia Keys. More Kids Together Town Hall after the break.
What up, Nickelodeon? What up, kids? Giving you guys an update as to what I've been doing through this quarantine. I'm gonna be honest with you, I've been just spending time with my wife and my kids, getting to know my family more, loving them as much as I possibly can, finding ways to just improve, to be better.
Hey guys, Tom Kenny, the voice of SpongeBob here. If you're like me, these days you are spending a lot of time in your pineapple.
Hey kids, it's Ellen DeGeneres saying hey, and hope you're all doing okay. I know it's a tough time for all of us. I know you're stuck inside and you can't go to school and you can't play with your friends, but here's what you can do. You can wash your hands. If you have board games at home, you can play with your parents. You can watch Game of Games at night.
Hey, Kristen, and hey, everybody. Right now, we're at home. We're chilling. We're staying safe, staying healthy. We wanted to show you what we've been doing on this quarantine. We're just going to kick around the soccer ball.
I've been spending a lot of time going outside during all this, washing my hands and not hanging out with my friends. So I rewrote my song Common Sense to help remind you guys of what we all gotta do. Common sense tells me, please wash both your hands.
This is a hard time, I get it. I'm stressed, but I'm also exercising every day. I'm taking walks. I'm playing Frisbee with my dog.
Whether your home is on land or under the sea, on behalf of the whole cast and crew of SpongeBob SquarePants, we just want to remind you that we're all in this together.
Stay safe, guys. Peace.
So, hang in there. We're all gonna be okay.
Saturday, with 12 years villains running free. Danger Force tries to stop the crime spree.
I got the toddler! It's not the toddler, that's just a toddler!
While dealing with the case of mistaken identity.
These kids are now being called Oopsie Girl, the Wing Whip, Spicy Milk, and Gorgeous Hairball.
I object to the wing whip in the strongest possible term!
Finally find out our superheroes' real super names in a brand new Danger Force. Saturday at 8 on Nick.
Give up the charms, Bucky.
Heart stars and horseshoes, clovers and blue moons, uniforms, rainbows, and tasty red balloons. For lovely Lucky Charms, they're magically delicious. See Trolls World Tour, rated PG.
Good is ready.
You're doing great, buddy!
My first laser battle.
Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker, rated PG-13.
Osmo. Play, learn, grow. Osmo. Unleash your imagination with Creative Kit. Master new skills with Genius Kit. Osmo Genius Kit and Creative Kit. Each sold separately. Smart device not included.
Lunchtime!
Let's eat!
Give me a scoop of worms.
Scoop of what?
He's a fussy eater.
This is mixed up.
No trades today, guys.
You can make your own mixed up fun with Lunchables with 100% juice.
Young squire, our quest is at hand.
Yes, my lord.
My lord? These words sound funny. Behold the dragon's lair. Prepare thyself.
Yes, my lord.
Now to the beast.
Shouldn't we first awaken the beast, my lord?
I can't work like this.
You can make movies at goldfishfun.com. Ask your parents' permission.
The snack that smiles back, Goldfish.
My new frosted cream.
Your taste makes me sing. This love song I devote to frosted honey bunches of oats. Frosty, crispy, crunchy, frosted honey bunches of oats.
It's new.
Caught him, Chief.
How did you doing? I was chilling at the station. I got a helicopter with a giant magnet. I used the pizza to lure the dog to stop the course. Oh, you catch the course with the new Lego City Police sets. Each set sold separately. Background models not included.
I'm Tanner Fox, and welcome to the Hot Wheels Track Builder Unlimited Challenge. Ready, set, build! Let's kick it through the curve.
Whoa! Time to build, boost, and stunt with the triple loop kit. Yes!
The Hot Wheels Track Builder Unlimited Triple Loop Kit. Adults assemble. Other track packs and sets each sold separately.
Unlock the Cineverse with Cinnamon Toast Crunch, part of this complete breakfast.
Want to play? I spy something brown.
That bald eagle.
Indeed.
I spy something loud and fast.
Airheads.
Play more.
Play delicious.
Did you know that just by staying home right now, you could actually be saving people's lives?
Yeah!
Staying home can help slow the spread of coronavirus and keep emergency rooms from overcrowding and running out of supplies they need to help people.
Just thought you could use a little help.
It can protect people who are more at risk, like grandparents or people who are already sick.
I will take care of you, mija.
Some people have to go out and work right now.
You gotta come to work. It's an emergency.
Like people who work at hospitals.
Get some rest and drink plenty of fluids.
Or supermarkets, or the post office, or delivery services.
Pizza's here.
They have to go out for us. So let's stay home for them. We can do this together.
Hey everyone!
I hope you all are staying safe and healthy.
Baby, my little prince. His name is Pluto.
We're just finding fun ways to entertain ourselves.
We just got a new puppy named Mocha. Mocha? Mocha?
I made a ton of pancakes. More pancakes than I've ever made in my entire life. Oh, it was a wet one. That was really wet.
I've been spending a lot of time with my cats. Gotta keep them in shape.
This is Sheila. She's a true celebrity.
I've also been brushing my cats because they deserve it. I've been cleaning their litter box because I have to.
Just look at the camera.
We could do this and play with her for hours and hours on end.
I've been talking to them about my feelings, and most importantly, I've been taking naps with my cats.
And this is how we're entertaining ourselves right now.
I'm thinking about you guys. I love all of you guys, and stay safe out there.
Mocha!
It's easy for us adults to see the big picture, but miss some of the details. You missed your birthday party. So what? You'll have another. Easy for us to say when we've had 39 of them. But what about when you're 10? Joining us now are a group of kids who are all bummed to be missing out on some of life's special moments. Hi, Anthony. I heard that you might be worried about missing summer.
I heard that school might cancel summer if we don't get back to school in time.
Really? So the school year might change?
Yeah.
We're all experiencing this weird new normal, huh?
Kind of sucks during this whole coronavirus thing.
Yeah. Sky, how are you dealing with everything right now?
My big dream was to be in the Olympics, and now that I can't, it is a little sad.
Chauncey, what are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling sad.
You are?
I haven't been able to go to school, and that also means I haven't been able to see my friends, and it's been kind of boring not being able to see them.
I'm kind of feeling that way too. I'm also joined by Avery. I know you have a summer camp coming up.
Yeah, well, I'm a little concerned because I love to go to summer camp, and I'm a little nervous that because of the whole coronavirus that I'm not going to be able to go this summer.
Okay, before I let you guys go, I just wanted to introduce you to one more person. He's an old friend of mine. You may know him from a movie that you may have seen called Frozen. Please say hello to Mr. Josh Gad. Say hi, Josh.
Hello, Josh.
Hi,
Josh.
Hi, guys.
This is amazing. Keep going.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
How are you handling everything?
I'm staying in touch with my friends like this. My kids and I are going on a lot of walks. My dog has never been happier in her life.
Aren't you reading stories to kids?
I am. Every night, I pick up a kid's book, here, a book like this, and I read it to all the little kiddos and all the adults at home. Olivia was riding a camel in Egypt. He would climb up her trunk and swing from her branches. For me, it's so fun because I love reading. Every week when the school was open for my girls, I would go and read Harry Potter to them. So this is really nice that I get to keep doing it.
Well, Josh, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys for all being so brave and wonderful.
You guys are gonna make me cry, I swear.
It takes a real man to show emotion, Anthony. Do it. I dare ya.
You dare me? Come on. This is so exciting for me because I like Olaf and I'm just like, oh my God.
I hope that what everybody learns from this show is that, you know, you may think you like us from a distance, but sometimes we're thinking about you too, because right now we're talking face to face and we care about you and we care about the fact that all of you guys are having to figure out how to postpone your summers and some of your Olympic dreams. And that's hard stuff, and we want to be there to help you work it all out. All right, thank you guys. Have a great day.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Sky. Bye, Anthony. Bye, Josh. So often members of a family have opposing goals. For example, mom says, kids, please brush your teeth. And the kid says, I hate brushing my teeth. I'm never going to brush them, Kristen. And the mom says, don't call me by my first name. Lots of families have been posting on TikTok to get out some of that pent-up energy, and it makes me smile every time I see it.
Acting stupid.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
I think it's time I learned one. Joining us now is Charlie D'Amelio and her family. Charlie is the most followed person on TikTok, and her latest post, the distance dance, is going to be the first one I learn. Charlie, everyone is going crazy over this distance dance that you created. You have a huge TikTok following, and I was wondering if you would teach me how to do the distance dance. I have been limbering up so that we can begin. And I just did a couple warm-ups. Could you take me through the dance?
So you start with your arms up like you're asking a question.
Why you so negative?
And then arms back. And then you go like you're building a house.
Let them all talk, they ain't relevant.
Cross your arms twice. 1, 2.
Talk, they ain't relevant.
Left, right, left, left.
You can just tell this, yeah.
Do a little like body roll.
Yeah.
Inhale to the back.
Inhale.
Back to the front. Exhale.
Exhale.
And you're gonna do like a little around your chest.
Breathe slowly.
Okay,
let's do it.
All right, you ready to do this thing?
You know it. Ready?
Ready. Why you so negative? Let them all talk, they ain't relevant. Baby girl, you can just stay a bit. Calm down, we can just settle this, yeah. Inhale, exhale, breathe slowly. Calm down.
How was that?
I think I nailed it.
Awesome! Guys, we did it!
I feel great, and my blood is pumping. So, Charlie, thank you. Keep posting these videos. We all need to move our bodies, and we will all continue to watch and do them.
Yay! Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Up next, we sing. Stick around.
Hope you guys are all staying safe and healthy and staying inside. I know it sucks, but it's kind of the most important thing we could be doing right now.
One way we've been keeping busy is challenging Dad to a back slap. Who does
it better, Boomer or Daddy?
I hope you're all staying home, staying healthy, and staying safe.
We are in this together, and we got this.
Throughout all this, I'm practicing social distancing. I'm washing my hands religiously.
We've been inside our house for a little bit now, but things that we've been doing to keep busy, we've been playing a lot of board games, we've been cooking a lot, and obviously we've been making a ton of videos for you guys.
To pass time, I've been having pillow fights with Natalie. Look at my room. I know it sounds ridiculous, but look how fun it is. Look at this. Look at all the feathers.
Lexi, any tips for them to help keep them busy?
Yeah, you guys, just make sure that you stay healthy, and you know, if anything, this is a time that you spend with your family.
Yeah.
So yeah, just enjoy that.
So go have fun. Go have a pillow fight. Stay inside. Be healthy.
Peace.
Who's with me?
Nickelodeon is with you. We've got new episodes of all the shows you love.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Squidward Tentacles!
And brand new shows
Let's do this.
you're gonna love.
I am so grumpy.
So get ready for laughs. Dares. And scares. With all your faves and tons of new, Nickelodeon is with you.
Wanna play?
I see you.
Airheads.
Play more?
Play delicious.
New B-Sex King Morpher. Activate lights and sounds. New B-Sex King Morpher. Activate more lights and sounds with Ranger's MorphX keys, each sold separately.
Osmo. Play, learn, grow. Osmo. Unleash your imagination with Creative Kit. Master new skills with Genius Kit. Osmo Genius Kit and Creative Kit. Each sold separately. Smart device not included.
It's about the time. Can you hear it knocking at the door? It's about that time. We're gonna celebrate. Come on, everybody now. Celebrate together now.
Unlock the Cineverse with Cinnamon Toast Crunch, part of this complete breakfast.
What?
Everyone's going wild over Crayola Scribble Scrubby Pets. The fuzzy, adorable pets you can color, rinse, and scrub again and again. You can collect them all. Crayola Scribble Scrubby Pets. Set sold separately.
This is the new Nerf Ultra 2. And these are the Nerf Ultra Nutrition! This is the science project.
This is long distance dunk tank.
The new Nerf Ultra 2. Eyewear and batteries not included. Each sold separately.
It's Nerf or nothing!
Behold, our ancestors created 6 strings, each for a different type of music.
When I have all 6 strings, I'm gonna turn all the trolls into rock zombies.
Rock and roll! I'm not gonna let you do this!
We'll overpower them with glitter.
We're gonna have to go where no pop troll has ever gone.
Who wants to party? Without smiling.
Trolls World Tour. Rated PG in theaters and at home on demand April 10th.
Welcome to the Clubhouse Child Care and Preschool. At the Clubhouse, we let kids be kids while encouraging good manners, independence, and lasting friendships. There's awesome activities like Tippy Toes dance class, soccer shots, and stretch and grow. Plus, club kids ages 4 through 10, kindergarten prep, field trips, meals and snacks, and more. All supervised by a well-trained, certified, experienced staff. Trust your child to the very best in childcare. At the Clubhouse Child Care and Preschool, now open in Oakdale at 1041 Helmo Avenue North, where learning is cleverly disguised as play.
Attention, everybody.
It's census time. That means it's time to fill out the U.S. Census. Make sure you and everybody at your address gets counted. From babies to grandparents.
Even if they're not related to you.
If they live with you, they count. Especially kids. An accurate count brings funding for schools,
Transportation, housing, childcare,
healthcare,
And more in your community. It's fast, easy, and safe.
Don't miss out.
Don't miss out.
Don't miss out.
Don't miss out.
Make it count.
And now for an episode of The Pondering Pond. If all your schoolwork is done from home, does that mean school is homework? And then does that mean my dog ate my school?
Hey, spit it out, Charles!
Keep it here.
forget to dream really do come true. Someday I wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are falling where troubles melt like lemon drops high above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me.
Thank you so much for that, you guys. Woo! Let's hear it for all those parts. All the sopranos and altos and tenors and basses, and I'm sure you guys have divided. That was beautiful and one of the best parts of my day. Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. You'll always find the people who are helping. And helpers aren't just grown-ups. Sometimes the best helpers come in kid form. Today, we're going to meet some incredible kids who are helping in their communities. Joining us now are Shavy, Rio, Hannah, Dominic, and Belle. Hi, guys.
Hi.
So, Shavy, tell us what you're doing to help the homeless.
So basically, I created these sanitation kits that contain hand soap, hand sanitizer, masks, and lotion, which I'm donating to homeless shelters in my county. And so far, I've donated 500 kits, and I've raised almost $18,000 now. A lot of people from different states are reaching out and asking if it's all right if they start their own sanitation kits on my behalf of this organization. And so, yeah, we're trying to branch out in different parts of the
That's
US.
amazing. You're not just doing the work, you're also inspiring other people. So how did you come up with the idea for the kit?
I was listening to Governor Newsom's speech talking about all of the homeless people in the state of California. Also, more than 50% of the homeless population is above 50, so they're more prone to coronavirus. So
you're protecting the vulnerable members of your community with your outreach.
Yeah, exactly.
That is amazing.
Thank you.
Belle, how are you?
I'm good.
So tell me about what you're doing.
So I sewed masks and I donated them to an ER worker here in New Orleans.
Tell us about how you made your first mask.
By tracing a mask, here it is. By tracing a mask that I had in my house on fabric, and I just kind of eyeballed it, I guess. And then as I made more, I realized, I need to do more here or do less here. And then I came up with what I have now.
What's your favorite mask that you've made?
My favorite is, it was really hard to make. I broke the sewing machine. I broke part of it with it, but it's sequins and it's really bright. And I just like it a lot because it's different. And then I also like rubber ducky fabric, and I made a bunch with this too. I thought it was cute. So I only have one sewing machine, but I still try my best and I can make 10 a day.
But that's more people every day that are gonna have some protective gear because you're helping out. Thank you so much. What an awesome idea.
Thank you.
All right, Rio and Hannah. You're sisters, yes?
Yeah.
Tell me about what you're doing.
So we set up a platform called Step Up to Sit. And Step Up to Sit matches student babysitters with healthcare and other essential workers who need childcare so that they can continue going to work. We knew that since high schoolers wouldn't be in school, they would be able to babysit, but I was really struggling with, how can I make this happen? And, we made the social media accounts for Step Up to Sit, and then we launched the next morning.
What is the kind of feedback that you're getting from families that you're helping right now?
So many grateful parents have reached out. They were panicking when they heard that schools were going to be closed and finding last-minute childcare, and childcare that isn't going to leave their child in a room of 30 kids. So really, we've just been overwhelmed with how grateful people have been, how much they've embraced the program, and how much it's spread since we started a few weeks ago.
That's genius. Why do you think young people are especially willing to help right now?
What we found is that students want to step up, they want to do their part to help their community and to help protect the vulnerable in their community, and Step Up to Sit gave them an opportunity to do that.
That's amazing. In my household, we say you get self-esteem from doing esteemable acts, and it sounds like that's exactly what you guys are giving kids the opportunity to do. So thank you so much.
That's what we're going for. Thank you.
Okay, so Dominic, you're selling your paintings to raise money for other kids to eat. How long have you liked to draw?
Since I was a baby, I think.
Since you were a baby? And how did you come up with the idea about raising money for the food bank?
Well, I heard about the kids who were not getting lunches because of the coronavirus and the school shut down, so I raised the money to donate it to the Houston Food Bank so that they could give free meals to the kids and people who couldn't eat.
That's amazing. Dominic, how old are you?
7.
You might be 7, but I think you're like 100-year-old smart. Because that's a pretty big idea. Do you know how many meals you've been able to provide to kids?
Over 19,000.
Dominic, that's a lot of meals.
Thank you.
Can you show us some of your artwork that you're selling to make this money?
Yes. I made this one at my grandma's house. It's fit with a starfish.
That is beautiful. What do you use when you do your art? Is that colored pencils?
This one was colored pencils, but then I also used paint.
Very cool.
And then I made this one with paint.
You're a regular Bob Ross. Well, I hope a ton of people buy your artwork, and I know I'm going to buy some. And thank you, and continue to bring us your big ideas and continue to be a helper, okay?
Okay.
You guys are amazing, and it is just proof that kids do care, and they have a lot of big, bright ideas, so keep it up.
Okay, thank you. Stay healthy.
I am so inspired by all of you. You give me hope, and I thank you for that. Coming up, it's a musical performance with Alicia Keys. More Kids Together Town Hall after the break.
Well, hello, Miss Wickham. This is how I make my most coronavirus quarantine time. Blown away in my bedroom now, saying the sorry. Oh, Miss P. Hey, Basil. This right here was a sweet pose right here. The mouse here. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. This right here is a warrior pose. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. I'm pretty busy. Okay, talk to you soon. Love you. Bye.
Saturday night on Nick means brand new episodes of your favorite shows.
Trust me, you will freak.
First, Danger Force's heroes in training get everything under control.
Doesn't seem like you have everything under control.
No, I've got everything under control. We're taking the situation very seriously.
She's dancing.
Then, professional gamer Preston guest stars on All That. Quick, fireballs.
Fireball's my cat's name. She swallowed a book of matches, and now she guards fireballs.
It all starts Saturday at 8 on Nick.
Kids Together, the Nickelodeon Town Hall, is brought to you by Pictionary. Keep playing.
It's Pictionary Air, a whole new way to make screen time together time. Draw in the air, see it on screen, interact with your drawing. It's fun when you get it, more fun when you don't. Pictionary Air. Smart device not included.
Lunchtime! Let's eat! Just give me a scoop of worms.
Scoop of what?
He's a fussy eater.
This is mixed up.
No trades today, guys.
You can make your own mixed up fun with Lunchables with 100% juice.
At T-Mobile, we know that connection is more important than ever. We've increased network capacity, given more access to unlimited data, and provided free data for schools and students. Visit T-Mobile.com to learn more. You can also manage your account, make payments, and find T-Mobile stores that are open near you. We've been asking, are you with us? But we want you to know that we're with you.
I've searched far and wide for where new cereal hides. Look, Frosted Glow. It's Frosted Honey Bunches of Oats.
Frosty, crispy, crunchy, frosted honey bunches of oats.
It's new.
Welcome to Barbie World of Sport. Let's dive in. She wants to do it backwards. Splash zone. Let's head over to the soccer game. 2 puppies. When you press her shoulders, she kicks. Barbie Sports play sets. Other dolls each sold separately. You can be anything.
Make it haste, young squire. Our quest is at hand. Line?
Yes, my lord.
My lord? These words sound funny. Behold the dragon's lair. Have thyself. Yes, my lord. Oh, now to the beast. Shouldn't we first awaken the beast, my lord? I can't work like this.
You can make movies at goldfishfun.com. Ask your parents' permission.
The snack that smiles back, Goldfish.
Want to play? I spy something brown.
That bald eagle.
Indeed.
I spy something loud and fast.
Airheads.
Play more.
Play delicious.
Give up the charms, Lucky.
Heart stars and horseshoes, clovers and blue moons, unicorns, rainbows, and tasty red balloons. With lovely Lucky Charms, they're magically delicious. See Trolls World Tour, rated PG.
This is the new Nerf Ultra 2. And these are the Nerf Ultra Nutrition.
This is the science project.
This is long distance dunk tank.
The new Nerf Ultra 2. Eyewear and batteries not included. Each sold separately.
It's Nerf or nothing.
Feeling a little stuck?
Sigh.
Let's knit together. We're here with your faves.
Called the right person.
I know.
We're here with the facts.
Aye, aye, Captain!
We're here with something for you to do every hour on the hour.
What up? It's your boy, Young Dylan. I'm gonna throw out a beat. You're gonna move along. Let's do this.
We're glad you're here
Hey, Mom, what's up?
Get cozy.
Yeah.
because we're all in this together.
Everything I could ever want is right here.
Darcy, aren't we a little too close? Yeah. Did you wash your hands?
Young world, I want you to know that we love you. I know we're going through some hard times right now, but this is a time when we get together with our families.
Hey guys. Hi everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Listen up, this ain't a joke. This ain't a joke. It's all real. Everybody trying to go outside. We saw all chill.
While we're stuck in quarantine, play board games, play guitar, play drums.
Us staying home is because we love each other. Stay home because you love your mom and dad. You love yourself and you love the world.
So I know it's hard that we can't leave our house, but we have to stay positive and stay productive, and we will get through this together.
Please don't forget to wash your hands.
Stay safe, healthy. I love you all so much, and yeah, be safe.
Stay calm, not frantic. Share food, don't panic. Trust, love is the way. All we got is one planet.
Much better. Well, guys, stay strong and beautiful.
One lovely thing to come out of all of this is the house concerts that musicians have been putting on. Many musicians have taken to Instagram to do sets from their home.
I'm staying home. I'm staying.
Okay, I'm bored in the house and I'm in the house bored. Bored in the house and I'm in the house bored.
Oh, you're a sky full of stars.
We playing some live music for you on Instagram tonight.
What the world needs now. I feel weird.
I'm not coming out until this is all over.
But I wish you the best, I guess.
You ain't seen nothing like me yet.
And joining us now is one of my personal favorites, Alicia Keys.
Music is so powerful. It brings us together. And sometimes challenges do the same thing. Really show us who we are and what we're made of. And there's nothing we can't get through when we do it together. So I want to dedicate this song to us.
walking in the street, looked up and noticed he was nameless, he was homeless. She asked him his name and told him what hers was. He gave her a story about life with a glint in his eye and a corner of a smile. One conversation, simple moment, the things that change us if we notice when we look up. Sometimes they say, oh, in a moment, yeah, but I was built to break the mold. The only dream that I've been chasing is my own. So I sing a song for the hustlers trading at the bus stop, single mothers waiting on a check to come, young teachers, student doctors, people on the front line knowing they don't get to run. This goes out to the underdog. Keep on keeping at what you love, and you'll find that someday, soon enough, you will rise up, yeah. She's riding in a taxi back to the kitchen, talking to the driver about his children and wife. A first responder who is risking her life to give us a love and get it right on time. She looked in his eyes in a mirror and he smiled. One conversation, simple moment, the things that change us if we notice when we look up. Sometimes they say, oh, we never make it, but I was built to break the mold. The only dream that I've been chasing is my own. So I sing a song for the hustlers trading at the bus stop, single mothers waiting on a check to come, young teachers, student doctors, people on the front line knowing they don't get to run. This goes out to the underdog. Keep on keeping at what you love, and you'll find that someday, soon enough, you will rise up, yeah. Student doctors, people on the front line knowing they don't get to run. This goes up to the underdog. Keep on keeping at what you love. You'll find that soon enough you will rise up, yeah.
Thank you so much, Alicia. We really appreciate that. Okay, look, somebody's got to say it, so I will. This is weird. We've never experienced anything like this. Not in your lifetime, not in mine, not even in my mom's. No one's going to school, a lot of parents aren't going to work, and the ones that are have a new layer of stress. Maybe this social distancing thing is feeling like a bummer. You might even be missing math class, something you never thought you'd miss. You're certainly missing hanging out with your friends or going to your favorite pizza place. So, yes, the world has hit a reset button, but resetting isn't all bad. We're being forced to look at the world and our friends and our family with more love and more gratitude. I think I needed a little reset on that. I think maybe we all did. And it's also a reminder that we are not alone. That the whole world is accountable to one another and that we rely on one another for help. And you, my friends, are helping big time. You're helping by staying home for those who can't. You're helping by nodding politely when your parent teaches you the wrong way to do long division. You're helping by not screaming at your younger brother or sister after listening to them hum the same song all day long. You're helping every time you pick up the phone and talk to a grandparent and bring a smile to their face. You're helping just by being cool through all this. It helps more than you know. So I hope we answered some of your questions today. I hope you leave knowing together we will make it through this.
Bye. Peace.
Mwah. And I hope you enjoyed my TikTok skills. All right, I'm off to go roller skate. I am Kristen Bell. Thank you for watching this special Nickelodeon Town Hall.
Charlotte here. You came just in time. Captain Man and Kid Danger need your help. Looks like Dr. Maniac broke into junk and stuff. Can you guys help us stop him before he discovers the man cave and reveals Ray and Henry's secret?
Thanks, Charlotte. Come on. We need to get back to the man cave as soon as possible.
Quick, grab a mask and put it on. Run! Jolly Beetles, jump!
Oh no, a black cat. Dodge right. I'm not afraid of cats. You're afraid of cats.
Dodge left around that giant space rock.
Frozen yogurt. Dodge right. Look out, Jasper's bucket.
Kick it over.
Meatballs. Dodge left, now right.
My famous onion dip. Jump.
All this food is making me hungry.
Look out for the basketballs. Jump. Duck.
Oh, wow, that was exhausting. Charlotte, can you take over while I take a nap?
Awesome job.
Okay, time to practice your lying. My friend is on fire. I must run to pour water on his face.
My friend is on fire, and I'm really the only one doing this? As fun as it is to practice lying all day,
is out of the hospital and now recovering at home. On Monday, the senator shared he'd tested positive for coronavirus. Klobuchar thanked all those who cared for her husband and all frontline healthcare workers. A lot of tough decisions have to be made during this COVID-19 pandemic. For some families, that includes what bills get paid. Wealth advisor Nicole Middendorf shared some tips on how to financially prioritize. Shelter first. Middendorf says mortgage and rent should be your top priority. If you need to consider a refinancing, selling, or changing your living situation. Then food. Cut out the waste and the extras, and to eat as healthy as possible. Transportation comes third. See if you can lower your expense by getting a less expensive car if you cannot afford your payments. If credit cards are an issue, call the companies and see if they'll lower your interest rate. As the crisis unfolds, many of you are relying on faith to get you through. A Coon Rapids church thought of a way to bring its congregation together while practicing social distancing. North Star Community Church set up its own drive-in movie theater, giving families a reason to get out of the house and enjoy a movie night together. They'll show another movie tonight at 7:30 before the stay-at-home order kicks in. Across the border in Wisconsin, health officials announced 2 more deaths, bringing their total to 8. At last check, more than 700 people in Wisconsin have tested positive for coronavirus as the governor's safer-at-home executive order continues. Pandemic updates are non-stop. Stay on top of the crisis by texting VIRUS to 763-797-7215. We'll send you the link to our coronavirus coverage right away. You can also text questions to the same number, and we will try our best to find an answer. Well, take a look at this. It's going to be a pretty beautiful spring day for us. Laura joins us from home with our first look at the...
Hi, Chris. What we have going on right now is a lot of beautiful weather already. We're already at 50 degrees outside. And yes, overall throughout the day, there are more clouds than sunshine, but peaks here and there will give us really a nice breath of fresh air and a pleasant day to spend some time outside. You'll notice that it is sunnier to the north and cloudier to the south. That's because we do have a pretty decent spring rain system making its way in for the weekend. So we will especially want to take advantage of today while temperatures are mild, while it is dry, because that doesn't last for long. Already by tomorrow, we have quite a bit of rain making its way in. It's a soggy Saturday, and then come Sunday, we'll watch for the sun to come out, but not until late. So coming up, we will kind of track that system through the weekend, take a look at where the most rain is expected to fall, and at what time we start to see that sun come out again.
All right, thanks a lot for that, Laura. Breaking news, the Minnesota Department of Health says there are now coronavirus 4 deaths in the state. Meanwhile, there are 398 presumptive positive cases of coronavirus in the state. That's compared to 346 reported earlier. The deadline for states to require real IDs has been extended due to the pandemic. The Department of Homeland Security has officially pushed back the enforcement of real ID by a full year to October 1st, 2021. Even before coronavirus hit, it appeared states would not meet the original deadline. As of last month, only about 35% of U.S. IDs met the security standards. Time for a short break. Next at 11, coronavirus scams. Struggling local small businesses, watch out. Thieves are targeting you. Plus, why cabin communities are rolling up the welcome mat this weekend. And later, what some of you are most looking forward to once this pandemic is over.
This right here is the new papadilla, which, if I'm not mistaken, is Latin for better than a sandwich. Even has a better pickle. Get a new papadilla for $6. Better ingredients, better pizza, better than a sandwich. Papa John's.
There are lots of ways to take care of yourself. And at TCF Bank, we believe finances are a big part of that. It's why we make it easy with digital banking tools, savings, and free checking. That way, financial wellness is right at your fingertips. TCF Bank, helping you take care of you.
Get into Menards to freshen up your home and save 11% on all paint.
Or reclaim your garage with 11% off all storage.
Why not let in the breeze and get 11% off all storm doors?
Start those spring building projects and save 11%.
Save your basement and 11% with a new sump pump.
Whatever spring project you're working on, save 11%.
Save big money at Menards.
When I get my teeth cleaned, my hygienist doesn't use something like this. She cleans with something like this. It's got a round head and it's got power.
Go pro with Oral-B. Power one on for Oral-B's best clean ever. Inspired by dentists, Oral-B's round brush head surrounds each tooth to remove more plaque along the gum line for cleaner teeth and healthier gums.
I'll only use the one that's round.
Oral-B. Brush like a pro.
Looking to sell your home without all the stress? Minnesota Home Guys will buy your house and put cash in your hand in as little as 3 days. We buy as is, which means no repairs, inspections, appraisals, cleaning, commissions, showings, and no closing costs. You leave behind any unwanted items and we'll donate or recycle them. We fix the house up to meet the needs of the next family. Sell your house today and focus on the more important things in your life.
Now offering phone consultations.
Minnesota Home Guys. No, this ain't no sandwich. Because on a sandwich, they ask you if you want cheese. But on a papadilla, cheese is what's holding the whole operation together. Get one now for just $6. Better ingredients, better pizza, better than a sandwich. Papa John's.
An urgent warning this midday for Minnesota businesses struggling to stay afloat during the coronavirus pandemic. KARE 11 Investigates has uncovered evidence of a phishing scam targeting small businesses applying for those new SBA loans. AJ Legault explains how it works.
The signs are everywhere. Business owners are desperate.
This is the perfect setup for a scammer.
Alicia Coles and her husband run a small business, Advanced Commercial Interiors, installing office furniture throughout the area. They've been hit hard by the crisis.
It has decreased our business by almost 70%.
So this week, to help keep the company and its 20 employees afloat, she went online to sign up for the new emergency loan program from the SBA, the Small Business Administration.
I did get through registering for a profile and was assigned an application number.
She used her email address. But before long, this message landed in her husband's account, confirming an application had been submitted. To complete it, they needed to return this IRS form with their tax information.
This looked real?
It did look real.
Fortunately, she was suspicious. Turns out the application number in the email did not match hers. And check out where it came from. Even though it says Small Business Administration, it's from a private email. Someone calling themselves Philip Farmer. Answering it could have left her wide open to identity theft.
Had I done that, this individual would have my business tax ID number, my social security number, my birth date, all of my personal and business information.
This could have been devastating.
Absolutely.
We're looking at phishing scams to try to get information, preying on individuals.
U.S. Attorney Erica McDonald is urging people to report suspected frauds. And the local FBI office is warning folks to be especially cautious in these troubled times.
These scammers just try to prey on people who are stressed and who want information.
And from one small Minnesota businesswoman to others, this warning: keep your guard up.
To take advantage of companies at a time when they're already hurting. It's, like kicking somebody when they're down.
For KARE 11 Investigates, I'm AJ Legault.
If you see a scam or become a victim of one, just text the word SCAMS to 763-797-7215. We will send you back a link to report it. Then our investigative team will look into it. Still ahead at 11, a heartfelt thank you to those already struggling, but willing to share in these troubling times, plus post-pandemic thoughts. But first, enjoy this beautiful spring day because a change is on the way. We have details next.
How do I steal people's money? You got your free lunch scam. Get in on this opportunity right now, plus you get a free lunch. Your sweetheart scam, grandparent scam, those are exciting. Hello, Grandma? I'm in jail in Tijuana. They're telling me I need $3,000. Or if I'm feeling old school, I could just jump in your garbage. Come up with a credit card bill. Ka-ching. I'm now you.
Visit the AARP Fraud Watch Network to learn how to protect yourself from identity theft, fraud, and this guy.
You try to stay ahead of the mess, but scrubbing still takes time. Now there's new Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It's the faster way to clean as you go. Just spray, wipe, and rinse. It cleans grease 5 times faster. New Dawn Power Wash. Spray, wipe, rinse.
Everything was so fresh in the beginning, but that plug quickly faded.
Luckily, there's Febreze Plug. It cleans away odors and freshens for 1,200 hours. Breathe happy with Febreze Plug.
My name is Jay Deems, one of the owners of Minnesota Rusco and Minnesota Shower and Bath. I want to thank you for allowing us to serve you for the past 65 years. During this challenging time, we feel we need to have our frontline employees working from home with our full financial support. So, we're closing our showroom with a flexible reopen date. We're doing everything possible so that our employees have a strong position to come back to. So I've secured an offer that we've never had before, available on every product we sell. Right now, we're offering 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for the next 2 years. You can call now or make your appointment online today, and we're sure hoping you do. This offer is available through May 31st, so you can get what you need now and pay for it in a couple of years. As a way of supporting other local businesses, we'll be giving you a $25 gift card to a locally owned restaurant with every new appointment. Our team looks forward to seeing you.
For Seth Dewan, music is a way of spreading joy and bringing people together. Seth put out a call on social media. Venmo him $5.
Very nice dog.
A pic of your pet.
Trixie, you're looking so cute.
And get a theme song.
Hung out at me.
And $1 from every video goes to nonprofits feeding those in need.
Something this goofy and this kind of dumb thing is actually like making people smile in a time of a lot of anxiety.
Well, welcome back, everyone, on this beautiful Friday. Yay, it's Friday. I wish I had excellent news that gave you beautiful weather through the weekend, but unfortunately it does get pretty soggy tomorrow, so even more reason to take advantage of today. We're already sitting at 50. We have peaks of sunshine coming on out, and really temperatures widespread across the state are very warm. We will start to see a lot more 50s popping up across the southern half of the state or so, but 40s will continue to take over the north as well. When it comes to what's going on radar, you can see that the clouds are moving in from the south. They're getting thicker into southern Minnesota. That is the leading edge of a spring storm system that brings us quite a bit of rain over the next 48 hours or so. So hour by hour, we kind of stay pretty steady where we sit right now, a little bit warmer, but the sky conditions stay in this partly to mostly cloudy range for us, peaks of sunshine in amongst the clouds. And then overall statewide today, again, we are expecting a whole lot of 50s, even up into far central Minnesota. Brainerd is kind of that northern tier of where we expect to see some 50s. Tomorrow, the temperatures are still seasonal. We're in the widespread 40s, but we do have quite a bit of rain making its way in. So this is what that looks like on Microcast. Tonight, this evening, outdoor plans are still go, maybe get some grilling in for dinner, but then overnight we start to see showers moving in, and they'll continue early in the day. The more consistent rain sets up for tomorrow afternoon, evening, and into the overnight. By 10 o'clock, we're seeing a pretty good swath of rain showers push their way through. Saturday overnight into early Sunday, that's when we could see some snow mixing in. Do expect it to be a slushy, wintry mix, very wet. So not expecting much of any accumulation in the way of rain goes, but we'll watch that, just that kind of late switch hour before everything moves out of here on Sunday. And by Sunday afternoon, we're back to seeing some sunshine make its way in. As far as how much rain, well, a widespread area of up to about an inch is possible from southwestern Minnesota, Worthington, Jackson, up through New Ulm, Mankato, and toward the Twin Cities. That's right now where that heaviest band looks to set up, but that could shift a little bit as the storm tracks its way in. The payoff after we get through the weekend wet weather is a couple beautiful days heading into early next week. So Monday and Tuesday, 60 and 55 degrees before a few showers, then into the middle of the week. So it's kind of up and down in terms of good days and bad days here. Again, take advantage outside for the day today. I know after the show here, I'm going to pack up a little picnic in the backyard and soak in some of that sunshine. It's already at 50, so I think that's pretty much t-shirt and short weather.
LTs, so if you can make me one, Laura, that'd be great. Thanks a lot. Staying positive and looking forward to better times, that's the attitude taken by several Minnesotans our Boyd Hoopert spoke with. From 6 feet away, Boyd asked people what they are most looking forward to when things get back to normal. It's pretty insightful. Take a listen.
I'm looking forward to hugging my friends and my family.
Definitely just meeting with my church.
What are you most looking forward to when things get back to normal?
Getting back to work. I'm looking most forward to people having a positive aspect on life again.
Let's hope everyone gets what they're looking forward to, and pretty soon indeed. Right now we're going to take a quick break. We're back in a couple of minutes with more News at 11.
Our friends and neighbors need our help. Care 11 and Second Harvest Heartland want to make sure that no Minnesotan goes hungry and everyone has access to the food they need. We are all in this together, so consider helping. Donate at care11.com/give11.
Hyaluronic acid. There's a reason one serum is sold every minute.
Revitalift Dermintensiv's hyaluronic acid serum from L'Oreal. With our highest concentration of hyaluronic acid in a serum, seriously hydrates to visibly replump skin in 1 week and reduces wrinkles for younger looking skin. Powerful results validated by dermatologists.
Now we're talking.
Revitalift Hyaluronic Acid Serum from L'Oreal Paris.
Because we're worth it.
At Taco John's, we're blowing up your phone with great deals. The only problem is how many there are.
Crunching, 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 crunching.
Sorry, not sorry. Taco John's, bigger, bolder, better.
A lot of folks ask me why their dishwasher doesn't get everything clean. I tell them, it may be your detergent. That's why more dishwasher brands recommend Cascade Platinum, with the soaking, scrubbing, and rinsing built right in. For sparkling clean dishes the first time. Cascade Platinum.
Sleep this amazing? That's ZzzQuil Pure Z Sleep. Our gummies contain a unique botanical blend, while an optimal melatonin level means no next day grogginess. ZzzQuil Pure Z's, naturally superior sleep.
With so much confusion and disinformation in these rapidly changing times, it's important to verify the truth.
Bottom line, we can verify this video is true.
Listening to your questions and keeping your family safe and informed.
A lot of people are comparing coronavirus to the flu, but are they even similar? Both viruses spread by droplets from coughing or sneezing. Beyond that, they're totally different.
The facts matter. That's why we verify only on KARE 11 News.
With the governor's stay-home order taking effect tonight at 11:59 and the start of the weekend, many of you may be planning a trip to the cabin to hunker down. But the Commissioner of Health says do not. And there are some counties in both Minnesota and Wisconsin that are kindly asking part-time residents and tourists to stay away too. Alex Hagan explains why.
Cook County, Minnesota, along Lake Superior, thrives on tourism. More than half of the homes there are seasonal.
It's all about visitors.
But now Jim Boyd, the executive director of Cook County's Chamber of Commerce, is asking visitors and part-time residents to stay away for now.
It goes against the grain for us to be saying this. It really does. And we simply do not have the capacity, either medical or in groceries or in any other way.
We talk about flattening the curve, right? I mean, that's kind of the buzzword out there. I mean, we can't even have a curve up here.
Mike Larson with Cascade Vacation Rentals manages around 175 properties between Duluth and the Canadian border.
Shut down.
He canceled all of his existing reservations through April.
Yeah, it's a big deal for us.
Cook County commissioners now have taken action as well.
This is very serious, and we need to take extreme measures.
Commissioner Heidi Dukirk and her colleagues unanimously approved a travel advisory requesting seasonal or second homeowners stay in their permanent homes due to the county's limited healthcare infrastructure.
We don't have 200 ventilators. We don't have 200 beds.
That follows other counties in Wisconsin, such as Sawyer and Barron, issuing travel advisories as well, all in effort to keep people in cabin country safe and healthy.
It's not that we don't like these people. It's just best for everyone if they stay where they are and where there are more services for them.
Alex Hagan, KARE 11 News.
Cook County leaders are asking people who already made it to their seasonal homes to immediately self-quarantine for 14 days. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea, try Pepto Liquid Caps for fast relief and ultra coating. Nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach. Get powerful relief with Pepto-Bismol Liquid Caps.
Vicks Vapo Patch. Easy to wear with soothing Vicks Vapors for her, for you, for the whole family. Vicks Vapo Patch. Breathe easy.
Today is the day that the old goes away. Today is the right time.
It isn't just about vision, it's about care. Nobody cares for eyes more than Pearl.
Save big money on your next project with 11% off everything now at Menards. Improve your home's curb appeal with Designer Series garage doors from Ideal. With features like a wood grain finish and stylish windows. All Ideal garage doors are 11% off. Live the deck life with Ultra Deck low maintenance rustic composite decking. It gives you the look of real wood without the upkeep. Right now it's all 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving with 11% off everything now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
You clean dishes as you cook to save time and stay ahead of the mess. But scrubbing still takes time. Now there's new Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray, the faster, easier way to clean as you go. It cleans grease 5 times faster. On easy messes, just spray, wipe, and rinse. On tough messes, the spray-activated suds cut through grease on contact without water. Just wipe and rinse. Get dishes done faster. New Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. Spray, wipe, rinse.
We just want to take a moment to acknowledge how tough the news has been lately. Information and updates on coronavirus are coming in so quickly and changing so rapidly that it can be overwhelming. We know being responsible in our reporting and sharing reliable information with you and your family is vitally important. and we are working hard every day to do just that. Remember, we will get through this, and we will navigate through it together.
Kids driving you crazy at home and you can't get much work done? We have fun weather boredom busters. Each weekday morning, our meteorology team will bring you weather minds on the KARE 11 YouTube channel. Today's episode is about shelf clouds. There's also a weather lesson, story time, and a quick activity. Watch it today or anytime this weekend. Right now, though, let's pick Laura's mind for a final forecast. Laura?
Hello there, and do tune into those on YouTube. They're pretty informative, and my kid tested and approved. What we get today is beautiful day. Check out the spring weather, get outside, get some fresh air, because you'll probably be stuck inside for the next 48 hours or so. Overnight tonight, some sprinkles start, and it does get pretty soggy then throughout most of the day tomorrow. The heaviest rain comes in the afternoon and evening, but by Sunday and into Monday, we'll be back to some very spring-like sunshine again. Have a good Friday, everyone.
All right, thanks, Laura. I'll make sure I get my walk in. Have a good weekend.
You bet.
Breaking news. In case you're just joining us, the Minnesota Department of Health now says there are 4 coronavirus deaths. Also, the number of confirmed positive cases jumped to 398. We'll have much more on this developing story coming up at 4, 5, and 6. Also, overseas coronavirus news. Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister, has tested positive for COVID-19. He's the first world leader to test positive. In the meantime, remember, all your news weather continues on KARE11.com. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
Works, you flying disco ball. Just tell me how we are going to find Gaines and the android.
We can't, sir. Without the other number, we don't have a prayer of finding them.
Closed casket.
In Chicago, another predicted hotspot. Michael Bain is hospitalized with the coronavirus.
I was moved to the ICU last night.
When he awoke this morning, he said the number of patients on his floor had doubled. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Senator Amy Klobuchar voted for the stimulus package while her husband is recovering from COVID-19. The senator says what started out as a cold became so much worse.
I would call him every hour, make him take his temperature. He wasn't always doing that. He had a very high temperature and it kept going, and he was losing track of how much he took it. And finally, when he went in for the emergency room because of the coughing up blood and they did the x-rays, they immediately chucked him into the hospital because it was so much worse than I think he thought.
At first, Senator Klobuchar said she didn't believe her husband John Bessler's symptoms were indicative of coronavirus, but while staying inside, his symptoms got worse. He was hospitalized with dangerously low oxygen levels. The senator says it's been more than 2 weeks now since he started showing symptoms. Bessler is now back home but still quarantined. So Senator Tina Smith lent Klobuchar her apartment. The relief bill she helped pass will give Minnesotans an extra $600 a week in unemployment pay. Money will be deposited directly into bank accounts if you've already authorized the IRS to send tax refunds that way. If not, the IRS will send checks in the mail, which could take months. Also today, Governor Tim Walz will sign a bill allocating $330 million in aid money passed by the state legislature on Thursday. It includes $40 million for small businesses and $200 million for state agencies affected by the pandemic to tap into. If you were laid off during the outbreak and are looking for a job, we have a list of businesses currently looking for employees. Visit WCCO.com/nowhiring to check it out. Companies can also add their information to the growing list. Wall Street took another hit yesterday with stocks falling 3%, but the stimulus bill did help push the Dow up this week. Despite the rally, the market is still down 25% from its peak last month. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he tested positive for coronavirus. In a video message, the British leader called his symptoms mild. Johnson says he has a temperature and cough. He's working from home now and plans to keep carrying out his duties. Nonprofit agencies that work with Minnesota's disabled population are pleading for state help. Many serve the needs of clients with employment and self-enrichment programs. They only get paid from the state if they're open. But the pandemic has their clients at home and their doors closed.
We're not asking for what we would normally get when we're providing services because we're not, and we don't want to be part of the problem, but we do want to be here and we want to preserve that investment and that option for people when this is done.
Senator Jim Abler says the DHS commissioner has the emergency authority to provide funding. Without it, he fears there will be a loss of day service programs when the pandemic is over. Well, many of us spend extra time on phones and computers. The Department of Public Safety says 911 calls won't be affected. The director of the Emergency Communication Network in Minnesota said congestion during 9/11 led to a dedicated communications platform for emergency first responders. And cell phone providers have something similar.
Every carrier has special network in place to deliver a 911 call, and nothing else is riding on that same network.
Call congestion has become an issue on commercial networks across the country. Dana Wahlberg says they're not asking anyone to reduce their streaming or online surfing, but just know services could be slower. An old prison in western Minnesota could serve patients infected by the new virus. Workers in Appleton are transforming the former Prairie Correctional Facility into a hospital. They're hooking up remodeled rooms with oxygen. Treating patients there would keep them away from others needing medical care. The state is also looking at converting dorms and hotels into extra hospital space. The Animal Humane Society donated its stock of personal protective equipment to the state of Minnesota. Staff loaded up the thousands of face masks, gloves, gowns, and face shields yesterday afternoon. The Humane Society partially shut down this week after finding new homes or foster care for all of the animals.
We are very happy to donate the medical equipment that our human doctors need. Since we're kind of in a little bit of a shutdown now, we are more than willing to give that away for others that are needing it.
The state plans to distribute the gear to hospitals. The Humane Society also donated dog and cat food to area food shelves. Well, people might wonder about the Walk for Animals coming up in May. It's still happening, but it will be a virtual walk. One Wisconsin community spreading a little cheer from a distance. These balloon displays were created by the owner of a party store near Green Bay, Wisconsin. Karen Anderson and her team have been blowing up hundreds of balloons over the past several days. They attach the creations to the city's utility poles.
This virus is the one thing in the world that we're all united in, that we're all dealing with. We're all in it together, and so we're just trying to bring a little fun and in the middle of this craziness.
The balloons are part of a worldwide movement called 1 Million Bubbles. Patients who have had bone marrow